Douluo Amon, I am the supreme being of the Dragon King. Chapter 1. The protagonist who died once just after crossing. Bug spirit? Oh, another useless spirit. Douluo Continent, Hongshan Academy Awakening Room. As the spirit master's words fell, the little boy in front of him pursed his lips and said nothing. Seemingly noticing that his remarks were inappropriate, the spirit master hurriedly said, "Child, don't be sad, you have soul power." I have soul power," the little boy in front of him said to him in surprise. The spirit master nodded, "I just did a simple test for you. The innate spirit power is level 1. Although it is not very good, it is still spirit power. As long as you work hard, you can become a spirit master." The little boy in front of him was stunned, but my martial spirit is a bug." The spirit master smiled and said, "Have you ever heard of the story about the Tang sect? The main martial spirit of the founder of the Tang sect is the blue-silver grass. 20,000 years ago, he relied on this completely useless martial spirit in the eyes of ordinary people to dominate the continent and defeat the evil spirit hall. But, isn't the martial spirit of the founder of the Tang sect the blue-silver emperor?" The little boy in front of him asked seriously. The spirit master was a little embarrassed. This little guy was obviously not so easy to fool. Blue-silver emperor also evolved from blue-silver grass. If you want to become a spirit master, work hard. The little boy bit his lip, "Thank you, Master Spirit Master." Until he left the gate of Hongshan College, the little boy, that is, Fanfiction, looked back. The street in front of Hongshan College was already crowded, and parents with their children came to participate in the awakening. "Fortunately, I came early. Dad, what do you think my martial soul will be?" The little boy who just turned 6 years old was a little excited about his father. Hearing this voice, Fanfiction looked over and saw a little boy with short black hair. He was slightly taller than children of the same age. The most eye-catching thing was his eyes. His big eyes were clearly black and white, and his long eyelashes were even longer than many girls. Although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, his outstanding appearance was still easy to attract attention. Tang Woolen. Seeing the protagonist of this world, Fanfiction raised a curve at the corner of his mouth, then slowly turned around and stopped listening to the discussion behind him. Fanfiction's home is in the civilian area of Ala City. When he returned home, "I'm back," with the self-talk, Fanfiction slowly shook his head. He really couldn't adapt. "Is this my martial soul?" As Fanfiction raised his right hand, a bug emerged from his hand. The bug itself was semi-transparent and looked at his martial spirit. "Hey, how did I travel to the era of the Dragon King legend? But at least in this era, I don't have to worry about the surveillance from the third brother in the god realm. With the plug-in, I can at least become a god." Yes, Fanfiction is a time traveler. At that time, he was watching the TV series Douluo at home and reading the novel Lord of Mysteries. Unexpectedly, the TV series happened to broadcast the third brother's "You have already died." Then he traveled through time. Unfortunately, the family he traveled to was a broken family. The man abandoned his wife and children, and the woman was also a shrew. His existence seemed to be an accident. It seemed that except for a short period of time when he was just born, this family was beautiful. The young man and woman fell in love and gave birth to children. Later, because of some daily small conflicts, they slowly began to insult each other and finally became strangers. And he died once when he was just 3 months old. His father ran away from home, and his mother was playing outside. It seemed that there was no child at home at all. On the first day, he was so hungry that he started crying. On the second day, no one cared and he stopped crying. On the third day, he starved to death, and the plug-in first appeared. "Am I going to die, or will I still starve to death? Hee." The darkness in front of him was stained with the deep red brought by the light, and the thoughts in Fanfiction's mind surged and were difficult to calm down. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the air around him seemed to stop flowing, becoming sticky and weird. Following that, he heard whispers that were sometimes fine, sometimes sharp, sometimes illusory, sometimes seductive, sometimes manic, and sometimes crazy. Although he could not understand what the whispers were saying, Nanfuxian still couldn't help listening and distinguishing. His head turned again. The pain was so intense that it felt like a steel drill had been inserted into his body. Nanfuxian felt that his head was about to explode, and his thoughts were tinged with psychedelic colors. He knew something was wrong, and tried his best to open his eyes, but he couldn't complete this simple action. The whole person became more and more tense, and it might break at any time. He couldn't bear it anymore. When the string in his mind was about to break, the noisy and overlapping murmurs of countless voices faded away, and the surroundings became very quiet, and the atmosphere was quite erratic. Not only the atmosphere, Nanfuxian felt that his body was also floating. He tried to open his eyes again, and this time it was very easy. The diffuse grey fog reflected in his eyes, hazy, blurred, and boundless. What's going on? Nanfuxian looked around in astonishment, then lowered his head and found himself floating on the edge of an endless grey fog. Source Castle was a word that suddenly appeared in Nanfuxian's mind. In addition, he found that he seemed to be in a spiritual state, corresponding to the path, fool, mistake, door. Corresponding to the old days, Lord of Mysteries, King of Time and Space, Beacon of Destiny, Incarnation of Source Castle, Ruler of the Spirit World. Another piece of information appeared in his mind, and then he was kicked out by the grey fog. After waking up, he found that he was not dead, and there was still a little power left in his mind. With this little power, he barely survived the novice period. After that, through research, he slowly figured out that this should be the Source Castle in the Lord of Mysteries. Life is so unpredictable, you can only think your way around. Watching a TV show or reading a novel can make you travel through time. If I had known earlier, I would have read Zhe Mao Tian, Dou Mao Qingqiang, and Wan Mao Shiji. Wouldn't I have taken off in this way? No, the culprit is still Brother San. Although I know it's not your fault, the last sentence I heard was you have already taken the way to death. Yes, Brother San, you have already taken the way to death. After thinking about it for a while, Nanfuxian slowly walked to the kitchen, ate some simple food, and decided to go out to practice when he saw the time. Yes, the practice of a thief, that's right, Nanfuxian is already a thief. The human power system of the Lord of Mystery is a sequence potion system. Each path has 10 systems of sequence 9, sequence 8, sequence 7, sequence 6, sequence 5, sequence 4, sequence 3, sequence 2, sequence 1, sequence 0 that are gradually upgraded. After sequence 2, there are more complicated other level judgments. Nanfuxian is a sequence 9, thief. It is difficult to distinguish thieves from ordinary thieves and thieves. Perhaps they are more powerful in their methods, and their purpose of stealing property is not for enjoyment or survival, but more like fulfilling a mission. There is a certain improvement in physical fitness. He is a very good dagger and short sword user. This is Nanfuxian's sequence 9 ability and his understanding of this sequence. Extraordinary ability. Stealing. Can easily steal items in the target's pocket without being discovered. Agile hands. Improve the stability and flexibility of wrists and fingers. Magic potion needs to be digested, and the way to digest it is to act in accordance with the name of the sequence. As a thief, Nanfuxian can only act as a thief to digest magic potion, which is also Nanfuxian's source of income. However, he will stop at the right time every time, stealing only one meal or one day's living expenses, and will not choose those poor and rich families. The poor are miserable, and they may not have money, and the rich may be soul masters, so these are not his targets. Most of the people Nanfuxian chose were those gangsters without soul power. With the means of a thief, those gangsters were taken before he found out, but he would only take one meal at a time. This is one of Fanfiction's rules as a thief. As a thief, you can't be too greedy. In the Lord of Mysteries, magic potion digestion can be understood as magic potion is a profession, and acting is to do things corresponding to the profession and have your own understanding. It means that a person should be clear about what his profession is. Whether it is lawyer, writer, or tamer, he should dig out and summarize the basic principles of this profession, and let his body, mind, and actions adapt to and follow these principles to play the role of a qualified professional social person. When his image finally meets the public's perception of these professions, he can digest the magic potion. However, as in the novel, we must remember that we are playing these professions, and in the depths of our souls, we are still independent and autonomous. After a day of practice, Fanfiction went to bed. End of this chapter. Chapter 2. Everything is planned. The next morning, just after dawn, Fanfiction got up and dressed. Today is the day of enrollment. He will officially enter Hongshan College, and it is the Soul Master class, starting a learning career of at least 9 years in the future. According to the regulations of the Sun and Moon Federation, both primary colleges and secondary colleges are free compulsory education. Among them, primary colleges teach for 3 years and secondary colleges for 6 years. There are several ways to be promoted to higher colleges. Either you can get in with excellent grades, or you can spend a lot of money to get in. Or, you can also enter some technical colleges to learn a skill. I didn't expect that after crossing over, I still have to go through 9 years of compulsory education. However, I have to start playing my own role next, otherwise it will be difficult to get along with the protagonist. Next door, Tang Ziran had just taken Tang Woolen out of the door when he heard a roar from next door, "Get out of here early, why did I give birth to such a bastard like you?" Along with a burst of smashing sounds, a boy slowly walked out. The little boy had fair skin, dark circles under his eyes, and a thin body. He seemed to be malnourished. He closed the door without saying a word and walked out. It seemed that he was still going the same way as them. Tang Ziran saw this scene and slowly frowned. To be honest, he knew very little about his neighbor next door. Not much, but he also learned a little from other people. The family next door seemed to have only a mother and son. The man abandoned his wife and children, and the woman often abused her children. She stayed at home all day, and the children had to bring her food. These were all what he heard from people around him. He thought they were all rumors, but they seemed to be true. But he didn't say much. After all, this was someone else's family affair. He just followed Fanfiction with his children silently. Tang Woolen, who was held by Tang Ziran's hand, also looked at Fanfiction in front of him and seemed to want to say something, but in the end he didn't say a word. And Fanfiction, who was walking in front, showed a smile of planning. Yes, all this was his plan. Although he had the foundation of becoming a god of the Lord of Mysteries Fuxian Xian Huang Tianzun, he did not have the corresponding god-making ceremony. The ceremony can also be regarded as part of the role-playing method. The Lord of Mysteries is a world full of chaos and madness, and most of the high-sequence extraordinary people have some mental problems. The core function of the ritual, maintain self-cognition and assist in promotion. Although he became a thief for some reasons, and he has not heard any whispering until now, he has not forgotten the experience of going to Sephiroth Castle for the first time. The worst possibility is that he will never become a high-sequence extraordinary person in this life, so he can only do 2 things at the same time and strive to become a powerful soul master. You ask him why he is so confident? Of course, it is because he is already a thief. Although he is only a low-sequence extraordinary person now, he has some high-sequence abilities. The protagonist Klein in The Lord of Mysteries, when he was still a low-sequence full path, he was able to have this path because of Sephiroth Castle, and part of the ability of the Sequence 2 Miracle Master Resurrection is a miracle. Then he, a little celestial master who has Sephiroth Castle and 3 uniquenesses at the same time, has the ability to use some high-sequence abilities in advance, which should be fine. Uniqueness is the physical symbol of the authority corresponding to the sequence. Only by truly mastering uniqueness and integrating the three extraordinary characteristics can one complete the transformation from human to God and hold the authority of the sequence. This is the condition for becoming sequence 0, but he is not that troublesome. He does not need three extraordinary characteristics. As long as he becomes sequence 1, he can become a true God after completing the fusion of uniqueness. Perhaps he needs a ceremony. I have gone too far. To put it simply, he can use the thief path. The abilities of sequence 9 to sequence 5 are a bit consuming and require a certain price. Sequence 4 is not unusable. And the ability of sequence 6 in this path, steal, can temporarily steal other people's extraordinary abilities for your own use. There is a chance to steal an ability of a target within 50 meters. The more you know about the target, the easier it is to steal the one you want. The more ignorant you are, the closer you are to randomness and rely on luck. When the target sequence is higher than 6, there is a possibility of failure. The higher it is, the greater the probability of failure. High sequence strongmen will also be stolen, but the probability is smaller. Within 10 minutes after the ability takes effect, the stolen person will directly lose the corresponding ability. The fire thief can use it skillfully. After 10 minutes, the ability disappears, and the stolen person has to wait until the next day to recover. If converted to soul masters, the higher the strength, the smaller the chance of stealing. In recent years, he accidentally discovered that when he used this stealing skill on a soul master, he could steal part of the other party's soul power. Although he would return it later, his body began to slowly possess soul power. The parents of this body were ordinary people. Of course, he had no soul power, but when he stole soul power, his body was slowly nourished by these soul powers. Soul masters need soul power to use martial souls and activate soul skills, so when he steals soul skills, he can steal a certain amount of soul power from the other party. To be honest, he didn't expect this. He originally thought that he couldn't use soul skills because he was the target of the theft. When his target was soul power, depending on the difference in strength between the two sides, if the difference was not big, he could steal most of the target's soul power. When he discovered this ability, he didn't use it indiscriminately, but stole it 2 or 3 times until his body had a certain amount of soul power and stopped using it. This is also the reason why his innate soul power is only level 1. The ability of stealing cannot be used indiscriminately. When the target he steals is a soul warrior who has just awakened his soul power, it doesn't matter. But when the target is a soul master, the other party cannot use martial souls and soul skills, then he may be exposed. Although the possibility is very small, he does not want to take this risk. Especially now that he has to rest for a short time after using stealing once. After all, this is not an ability he can use now. It can only be used once a day. If he uses it again, there will be a side effect of dizziness. And the woman's roar that Tang Ziren heard just now is also his masterpiece, the ability of Fortune Teller Sequence 5, Secret Puppet Master. He has the uniqueness of 3 paths at the same time, and can use the abilities of the other 2 paths across paths, but the consumption is greater. The ability of Secret Puppet Master is simply to obtain the vision of spirit line. It can directly affect the target's spiritual body, astral body, mental body, and etheric body by manipulating the target's spirit line, and then control the target's body with the help of etheric body. However, probably because the world is different, in Douluo continent, it is, through the spiritual line, the target's spirit and martial soul are gradually eroded, and then the opponent's body is controlled. Initially control the target after the spiritual thread is connected, the target will immediately become slow in thinking, sluggish in movement and stiff in body, and gradually develop into a puppet. If the control process is not interrupted, the target will become a secret puppet after 5 minutes. In a sense, the target has really died and the secret puppet transformation cannot be reversed. Nan Fuxian's mother, the woman named Lan Yuxi, made her into a secret puppet when Nanfuxian had just been reborn with the help of Source Castle and still had some residual power. This woman did not return home until noon the next day after Nanfuxian's resurrection. To be honest, as a traveler, Nanfuxian has his own way of thinking. For strangers, even the parents of this body, it is difficult for him to truly recognize them, not to mention that they have killed him once from a certain perspective. So when Lan Yuxi came home, he turned her into a secret doll directly, because he was still too young. If Lan Yuxi went out for a few days, he might die several times. After that, he asked people to prepare some baby food through Lan Yuxi's soul communication device. Fortunately, Lan Yuxi had been made into a secret doll and didn't need to eat at all, so he barely survived the novice period. And the scene in the morning was also deliberately directed by Nanfuxian. A child without a father and mother who didn't love him could easily win the sympathy of others. It was also a chess move for him to contact Tang Wulin's family and even play in the future. However, the control of the spirit line really consumed too much mental energy. In order to play this scene in front of Tang Wulin's family, he had to pay attention to the timing. At the same time, the control of the secret doll consumed not his spirituality, but his mental energy, which made him look like staying up all night. However, it doesn't matter, everything is as planned. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Friends. The Soul Master class has a special teacher to pick up students in front of the academy, and the treatment is obviously much better than that of the ordinary class. The ordinary class will only provide normal cultural education, while the Soul Master class will teach these students who are born with soul power how to become a Soul Master, as well as the knowledge of Soul Masters, to prepare them for entering the secondary college in the future. There are only 16 students in this Soul Master class. There are too few children with awakened martial souls and accompanying soul power, especially in a small city like Ala City. This class is relatively large. At this time, in the Soul Master class where Nanfuxian is. Hey, what is your martial soul? A short, chubby boy approached Nanfuxian and asked. Everyone is a child of the same age, and they are full of curiosity about the upcoming Soul Master class career. Nanfuxian said lightly, it's a bug, and saw a translucent bug lying quietly in Nanfuxian's hand, squirming from time to time. Tisk, the little fat boy said disdainfully, it's a bug. A useless martial soul. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Nanfuxian didn't say much, but just watched the little fat boy quietly ask the children around him what their martial souls were. Soon the little fat boy asked Tang Wulin, and the two sides seemed to have some disputes. Tang Wulin said unconvincedly. What about you? What's your martial soul? The little fat boy snorted, waved his right hand, a cold light flashed, and a short knife appeared in his hand. See, my martial soul is a knife. If I can cultivate to the title of Douluo in the future, I will be called the Sword God Douluo. Innate Soul Power Level 5. The blue-silver grass in the hands of the Mystery Father, I can easily chop it into pieces. Looking at the short knife in the other person's hand, and then looking at the blue-silver grass in his palm, Tang Wulin suddenly remembered what his father said last night. Is it really difficult to cultivate a soul master with blue-silver grass? The other students also showed off their own martial spirits, each with its own characteristics, but no matter what martial spirit it was at least much better than his blue-silver grass. Also because his martial spirit was blue-silver grass, the students who gathered in several waves no longer came to pay attention to him. When Nanfuxian saw this, he also understood that it was time for him to appear. I believe you can become a powerful soul master. A passage in his ear made Tang Wulin turn around and look in the direction of Nanfuxian. It was him, the man in the morning, Tang Wulin thought. Just when he wanted to say something to Nanfuxian, the teacher of the Soul Master class clapped his hands. Hello everyone, I am your homeroom teacher Lin Ximen. In the next 3 years, I will teach you the basic knowledge of Soul Masters. Now, please introduce yourselves, your names, martial souls, and innate soul power levels. There were only 16 students, and the introductions were quick. When Lin Zimen heard Tang Wulin and Nan Fuxian introduce their martial souls as blue silver grass and insects, she was a little surprised, and the other students laughed together. Nan Fuxian didn't feel anything. After all, his martial soul was not strong no matter how you looked at it. At least the blue silver grass could be used. The martial soul of Tang San, the founder of the Tang sect, was the blue silver emperor evolved from the blue silver grass. As long as we work hard, we may be able to do it. Excuse to comfort ourselves. And he couldn't use Huo Yuhao's example? But he didn't have a million-year-old soul beast to sacrifice, nor did he have an old grandfather who descended from the sky to give him inheritance. He only had a legacy of the Lord of Mystery. Nan Fuxian thought to himself a little amused. Lin Zimen's demeanor quickly returned to normal, and she smiled and said, "Today is your first day of class. The teacher will first tell you about martial spirits. I will teach you how to meditate in the afternoon. Meditation is the only way to train and improve your soul power. If you want to become a true soul master, you must work hard. As we all know, in our world, everyone has his or her own martial soul. The martial soul awakens at the age of 6, and it can be any existence. Those with companion soul power can become soul masters through practice, that is, you. So, what are the categories of martial souls? First of all, martial souls are divided into two categories, weapon martial souls and beast martial souls. Among them, those presented by living beings are beast martial souls. Those presented by non-living beings are weapon martial souls. Improve your martial soul by practicing soul power. When the soul power level breaks through level 10, you can officially become a soul master. There are also two categories of soul masters, namely combat soul masters and weapon soul masters. Those who practice martial souls for the purpose of fighting are combat soul masters, and those who practice martial souls for non-combat purposes are weapon soul masters. Whether it is a martial soul or a soul master, there are still many small categories. Listening to Lin Zimen's explanation of the classification of martial souls and soul masters, Tang Wulin's resentment gradually disappeared. He has been curious about the profession of soul masters since he was a child. This knowledge is like a magnificent world that is opening a brand new door to him. Nan Fuxian also listened carefully. Although he also knew the settings of Douluo continent in his previous life, there is still a gap between novels and reality, not to mention that someone often eats book settings. After telling some common sense of soul master cultivation, Lin Zimen also began to teach some texts of Douluo continent. After all, even soul masters are not born knowing it. Nan Fuxian didn't listen to this part so seriously because he had already studied it by himself. Time passed quickly at noon. The study life of the academy includes a lunch, and there is no limit on the amount. The students in the Soul Master class also have much better food than ordinary students. Although he is a Soul Master, Nan Fuxian eats a little more than ordinary children, but his neighbor Tang Wulin is different. Tang Wulin eats a lot, so much that he has the nickname of a glutton. He eats a lot, almost half of the other dozen classmates combined. It exceeds the amount of adults, which makes Tang Wulin quite depressed. It's a blessing to be able to eat. I envy you for being able to eat so carefree. Tang Wulin turned his head and looked at the side. It was him, the man in the morning. Do you really believe that I can become a powerful soul master? Tang Wulin looked at Nan Fuxian, not knowing what to say for a moment, and finally said this shyly. Of course, didn't the teacher of Sea God Tang San, the famous master in history, say, there are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters? Nan Fuxian said something he didn't believe. However, Tang Wulin believed it, and he clenched his fists. That's right, there are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters, thank you. Looking at Tang Wulin who seemed to be Pua, Nan Fuxian also echoed him. After these few words, the distance between Nanfuxian and Tang Wulin was shortened a lot. Chapter 4 Silver Dragon appears. When Tang Wulin and Nanfuxian walked out of Hongshan Academy together, Tang Wulin's face was full of unhappiness. He had never been so depressed as he was today. He grew up in a very ordinary civilian family, but the family was harmonious, his parents had a good relationship, and they loved him very much. Even when he made mistakes, they taught him earnestly. But today in the academy, he felt what difficulty was for the first time. Because his martial soul was blue-silver grass, except for his good friend Nanfuxian, his classmates excluded him, and even the teacher was not enthusiastic about him. When guiding students to meditate in the afternoon, the teacher stayed with him for almost the least time. Why is it almost? Because Nanfuxian is the same as him. Is my martial soul really that bad? The unhappiness on Tang Wulin's face gradually turned into stubbornness. Even if my martial soul is not good, I must become a great soul master. Nanfuxian is right. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Success is 99% effort plus 1% talent. My martial soul is not good enough, so I will work extra hard. Looking at Tang Wulin, who was pooed by him for an afternoon, Nanfuxian couldn't help but be speechless. This kid is too easy to fool. He just fed Tang Wulin some poisonous chicken soup from his previous life, but he didn't expect him to really believe it. What is the saying that nothing is difficult in the world, as long as one is determined? This sentence is not easy to use in the Douluo continent where blood and martial souls determine everything. However, there is one sentence that he did not fool Tang Wulin, that is, he will definitely become a powerful soul master in the future. He has the blood of the Golden Dragon King and the son of the God King, and the grandparents of the Lord of the Plain and the core of life. He also has 3 opportunities to escape from his father, the God King. As long as you follow the steps, you will be guaranteed to become a god. Fuxian, after school, if you have nothing to do, why don't you come to my house for dinner? My mother cooks delicious food. On the other side, Tang Wulin has slowly come out of his depression. He is cheerful by nature, and he has figured it out in his mind. With the encouragement of Nanfuxian, the depression of the day has naturally been resolved. However, at this time, his stomach rumbled, making Tang Wulin's face a little red, and he did not forget to invite Nanfuxian beside him. Okay, Nanfuxian agreed without thinking, which was one of his purposes. Tang Wulin and Nanfuxian were walking when a small figure on the roadside suddenly caught his attention. Although the afternoon sun was not as abundant as at noon, the weather was very good today, so the sun still brought some warmth. What attracted Tang Wulin was the silver color under the sun. There was a little girl squatting on the roadside. She looked younger than him, but she had short silver hair. The sun shone on her rare hair color and reflected light naturally. It seemed that something was pulling each other. The little girl looked up at him. Her face was dirty, and her clothes were a little worn. She looked like a little beggar. However, in addition to her short silver hair, she also had a pair of unique eyes. Her eyes were big, and her pupils were like 2 clear amethysts. Even at a distance, Tang Wulin seemed to be able to see his reflection in her pupils. Her long eyelashes naturally curled up. When their eyes met, the little girl did not avoid his gaze, but there was a little doubt in her beautiful big eyes. "Here comes the Silver Dragon King," said Nanfuxian on the side. This was the first time that Nanfuxian had seen the famous Silver Dragon King. How should I put it? He was indeed beautiful. Even though he looked like a child now, it was not difficult to see that he would be a beautiful woman in the future. Add to that the white hair, no wonder so many fanfictions like to regard her as the heroine. "Little girl, where are your parents?" At this moment, several young men were also attracted by the silver hair and came to the little girl. But the little girl did not look at them and lowered her head again. Several young men looked at each other, and one of them said, "This silver hair is really rare. Maybe she is from another race in the other 2 continents." I guess the underground black market will like her. Besides, her eyes are purple. The young man who spoke earlier squatted down. Hey, little sister. Where are your family members? The little girl lowered her head and shook her head, but did not speak. The young man smiled and said, I'm happy. How about you go eat something delicious? The little girl shook her head again, this time more vigorously. The young man winked at his companions, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the little girl's arm, pulling her up from the ground. The others surrounded her to block the view outside. Amid the little girl's exclamation, the young man had already carried her on his shoulders. What are you doing? At this moment, a childish roar sounded, scaring several young men. When they looked back, they couldn't help but reveal their shame and anger. The two little guys who stood up to defend the injustice were actually two little guys. One was a little boy who was not as tall as their waists but was very pretty, and the other was a little boy with dark circles under his eyes and looked thin. A young man behind them showed a hint of viciousness in his eyes, raised his foot and kicked Tang Wulin. Little brat, dare to meddle in other people's business. Fanfiction, who was standing aside, saw this and immediately pulled Tang Wulin, so that the young man kicked in vain. On the other side, the young man carrying the little girl showed a fierce look on his face. The movement here had attracted the attention of some passers-by. After all, this was on the street. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger with a cold light flashing was already in his palm. And he gestured to Tang Wulin, if you don't want to die, get out of here. Fanfiction saw this and immediately shouted, we are soul masters, registered by the federal government and the Spirit Pagoda. If you hurt us, be careful to be caught by the police. Bad luck. Perhaps frightened by Fanfiction's words, the young man in the lead snorted with reluctance, put down the little girl on his shoulders, and ran away quickly with a few companions. The little girl stumbled and fell to the ground. Tang Wulin ran over and squatted beside her. Don't be afraid, I'm a man, I will protect you. The little girl looked up at him. As she got closer, her big purple eyes looked even more beautiful, and there seemed to be a layer of mist on her pupils. Don't cry, don't cry. The bad guys have been driven away by me. My name is Tang Wulin, and that's Fanfiction over there. What's your name? The little girl was stunned for a moment, and finally spoke for the first time, my name is Naer. Chapter 5 The Evil Soul Master is actually me? Naer? It's a nice name, and your voice is nice too. Tang Wulin helped her up. Naer lowered her head and was silent again. Where are your dad and mom? Where is your home? Tang Wulin asked. Naer shook her head. Gurgle. A strange sound suddenly sounded inharmoniously. Tang Wulin hurriedly lowered his head to look at his stomach, but he soon realized that the sound was not made by himself. Although there was a lot of dust on Naer's face, she could still vaguely see a hint of blush. If you can't find your dad and mom, I'll take you back to my home. My mom's cooking is delicious. Tang Wulin said, holding Naer's hand and walking towards his home. At this time, Fanfiction, who was standing aside, was looking at the two people who were leaving with a blank face. Subway old man JPG. No, although we may be hostile to each other in the future because of our positions, is it really okay for you to be so favorable to love and not friendship now? Especially the words you said, it seems that just now, you also told me something similar. Mom, I'm back. Before he even entered the door, Tang Wulin had already shouted outside, and behind him was Fanfiction, who finally remembered, and Naer, whose face was still a little dirty. Kid, keep your voice down, don't disturb the neighbors. Tang Wulin's mother said with a bit of anger, and the door opened. Tang Wulin's mother Lang, was not very beautiful, but she was full of charm. How was your school today? Hey, why are you so dirty? Lang, frowned at her son who was covered in dust, and then she saw Naer holding Tang Wulin's hand and Fanfiction beside him. Mom, I met a bad guy. Tang Wulin vividly recounted what he had just encountered. Of course, Tang Wulin was pulled into the house by Lang H for a lecture, but in the end, under Tang Wulin's coquetry, Lang H could only choose to forgive him. Lang H squatted down and looked at Naer and Nanfuxian, who had never spoken. Little friends, you call Naer and Nanfuxian, right? Where are your parents? Like before, Naer just shook her head and said nothing. Nanfuxian spoke, hello, auntie, my house is the house next door, my mother is next door, and my father. At this point, Nanfuxian remained silent. The atmosphere was a little silent for a while. Lang H also realized that he seemed to have asked about someone's pain, and immediately changed the subject. See that you three are dirty, I will wash you first and change your clothes. Children of 5 or 6 years old naturally have no difference between boys and girls. Lang H pulled the 3 little mud monkeys into the bathroom and washed them. When Tang Wulin asked his mother why Naer was different from himself and Nanfuxian, Lang H just smiled and didn't answer, but Naer shyly hid behind Lang H. Wow, Naer, you are so beautiful. Sitting at the dining table, Tang Wulin held his chin with both hands and said directly to Naer, who was sitting next to him wearing his clothes. Tang Wulin's clothes looked a little loose on Naer. But this did not affect Naer's beauty. Her skin was whiter than Tang Wulin's, and it seemed that water could be squeezed out with a slight pinch. Because she had just taken a bath, her body exuded a fresh and light fragrance, and she was as delicate as a porcelain doll. It was not yet dinner time, and Lang H brought 3 plates of biscuits and 3 glasses of milk to the 3 hungry children. Although Naer didn't like to talk, she ate without hesitation and at a very fast speed. In a short while, she ate all the biscuits and milk in front of her. Naer hesitated for a moment, but it was obvious that the temptation of biscuits was quite great for her, and she finally ate again. Nanfuxian was drinking milk, watching Lang H asking for Naer's information, but in the end he only knew that Naer was only 5.5 years old, and didn't know any other information. Mom will take Naer to the administrator to check later to see if she can find her family. Wulin, you and Fuxian can play at home for a while. Lang H finally took Naer out, and she turned around and said to Tang Wulin. Naer still spoke very little, just followed her away. Auntie, it's not too late now, I should go home too, otherwise I'm afraid my mother will worry. Nanfuxian said. Okay, but remember to come and play often in the future. Knowing that Nanfuxian's house was next door, Lang H was not worried about Nanfuxian, but turned around and touched Nanfuxian's head, and said gently. Nanfuxian's house was not too big, with a living room of more than 10 square meters, a small kitchen and bathroom, and 2 rooms of less than 10 square meters. This is all there is to the house. After returning home, Nanfuxian went directly to one of the rooms, which was originally his parents' room. Nanfuxian opened the door and walked in. He saw a figure lying on the bed, with a rising and falling chest, indicating that this was a living person, his mother Lan Yuxi. Seeing that Lan Yuxi was safe and sound, Nanfuxian slowly let out a sigh of relief, then raised his right hand, and a translucent bug slowly emerged, which was his martial soul. Nanfuxian placed the martial soul on Lan Yuxi's body, and saw that the bug martial soul gradually faded on Lan Yuxi's body and finally disappeared. Nanfuxian closed his eyes and sensed the inside of his body. Suddenly, a trace of blood appeared directly in his body, and then slowly merged into his body. Sure enough, Nanfuxian opened his eyes and walked out of the room, leaving Lan Yuxi alone lying on the bed. In the living room, Nanfuxian sat on the sofa, thinking about how to go in the future. First of all, the protagonist group can follow, which is also convenient for him to grasp the development of the plot, which is also one of his current advantages. He didn't think too much about his relationship with Silver Dragon King Naer. It was obvious that Naer's attitude towards him was completely different from that towards Tang Wulin. No, it should be said that Naer had a different attitude towards Tang Wulin and people other than Tang Wulin. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, he didn't have the blood and divine core of the Golden Dragon King. But that might not be the case in the future. This was also the reason why he became friends with Tang Wulin. After all, it was easier to dodge an open spear than to defend against an arrow from the dark. At the same time, he also discovered the ability of his martial soul, which could slowly absorb the blood of others. Although the effect was not obvious, it was indeed possible to absorb. Of course, this ability also had certain limitations. First, he had to stay next to the target and put his martial soul on the target to absorb it, and the speed was very fast. It is not fast either, which is the shortcoming of this ability. Secondly, it is not clear how effective this ability is in absorbing qi and blood from living people. After all, Lan Yuxi is his secret doll, and whether it can absorb the soul power of soul masters is still an unknown. Finally, this ability can easily be attributed to the category of evil soul masters. Although, to some extent, he can also be regarded as an evil soul master. Chapter 6 Promoted to Sequence 8 Swindler. Sit cross-legged and concentrate. Meditation must first be quiet, feel yourself, and feel nature. This is the first step. Nan Fuxian had no distracting thoughts in his mind, and soon the whole person calmed down. The consciousness silently felt his insect martial soul and the soul power that was not strong but actually existed. For the initial meditation, it is enough to only do this step. First sense your martial soul and soul power, and keep your spirit in close contact with them. Only after this step is done can you continue the real meditation. In his mind, the insect martial spirit was slowly wriggling, and Nan Fuxian suddenly felt that he seemed to feel something from the insect world. Although it is weak, as long as the time is right, it is possible to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. Weak insects have tenacious vitality. They are the largest number of insects on the continent, and they have existed for tens of millions of years. Even powerful soul beasts are on the verge of extinction, but insects still live on this land as they did tens of thousands of years ago. A faint enlightenment made Nan Fuxian vaguely feel that some tiny existences in the air quietly flowed into his body and merged into his still very weak soul power. This fusion was not fast, and there was not much. But he could feel that his soul power was gradually increasing in this fusion. Even if it was only a little bit of increase, it was very stable and continuous. After an unknown period of time, Nan Fuxian naturally woke up from the state of meditation, and felt refreshed all over his body. Is this the feeling of soul power cultivation? Not bad. Nan Fuxian sensed that his soul power was about to reach level 2, and he only needed to practice for one more day to break through. It is not difficult to practice soul power from soul warrior to soul master. As long as you have innate soul power, even if it is only half level, as long as you are willing to work hard, you can successfully reach level 10. The only difference is the length of time. Although Nan Fuxian only has level 1 innate soul power, which he obtained by stealing, his physical fitness is not low. The magic potion system itself is a gradual upgrade from human to god. Now his practice speed is about the same as that of level 3 innate soul power. At this time, a loud and excited shout suddenly came from the next door, "Great, I have a sister." Hearing this voice, Nan Fuxian already knew that the Silver Dragon King Naer had officially moved into Tang Wulin's house, which also meant that he had to speed up the progress. At the same time, he could also conduct an experiment he had imagined before. Nan Fuxian slowly closed his eyes and recalled a few words with great concentration. Fuxian Xian Huang Zian Zun. Fuxian Xian Huang Tian Jun. Fuxian Xian Huang Shangdi. Fuxian Xian Huang Tian Zun. Nan Fuxian kept repeating these words in his heart, and suddenly he felt that the air around him seemed to stop flowing, becoming sticky and weird. Although his eyes were closed, Nan Fuxian felt that a light exploded in front of him. Nan Fuxian opened his eyes, and the diffuse grey fog reflected in his eyes, hazy, blurred, and boundless. After the swindler magic potion entered the Sephiroth castle, Nanfusion continued to recite this sentence, and saw a ball of light interwoven with gold, yellow, and red, slowly emerging in front of him. Nanfusion directly reached out and grabbed the ball of light, opened his mouth directly, and then threw it into his mouth. The whole process was done in one go without any hesitation. He was very sure that he was like a steamed shrimp, but his spirit had been withdrawn, turning into fine needles, blending into drops of magic potion, and piercing cells one by one. It was a feeling that one could observe cells without a microscope. Nanfusion stood there and saw the invader enter the most subtle area of his body. In these few seconds, he felt like a robot, undergoing the transformation of parts and circuits. After an unknown period of time, Nanfusion reflected his own figure in his mind, just like hearing his own singing voice through the earphone. With the help of this strange reflection, Nanfusion found that he could accurately grasp facial expressions and body movements. At this time, he clearly knew that he had been promoted successfully and had become a swindler. Nanfusion directly withdrew from the source castle and began to familiarize himself with his own abilities. Charm, can improve charm. Eloquence, make your words extremely persuasive. Mental interference, create illusions to deceive opponents. Swindlers enjoy defrauding others and are good at fooling others. In addition, they are agile and fast. As mentioned before, the magic potion needs to be digested. It usually takes 1 to 2 years for the magic potion of sequence 9 to be digested by acting normally. The fastest one can be digested in 1 month. It took Nanfusion almost 6 years. There is no other way. Who can become a beyonder when they are babies? Nanfusion started to act officially when he was 4 to 5 years old. He digested the magic potion when he was about to awaken his martial soul. Now Nanfusion feels his own the situation, soul power has successfully reached the 2nd level, physical fitness has been further strengthened. Now his cultivation speed is about the same as the innate soul power level 5, and it may be further improved after the magic potion is digested. However, there is another problem, that is money. It takes money to become a soul master. If it were 10,000 years ago, he could still hunt soul beasts, but now soul beasts are almost extinct. The only way to become a soul master is to buy souls. Unfortunately, souls are still very expensive. Given Nanfusion's family situation, the most they can buy now is the cheapest randomly drawn souls, which only cost 30,000 federal coins. Nanfusion's family is not rich, poverty is the source of all quarrels. Nanfusion's father ran away from home 3 months after he was born, and his mother was made into a secret doll by him. Under such circumstances, he had to support him to grow up smoothly, and most of the family's money was consumed. So when Nanfusion was over 4 years old, he sometimes did odd jobs, that is, he went wherever he was needed. Obviously, a child laborer is not needed in most industries. After all, the Federation also has laws that prohibit the recruitment of child laborers. Of course, if he is a soul master, there is an exception. There are 2 types of people who would recruit Nanfusion, one is because they feel sorry for him and want to help him. The other is human traffickers. For the former, Nanfusion would only ask for food as a reward. For the latter, he would steal as much as he could without mercy. In this way, he deducted and reduced, plus occasionally looking for some gangsters for extra meals, and the family inheritance, he collected more than 30,000 federal coins. Chapter 7 Introduction to the names of the protagonists' paths. Fortune teller, clown, magician, faceless man, secret puppet master, trickster, ancient scholar, miracle master, trick attendant, fool. Wrong path sequence 9 to sequence 0. Thief, fraudster, decryption scholar, fire thief, dream thief, parasite, deception mentor, fate horse, time worm, error. Gate Path Sequence 9 to Sequence 0. Apprentice, Master of Magic, Astrologer, Recorder, Traveler, Mystic, Wanderer, Planeswalker, Star Key, Gate. Lord of Mysteries, Old Days. Promotion Conditions, Source Castle. Plus Fool plus Error plus Gate 3 Uniquenesses. +1 Mystery Servant Extraordinary Characteristics. +1 Time Worm Extraordinary Characteristics. +1 Star Key Extraordinary Characteristics. Chapter 8 How to Act as a Swindler. A night of meditation made him feel more and more close to the blue-silver grass martial spirit, so much so that he had a special intimacy with the blue-silver grass. A figure in front of him attracted his attention. Fusion, this way. Tang Wulin saw his good friend and couldn't wait to share his joy of having a sister with him. Nan Fusion was listening quietly. At this time, Tang Wulin suddenly noticed that his friend's face seemed to be a little red and his hands seemed to be a little purple. After a closer look, he saw several scars crisscrossing and there seemed to be a slap mark on his face. Fusion, what's wrong with your injuries? Did someone bully you? Tang Wulin saw that his good friend seemed to be bullied, and asked hurriedly. It's okay, I'm used to it. Nan Fusion looked indifferent. No matter how Tang Wulin asked, he didn't get an answer. Even the excitement of getting a sister yesterday was diluted a lot. The atmosphere between the two became a little silent, and finally walked to the school. The Soul Master class did not learn Soul Master knowledge every day, but one day of Soul Master knowledge and one day of cultural courses. Today was the turn of cultural courses. Nan Fusion was not enthusiastic about the cultural courses, but Tang Wulin listened carefully and was praised by the teacher in the cultural courses. After school at Hongshan College. Mom, why did you come to pick me up? Where's Naer? As soon as he left the school gate after school, Tang Wulin saw Lang H. Lang H showed a trace of heartache in his eyes, and walked over quickly to pick up his son. Mom, put me down quickly, I'm already a big boy, it's so embarrassing for my classmates to see me. Lang H laughed, what a big girl. Nan Fusion, who was following beside him, said, hello, Auntie. It's Xiao Fusion. Did Xiao Wulin cause you any trouble today? Lang H touched Nan Fusion's head and said. Xiao Fusion, what's wrong with you? At this time, Lang H saw the scars on Nan Fusion's body. Although the scars had gradually faded, it could still be seen that they must have been left recently. When Nan Fusion was a guest at their house yesterday, he didn't have these scars on his body. If anyone bullies you, you can tell your auntie, and she will help you get justice. Lang H said. Nan Fusion shook his head, Auntie, thank you for your concern, but it's nothing. I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first. Nan Fusion rejected Lang H's kindness, thanked her, and left directly. Lang H frowned. Although she had just met Nan Fusion, she had a good impression of this well-behaved child. However, Nan Fusion was unwilling to tell the reason, and she couldn't force anything. Lang H came back to his senses, remembered what happened at school today, squatted down, and said to Tang Wulin, Mom sent you to Uncle Mang Tian. Do you really want to learn forging? On the other side, at Tang Wulin's home, Lang Hai discussed with Tang Ziran about the topic of Tang Wulin learning forging, and finally decided to wait and see. If it doesn't work, let Tang Wulin give up. At the dining table, Tang Wulin could only sit there because of arm pain caused by forging. He chewed hard and smiled at Naer beside him, while Naer was feeding him clumsily. This scene made Tang Ziran and Lang H stunned. The two beautiful little people sat there, presenting a very harmonious picture under the not strong light. After school, I saw some scars on Fusion's body. Wulin, do you know what happened? At the dining table, Lang H recalled the scene she saw in the afternoon and suddenly asked this question. Lang H herself is not a nosy person, but Nan Fuxian and Tang Wulin have a good relationship, and she has a good impression of Nan Fuxian, so she asked this casually. I don't know. When I asked Fuxian this morning, he refused to tell me. He just said he was used to it. Tang Wulin said while eating. As for Nan Fuxian, Tang Wulin also talked to Tang Xiran on the day when their family decided to adopt Naer. At that time, Tang Xiran also told Tang Wulin to learn more from Nan Fuxian's passing of federal law to scare off those young people. Tang Xiran frowned, thought about it, and decided to tell his family about some of the things he had learned during this period. I have recently asked people nearby about Nan Fuxian's family situation. How should I put it? His family situation is not very good. Tang Xiran paused here and continued. Nan Fuxian's father seems to have abandoned him and his mother is also mentally ill. She is very cold to him and beats and scolds him from time to time. She usually does not leave the house and eats and drinks through the soul guide communication device. Other neighbors once wanted to talk to her, but were turned away. As for Nan Fuxian, his situation is a bit complicated. At this point, Tang Xiran's face was a bit complicated. Hurry up and tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Lang Yu heard this and his curiosity was aroused. Tang Wulin and Naer on the side also stared at him curiously. When Nan Fuxian was about 4 years old, he often ran errands for some small restaurants in exchange for food. Some kind-hearted people wanted to report the situation to his mother and asked her to take good care of the child, but she scolded him, even grabbed and beat him. Over time, no one dared to take care of him. How could there be such parents in the world? Little Fuxian is too pitiful to have such parents. Women are emotional, not to mention that Lang H is a parent, so she feels more sympathetic to Nan Fuxian's situation. Tang Wulin on the side also nodded. At this time, Nan Fuxian, who was being discussed, also felt that his magic potion was being digested quickly. Sure enough, this method can also be considered a scam. Nan Fuxian's magic potion digestion of Sequence 8 Swindler requires him to play a swindler. Therefore, Nan Fuxian has created a tragic life character for himself since he was a child, in order to pave the way for the digestion of the magic potion of the next sequence. This kind of advance acting is also possible. The protagonist Klein in Lord of Mysteries even made the Sequence 1 potion melt in his mouth at the end through advance acting. Nan Fuxian could feel that most of his potion had been digested, and the rest only needed time to be polished, and this time would not be too long. Although other people also helped me digest it, the biggest ones were Tang Wulin and Naer. Chapter 9 Purpose. However, tonight his potion was suddenly digested by half. The reason he could think of was that he deliberately let Tang Wulin and others see it this morning. They should be discussing him now. A fraudster, mainly defrauds and deceives others. You don't have to go to defraud others of their money. To be honest, this discovery also made Nan Fuxian relieved. After all, if he went to defraud others, if the amount was small, then the digestion progress would definitely not be too fast and it would take too long. If the amount was too large, he was afraid that he would be sent to the police station. This also gave Nan Fuxian a better understanding of acting. Acting is determined by one's own understanding of this profession and the inner heart of the actor. Whether it is good or evil depends on the actor, and everyone has different personalities. Therefore, every swindler has different behavior styles. Just like a doctor, he can make good medicine to save people, or he can make poison to kill people, but whether to use it or how to use it depends on himself. The 3 paths of the Lord of Mystery where Nan Fuxian is located are Fool, Gate, and Error. Among them, the ritual of the first sequence of the Fool path is: build a secret doll town. Design the fate trajectory for each secret doll, let them interpret a realistic life picture through interaction, and give birth to the corresponding area in the spirit world. The larger the town, the more secret dolls, the more detailed the daily life, the more vivid and real the different destinies, and the longer the ceremony, the better the effect of the ritual. However, if you want to build this secret doll town by yourself, it will be laborious and time-consuming, especially designing the fate trajectory for each secret doll, which is equivalent to asking one person to build the life trajectory of everyone in the town and play the role of everyone himself. But if you use another method, the method can be successful quickly, that is, to make all the population of a town into secret puppets, which saves time and effort. However, this is equivalent to killing everyone in a town. Which of these two methods to choose is a matter of opinion. For Nanfuxian, if he still cannot digest the magic potion after so many years of preparation, then he can only try other methods to see if it can be considered a fraud. For example, being an auctioneer who sells the auction items at a price far exceeding their own value through eloquence and so on, is not this a fraud, and it is also legal. Directly defrauding others is the last and worst method. After all, fools are not so easy to find. At the same time, the digestion progress of the magic potion also told Nanfuxian the specialness of Tang Wulin and Naer. That is personality, which plays a vital role in Lord of Mysteries, whether as a source of power, a channel for energy supply, or a symbol of authority and influence. It is essentially a higher form of extraordinary characteristics that have a permanent impact on the body and soul. For example, some magic potions may cause permanent changes to the body of the user, such as increasing height or changing gender. These side effects caused by magic potions will not disappear even if the extraordinary characteristics are lost. Tang Wulin and Naer, one body seals the Golden Dragon King's divine core, and the other is the Silver Dragon King's body. Even if they have now transformed into humans, their status will not change. For Tang Wulin, the Golden Dragon King's divine core seems to be counted as a part of him. According to the current progress, my magic potion will be digested in the next few days. Nanfuxian was not surprised by the digestion speed of the magic potion, and even felt that the speed was a bit slow. It may be because Tang Wulin has not opened the Golden Dragon King's seal, or the concepts of the two worlds are a bit different. After all, the Lord of Mysteries world is more inclined to the Douluo style. Although it is a little different from what he imagined, Nanfuxian was not too disappointed. However, this also made him sure of the importance of building a good relationship with Tang Wulin. If nothing unexpected happens, he will probably have to follow Tang Wulin for a long time. At the same time, this is also a preparation for stealing the blood of the Golden Dragon King in the future. In the adult world, there is no emotion, only interests. For Nanfuxian, the Golden Dragon King bloodline may not be necessary, but he is still used to laying a foreshadowing in case it is used in the future. However, at this stage, Nanfuxian still focuses on building a good relationship with Tang Wulin. After all, although Tang Hao and Ayin are guarding against the invasion of the Abyss, they are not unable to take action in Douluo continent. Let alone, when Nanfuxian and Tang Wulin first met Naer that day, although it was only a moment, Nanfuxian suddenly felt palpitations. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but in retrospect, it should be a warning from Source Castle or his own spirituality. The encounter between Tang Wulin and Naer was definitely the work of them or Tang San. After all, the Silver Dragon King just transformed, and an accident happened, and he just happened to be stranded outside, and he just happened to be caught by the gangsters when they met him. No matter how you think about it, it's not right. Dityan and his team went there, and it took them 3 years to find him. At least when Tang Wulin met Naer, Tang Hao and Ayin were definitely paying attention. At that time, if he dared to intercept, their Tang family's daughter-in-law might be hit by a soul guide car while walking, or meet an evil soul master on the road and be shot. In addition, there are the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. Anyway, before he reaches Sequence 2 or can freely borrow the ability of Sequence 2 without paying too much, he will not attack Tang Wulin for the time being. Sequence 0 of the Thief, Sequence 2 Fate Trojan Horse in the Wrong Path, also known as Fate Thief. It can tamper with the fate of others and make them make certain mistakes within a certain period of time. This is a loophole in fate. In simple terms, it is to steal the fate of others and replace their identities. It makes them become unlucky, lose connection with everything in the real world, and die little by little. This is the real social death. With this ability, he can try to get some opportunities of Tang Woolen in the future. Some small opportunities are okay, but he can't let some big ones go. For example, when Tang Woolen is given aphrodisiac in the future, Gu Yuina will use fate stealing to help him. That scene, tisk tisk. Chapter 10 Dream Stealer and Soul Acquisition. The next morning, Nan Fuxian opened his eyes. He practiced all night. Of course, the reason for his breakthrough was the digestion of the magic potion. During the digestion of the magic potion, his soul power was running fast. Nan Fuxian also half understood the principle. During the digestion of the magic potion, Nan Fuxian's physical fitness and foundation would be strengthened. At the same time, during this process, Nan Fuxian's soul power was also driven to practice, and the speed of operation was dozens of times higher than usual. Of course, this situation will only occur when the magic potion is digested quickly, which is probably equivalent to giving him a temporary accelerated practice buff. And what happened next was just as Nan Fuxian expected. When he was at school, Tang Woolen looked at him from time to time with some sympathy in his eyes, and Tang Woolen's mother Lang Yu also invited him to play with Naer at home after school. In response, Nan Fuxian agreed verbally, but he didn't plan to go there often, just to get familiar with Naer. After all, no matter how much he improved his favor ability, it would never be as good as Tang Woolen's Golden Dragon King bloodline. In addition, the yin couple was also a problem. After all, the relationship between Tang Woolen and Naer was definitely cultivated by them. This was probably one of the guarantees that after Naer recovered her memory, she would not take action immediately when she found Tang Woolen's Golden Dragon King bloodline. In this way, Nan Fuxian's daily life was to practice and think about acting every day. Of course, after Naer went to school, he had to beat people with Tang Woolen, because Naer was proved to have no martial spirit at all on the awakening day. Therefore, she could only study in the ordinary class. At the same time, because Naer was beautiful, she made the female classmates of the same age jealous, and also aroused the curiosity of the male classmates, who would harass her from time to time. However, because Naer was in an ordinary class, their opponents were basically ordinary people without soul power, so it was not difficult to beat them. In this situation, time passed slowly. 3 years later. Dad, Mom, I have saved enough money, I have saved enough. Tang Woolen rushed into the house and shouted excitedly. Nan Fuxian next door also heard the shout, and the corners of his mouth rose. Finally reached level 10? It's worth waiting for more than a year. After 3 years, Nan Fuxian's height is now over 1.4 meters, a few points taller than his peers. He has a moderate figure, not fat or thin, and does not look particularly strong. As he grows older, his face becomes more handsome. A pair of black eyes give people a sense of depth. For Nan Fuxian, he could have obtained souls a year ago, but he did not do so. Because his innate soul power is only level 1, it should not be possible to have a very fast training speed. Of course, the main factor is that he has to wait for Tang Woolen. If you reach level 10 before graduating from the junior college, you can get a college recommendation letter, and it will be much easier to enter the intermediate college. But he is not sure whether the college recommendation letter is fixed. If it is not fixed, it will be troublesome. For Nan Fuxian, the difference between becoming a soul master 1 year earlier and 1 year later is still tolerable. After all, it is not that you cannot practice, but the speed of practice of soul masters is not as fast as that of soul masters. But he must go to the intermediate college in Donghai City. The future Shrek 7 Devils and Wu Chong Kong, and of course the half-body Gu Yu of the Silver Dragon King, are also people he can contact. After 3 years, after reaching level 10 in soul power, Fanfiction focused on acting. Now he is already a dream thief of sequence 5. Now his stealing can take away other people's ideals and dreams. You can steal other people's memories, and you can steal the ideas that the other party is about to put into practice to make them temporarily sluggish, but at this stage, you cannot keep the stolen ideas, and you must take corresponding actions on behalf of the stolen objects. The Spirit Pagoda has a history of 10,000 years. Because of their importance to soul masters and the groundbreaking research on artificial souls, their status has risen rapidly and spread across the 3 continents, becoming one of the most powerful forces. Ala City also has a branch of the Spirit Pagoda, located in the center of the city. It is a 3-story tower-shaped building. This is the lowest level of the Spirit Pagoda branch. The Spirit Pagoda in a medium-sized city will be 7 stories high, and the Spirit Pagoda in a large city will be 13 stories high. The Spirit Pagoda is located in the headquarters of Shrek City. After years of renovation, it has 81 stories and is known as the most magnificent building on the Douluo continent. The 3-story Spirit Pagoda in front of Fanfiction is also the largest building in Ala City. Everyone knows its location, but very few have actually entered it. When Fanfiction arrived, the main gate of the Spirit Pagoda was already wide open, but there were not many people. After all, this is a place where only soul masters come. In a small place like Ala City, the number of soul masters is very few. The Spirit Pagoda is an octagonal structure, with 3 floors, 4 sides, and 8 directions. The interior space is very spacious, the ground is paved with marble with the Spirit Pagoda logo, and the hall is wide. There is a circle of doors around it that lead to nowhere. In front of it is a place like a counter, and behind it sits a Spirit Pagoda master in a grey robe. Seeing him, the Spirit Pagoda master has stood up and his eyes fell on Fanfiction. "Hello, little friend, what can I do for you?" Fanfiction said, "Hello, Master Spirit Pagoda Master, I am here to buy souls, and my soul power is already level 10. Hearing what he said, the Spirit Pagoda Master's original enthusiasm on his face suddenly increased a few points. "Have you brought enough money?" asked the Spirit Pagoda Master. Fanfiction, "I've brought enough." The Spirit Master said, "What level of soul do you want to buy, kid?" Fanfiction, "Master Spirit Master, I want to buy randomly drawn souls." The enthusiasm on the Spirit Master's face suddenly melted a lot, and he frowned and said, "Random souls may be drawn for 10 years or 100 years. But the type is uncertain, and it is very likely that the soul drawn is not suitable for your martial soul. Some people choose this method to try their luck and save money. But I don't recommend it. It will be more helpful for you to directly choose a 10-year white soul that suits you. It is possible to draw a 100-year soul by randomly drawing a soul, but it is also possible you will get defective products. Child, you are still too young, you should go home and discuss with adults before making a decision." Fanfiction shook his head, "I don't have a father, and my mother has some mental problems for some reasons. My family needs to leave some money to take care of her. 30,000 federal coins are already the current limit of my family. I can only try my luck, maybe God will bless me and give me a good soul." What a sensible child! The Spirit Master listened to Fanfiction's words, and his expression softened. Chapter 11 Soul Parasite. The Spirit Master nodded and said, "You are really sensible, much better than my brat. Originally, the mental power test before choosing a soul had to be paid, but I made the decision. And the cost of the mental power test will be waived for you." Fanfiction was stunned and hurriedly said, thank you so much." The Spirit Master smiled and touched his head, "Come with me." He took Fanfiction to a room. The room was not as quaint as the outside, but full of modern colors. Many instruments were placed here. The spiritual master gestured to Fanfiction to sit on a metal chair and asked casually, "Do you know why we need to test mental power?" Although Fanfiction understood, he still chose to shake his head. Next, the spiritual master told Fanfiction the importance of mental power and the level division. Mental power is divided into 6 levels from low to high: Ling Yuan Realm, Ling Tong Realm, Ling Hai Realm, Ling Yuan Realm, Ling Yu Realm, and the legendary Shen Yuan Realm. A metal helmet-like thing fell from above, connected by a metal arm, covering Fanfiction's head. Don't be nervous, relax your whole body, you may feel a little dizzy later, that's normal, just relax. The spiritual master reminded. Okay. A slight buzzing sound was heard, and a soft white light began to shine outside the helmet. At the same time, Fanfiction also felt some slight stimulation entering his brain. He began to gather his own mental power, and the spiritual master looked at a soul guide screen next to him. Data began to jump on the screen. The value jumped very quickly at the beginning, and after a while, the data gradually stabilized. The spiritual master's face also showed a bit of surprise. After a while, the data paused and no longer continued to rise, but fluctuated within a range. The instrument was turned off and the helmet rose. Okay. Very good data. The spiritual master smiled and nodded to him. You are the best soul master with the best mental power I have tested in recent years. Your mental power value is 72. Remember this data, I will issue a test report to you, and you can hand it in directly when you go to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Looking at Fanfiction's calm eyes, the spiritual master kindly said, the mental power of the Ling Yuan realm has a value range of 1 to 100. Below 30 is the initial stage of the spiritual Yuan realm, 30 to 60 is the middle stage, 60 to 90 is the high stage, and 90 to 100 is the peak of the spiritual Yuan realm. You are so young, but your spiritual power has already entered the high stage of the spiritual Yuan realm. Among all the soul masters I have tested, no one has a higher spiritual power than you. I am already a level 28 Great Soul Master, and my spiritual power value is only 87. Reaching the high stage of the spiritual Yuan realm, you will have no problem fusing a 100-year-old yellow soul. The next step depends on your luck. After coming out of the room where the spiritual power is tested, he took Fanfiction directly to an adjacent room. This room is much larger. There is a huge instrument in the room that is 3 meters high and 6 meters wide. It can be seen that inside this instrument, there are many spherical objects with a diameter of about 1 foot, which emit a faint light. Each one is exactly the same. The spiritual master pointed to the 2 buttons in front of the instrument and said, the green button starts, and the red button stops. After stopping, the soul ball where the soul you randomly draw is located will roll out. You can start when you are ready. The quality of the soul will largely determine the strength of the soul master. A strong soul, after fusion, can even help the soul master improve the soul power level. But at the same time, if the soul is too weak, the soul skills it brings to the soul master will also be very weak. A soul master can only have 9 soul skills at most in his life, and it is too rare to reach the 9th ring. Therefore, for low-level soul masters, every soul skill is extremely important. Even Fanfiction is a little nervous now. After all, a good soul, the soul can also save him a lot of detours. Fanfiction pressed the green button. Suddenly, a series of lights lit up in the machine, illuminating the soul balls with a faint halo. There were at least hundreds of soul balls in the machine, and they began to slowly circle along the track. The surface of the soul ball completely isolated the soul inside. You can't see anything with your eyes. Everything can only be left to fate. Fanfiction closed his eyes and silently said in his heart, the soul here is the most suitable for me. After silently saying it 7 times, a touch of inspiration emerged in his mind, that is now. His right hand finally pressed down heavily. Bang, the rotation stopped, and a white soul ball fell from the exit of the machine and rolled into the metal box next to Fanfiction. The spiritualist came over, took out the soul ball and handed it to him. Let's go out and see. When they arrived at the hall, the spiritualist brought an oval instrument and handed it to Fanfiction. Press this button to shine the light of the instrument on the soul ball, your soul will break out of the shell. The right to release the soul belongs to you. Press the button, and a soft yellow light falls, shining on the soul ball. The soul ball itself also emits a faint light, and the originally sealed sphere gradually becomes transparent, and the existence inside can be vaguely seen. At this moment, the light emitted from the soul ball turned white, and a circle of brighter light flashed in the center of the soul ball, and the entire soul ball slowly opened from the center. Seeing the white light appear, the spiritual master said beside him, 10 years of soul. Nanfuxian didn't say a word, just looked at this 10-year soul, which was more suitable for him than the 100-year soul in his spiritual perception. The white light began to converge, the whole soul ball was fully opened, and the soul inside finally appeared in front of him. When he saw it for the first time, the face of the spiritual master changed slightly. In the white soul ball, a little guy was quietly crawling. It looked too small, only about 2 or 3 centimeters long, and it was not as slender as a child's finger. The whole body was milky white. Most people would know this tiny creature because it was very common, a parasite. The spiritual master was also a little dazed when he looked at this little bug. He sighed softly and said bitterly, "It rains when it rains. Kid, your luck is really..." He really knew the origin of this soul in front of him. Artificial souls also rely on soul beast genes. As soul beasts gradually extinction, soul beast genes are also constantly lost. So the researchers of the Spirit Pagoda have made many attempts. One of the attempts is to extract the genes of animals other than soul beasts and try to make souls. See what effect the souls produced can achieve. The experiment was successful, but it turned out that the souls made by animal genes are so weak and pitiful that no one would buy them. There is no doubt that this bug is the defective product he mentioned before, and it is not an ordinary defective product. It does not even have any soul beast genes. This soul is originally an accidental product. Among all the souls that can be extracted, it ranks last. Child, you should give up this soul. It is a soul that is close to failure. Frankly speaking, if you hadn't extracted this soul, it would probably dissipate in the next few days based on the state of this soul. Although it appeared in the form of a soul, parasites, alas. Out of compassion, the spiritual master couldn't help but remind the child in front of him. Thank you, Master Spiritual Master, but I think this is fate. The spiritual master looked at the calm child in front of him with complicated eyes. He must be very sad in his heart, but he didn't want to show it. What a strong child! Chapter 12 The Role of the Parasite. The soft soul power in the body started to work under the mobilization of the mind, and the insect with a faint white halo slowly emerged from the palm. Instinctively, the parasite immediately felt the existence of the insect martial spirit, climbed along Nanfuxian's fingers, and soon crawled in front of the insect martial spirit. Suddenly, a change occurred. The insect martial spirit turned into a white light and directly merged into the body of the parasite soul. A weak thought was transmitted into Nanfuxian's mind. It was a feeling of intimacy and fear, but full of dependence. But then this thought disappeared directly, and was replaced by another thought, which was Nanfuxian's thoughts. Nanfuxian only felt that when his martial soul merged into the parasite soul, his consciousness emerged in its body, and he could control the actions of the parasite soul at will, and even directly replace it. In fact, Nanfuxian did replace it. The parasite soul's mental power was too weak, and it was impossible for Nanfuxian to resist at all, so it was easy for Nanfuxian to replace it. At the same time, when replacing the parasite soul, Nanfuxian felt that his mental power had increased slightly. XXXX. Nanfuxian's spiritual power far exceeds that of his peers due to his advancement to Sequence 5 and his 2 lives as a human. It is about the spiritual realm. Nanfuxian is not sure of the exact number, but it is definitely more than 200. This is also the reason why Nanfuxian had to hide his spiritual power when he was in the spiritual tower. Otherwise, a 9-year-old civilian child with a weak insect spirit but a spiritual realm spiritual power would be regarded as a transformed soul beast, or there would be some big secret. The soul's thoughts were replaced, and fusion became even easier. Nanfusion's own soul power fluctuations also began to become violent, and the bottleneck that had just been reached quietly opened a crack, and the soul power rushing out, breaking through the barriers while the martial soul evolves. Nanfusion only felt his whole body lighten, and the soul power condensed in his dantian instantly turned into countless threads and drilled through every corner of his body. Every cell in his body seemed to be awakened in an instant. Full of energy. A feeling of lightness and comfort. With the fusion of souls, Nanfusion's soul power broke through to level 13, and he also began to gradually understand his soul skills. Insect Martial Soul. First soul skill, Parasitism. Parasitism can separate insect clones, parasitize on others, absorb others' soul power and vitality, etc., and can also affect others' emotions, erode others' martial souls and spirits, and then control them. People. This ability is divided into shallow parasitism and deep parasitism. For shallow parasitism, Nanfusion can separate 9 worms, but for deep parasitism, he can only separate 3. Nanfusion has a hunch that it will be difficult to improve this ability before he is promoted to Sequence 4. It's really more and more like an evil soul master, but this soul skill is really suitable for me. Nanfusion sensed the information of this soul skill and a smile appeared on his face. An ordinary parasitic soul, of course. It is impossible to provide him with such a powerful soul skill. It is through his own insect martial soul and source castle and other factors that this soul skill is derived. My own insect martial soul? No, it should be called time worm, although it doesn't look like it, but the ability is similar. Sure enough, I didn't have a martial soul like a bug for no reason. If you think about it carefully, the mythical creature form of the Go-san family is the appearance of a bug. Next, it's time to deal with my only flaw and burden. Zhang He. An ordinary gangster, because he has a brother who works in the ALA City Guard, he is often domineering. Because of his brother, and because he got a soul-guided gun from nowhere, the people of ALA City can only tolerate his behavior. Although Zhang He is a little domineering, he can grasp one point and repeatedly rub the bottom line of illegal crimes. In addition, his brother helps him to clean up his ass, so his life is quite interesting. And today, Zhang He was walking on the street, thinking about collecting protection fees there, but he walked to the civilian area of ALA City by some strange coincidence, and walked directly into one of the houses. When Zhang He walked into the house, a woman appeared in front of him. What kind of woman was she? Long black hair, tall figure, a grey shirt that perfectly supported the S-curve, plump breasts supporting the clothes, voluptuous legs covered with a pair of black silk, just right, and a charming smile on her beautiful face. The moment he saw this woman, Zhang He felt his blood boiling, and his past rationality was overwhelmed by the boiling animality. He wanted to get this woman. During this process, it seemed that someone had stopped him, but he didn't care about anything and just wanted to vent his inner impulse. When Zhang He woke up, he had fallen in a pool of blood. He began to try to recall what he had done before. But the pain in his chest made him unable to think. He lowered his head and saw that he was naked and his chest was bleeding. That was the performance of his heart being pierced. Zhang He opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say anything. He could only hear someone reporting to the guards and his own lost vitality. Soon this case became known to the whole city. This was the first time in so many years that such a vicious incident had occurred in ALA City. The federal congressman in charge of ALA City ordered a thorough investigation of the matter. Soon, the whole picture of the matter was sorted out. Zhang He went to the civilian area of ALA City to rape a woman. In order to protect his mother. The son of the woman was injured by Zhang He with a soul guide gun. After seeing this, the residents passing by wanted to stop Zhang He's violence, but he ignored him. At this time, the child took the opportunity to touch the soul guide gun and successfully killed Zhang Erhe, but the child's mother could not bear this humiliation and committed suicide with the soul guide gun, leaving only the child and 2 witnesses. Ala City First Central Hospital. Child, how do you feel now? A 3-ring healing soul master retracted his soul skills and slowly asked the little boy in front of him. I'm fine, thank you sister, but I want to be quiet now. Okay, you have a good rest. Looking at the little boy in front of him with pity, the healing soul master slowly walked out. The little boy, Nanfuxian, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this scene is over. At the same time, the approximate ability of the martial soul has been measured. Yes, the incident that was known to the whole city of Ala City was exactly what Nanfuxian used to test his martial soul ability and get rid of the burden. Chapter 13. Leaving Ala City for Nanfuxian, Lan Yuxi could provide him with a protective umbrella in his early days. For example, with Lan Yuxi's existence, he would not have to worry about being sent to an orphanage. In some special times, he could also play a double act through Lan Yuxi, but when he was about to leave Ala City, Lan Yuxi was an obstacle. Because the personality he created for himself was a filial son. His mother was sick, but the son never left her. This was such a touching thing. But if he wanted to go to school in another city, Lan Yuxi would be an obstacle, because Lan Yuxi, as a secret doll, had died a long time ago. If he left her in Ala City, it would be easy to get into trouble, but if he took her away, it would be too energy-consuming. So, he acted out this scene. The reason why Zhang Erhe did this was because he used his first soul skill, parasitism. It affected his consciousness. At the same time, the 2 passers-by were also parasitized by him to testify. He also understood the power of the soul skill parasitism, but this soul skill also has certain shortcomings, that is, when the target is too far away from the main body, the influence he can have will gradually decrease. Unless he performs deep parasitism, but Nanfuxian has a hunch that deep parasitism is not the current he can use it. And the result now is that Lan Yuxi is dead, and Zhang Erhe is also dead. The rest can only be washed away by time. Donghai City. The second largest city on the East China Sea coast of the Sun Moon Federation. An important port, marine transportation and marine resource development city. The city has a permanent population of more than 3 million, and is very wealthy by virtue of the use of marine resources. Even in the entire Sun Moon Federation, it can be regarded as a second-tier city. Donghai City has a long history, and the city's appearance still maintains a simple style. In the past few hundred years, the Sun Moon Federation has paid special attention to the protection of some ancient buildings. Therefore, in this ancient city, many buildings that are thousands of years old can be seen. At the Donghai City Soul Guide train station, a dark blue Soul Guide train slowly entered the station and slowed down. On the East China Sea side, almost all Soul Guide trains are dominated by blue tones. The train stopped steadily and the door opened. People got off the train one after another, and many people brought a lot of gifts. For a time, the station suddenly became lively. The bustling flow of people walked towards the exit. Nanfuxian followed the crowd and walked out into the big city. He came to school and reported to Donghai College in Donghai City. After solving Lan Yuxi's problem, Nanfuxian left the hospital directly despite the doctor's advice, and went to Hongshan College to tell Lin Ziman that he was already a soul master, and successfully obtained a letter of recommendation from Donghai College. At the same time, Nanfuxian also. After walking out of the Soul Guide station, Nanfuxian walked quickly in one direction. There was a guardhouse in that direction, with the words Administrative Law Enforcement written on it. There were 2 uniformed law enforcement officers in the guardhouse. Nanfuxian walked up and said, "Hello, law enforcement uncle, where is the shuttle bus for Donghai College?" As a famous college in Donghai City, Donghai College will have a shuttle bus to pick up people at the station when the school starts every year. As long as he finds the shuttle bus, he can get to the college smoothly. A law enforcement officer pointed to a place not far away, over there. Little boy, where are your parents? Nanfusion shook his head. Uncle, thank you. After saying that, he turned and ran in the direction pointed by the law enforcement officer. Sure enough, after passing through the crowd, a sign with blue characters on a white background stood there, with 4 big characters written on it, Donghai College. There were tables and chairs under the sign, and behind the tables and chairs sat several young men and women who looked to be 17 or 18 years old, wearing blue sportswear. The black-haired girl had a pair of phoenix eyes, a moderate figure, a sweet face, and was very friendly. Hello, sister, my name is Nanfusion, and I'm here to report. Nanfusion said politely. I'm Lu Yuxin, a freshman in the senior college of Donghai College, responsible for the reception of new students this time. I'm your senior. Come, fill out a form first, and then show your recommendation letter from the junior college. Lu Yuxin handed a form to Nanfusion. Lu Yuxin watched Nanfusion fill out the form and couldn't help but read it out. Nanfusion, 9 years old, graduated from Hongshan Junior College in Ala City. Level 12 Animal Spirit Master, Martial Spirit, Time Bug? Hey, Junior, I've never heard of your martial spirit. Well, Senior, for some reasons, my martial spirit mutated when it merged with the soul. Nanfusion nodded. The martial spirit mutation was a foreshadowing for his soul power to rise rapidly in the future. After all, if you want to be around Tang Wulin, you really can't do without some talent. Really? Then it seems to be a benign mutation. What a lucky junior. Lu Yuxin has a beautiful appearance and elegant temperament. She wears a fitted blue sportswear, her medium-length hair is combed into a simple ponytail, her skin is fair, and her neck is slender. In addition, her expression is sincere when she said this, as if she was really happy for Nanfusion, which makes it easy for people to have a good impression of her. Even Nanfusion almost couldn't help but use parasitism on the senior sister in front of him, but he soon calmed down. Thank you. Senior sister. Lu Yuxin looked at Nanfusion's college recommendation letter, stamped it with a seal and returned it to him, and then handed him a small metal plate. Hang this metal plate around your neck. It is your certificate for entering and leaving the college before enrollment. When you arrive at the college, you must report and collect supplies. Get on the Soul Guide bus behind. When there are more people, we will send you to the college. Nanfusion thanked again, carrying his luggage on his back, and strode towards the bus. The bus of Donghai College is very spacious, enough to accommodate 50 people. At this time, there are already some people on the bus, including his peers and adults. It is obvious that parents are accompanying their children to report to the college. Sitting by the window, looking at the strange city outside the car, this will be his starting point. How far he can go depends on whether he can seize the opportunity next. Nanfusion sat in the car for a long time. The bus finally started. The scenery outside the window changed. The streets were lined with shops and vehicles were passing by. The city seemed to be full of the smell of steel and the atmosphere of urgency. Everyone on the street seemed very busy, at least many times busier than Ala City. Tall buildings slid past the window. After driving for more than 20 minutes, the car stopped next to a high wall. We have arrived at the college. Please get off the bus. A familiar voice came from the front. Nanfusion then saw that Senior Lu Yuxin was sitting in the front seat. She stood up and greeted the students and their parents who came to register. Nanfusion got his bag and got off the bus. His movements were smooth. Then he followed Lu Yuxin's instructions. Chapter 14 Enrollment and Roommates. The high wall belongs to Donghai College. Not far ahead is the entrance to the college. The tall gatehouse built with huge stones shows its momentum. Donghai College is a large college with both intermediate and advanced college qualifications. Therefore, it is also divided into Intermediate College Department and Advanced College Department. Lu Yuxin is a student in the Advanced College Department. Don't think that Intermediate and Advanced are just one step apart. In fact, the difference is very different. Intermediate colleges are compulsory education and do not charge tuition. Donghai College is a sole master college. The intermediate college occupies 2/3 of the area, but its essence lies in the advanced college, which occupies 1/3 of the area. As long as you are a sole master and have a letter of recommendation from the junior college in Donghai City and the surrounding towns, you can come here to enter the intermediate college to receive sole master education. The intermediate college has a 6-year curriculum. When you graduate from the 6th grade, no more than 1 in 10 can actually be admitted to the advanced sole master college. Advanced college is no longer compulsory education, but you have to pass a series of rigorous exams to be admitted. Only those who can be admitted to the advanced college are the real elites. If the junior college teaches the basic knowledge of martial souls and soul masters, then the intermediate college teaches how to use this knowledge, how to exert your martial soul, and position yourself for the future. Going to the advanced college is the real advanced study. Walking into the college, there are green trees and shades. As soon as you enter the college, there is a wide horizontal road extending to both sides, and the road in front is paved with blue stone slabs, which looks a bit quaint. With Lu Yuxin's introduction, Nan Fuxian quickly got a simple understanding of the college. The main teaching building of the intermediate college is located on the east side of the entire college. It is a 12-story building. The higher the grade, the higher the floor. Nan Fuxian will become a first-year student after admission, and will only be assigned to classrooms on the first or second floor. That's the Academic Affairs Office. Go report. Your middle school dormitory building is behind the teaching building. After Lu Yuxin introduced them, she took them to the Academic Affairs Office and left directly. Nan Fuxian chose to wait for a while, and only walked into the Academic Affairs Office after others had finished their processing. With the medal plate given by Lu Yuxin and the recommendation letter from Hongshan College, he successfully completed the admission procedures. 2 free school uniforms, a dormitory key, and study materials will be issued when the formal classes start. He was assigned to Class 5 of the 1st grade. From this moment on, he is a freshman in the middle school department of Donghai College. Nan Fuxian carried his luggage, walked around the teaching building, and came to the dormitory building behind. The dormitory building is about the same height as the teaching building and also has 12 floors. His dormitory is on the 2nd floor. Dormitory number 205. The corridor was noisy. These days were the registration time. There were not only students but also parents who came to send their children. Everything seemed a bit chaotic. Nan Fuxian finally found his dormitory. The door was open and there were already people inside. There were 2 bunk beds in the dormitory, which could accommodate 4 people. 2 rectangular tables, 4 chairs, and 2 cabinets. Ceiling lights. That was all there was in the dormitory. What surprised him was that his 3 roommates were all in the dormitory. When they saw Nan Fuxian coming in, one of the sturdy students walked up to him and said, "It seems that you are our roommate. Everyone is cleaning the dormitory. Can you help?" "Yes." Nan Fuxian nodded and joined in the cleaning of the dormitory. The dormitory was not too dirty to begin with. With the joint efforts of Nan Fuxian and the other 4, it was cleaned in a short while. Then, let me introduce myself first. My name is Wang Ba, my martial soul is the War Tiger, and I am a level 11 combat soul master. Yun Feng, my martial soul is the Dagger, and I am a level 11 combat soul master. Zhao Xiao, my martial soul is the Goat, and I am a level 11 combat soul master. Nan Fuxian, my martial soul is the Time Bug, and I am a level 13 combat soul master. As the 4 people introduced themselves to each other, Nan Fuxian also knew the soul power levels of the 3 people. Wang Ba was the sturdy boy who invited Nan Fuxian to clean up at the beginning, Yunfeng was thin, and Zhao Xiao was ordinary. It was Nan Fuxian's self-introduction that surprised them. Fuxian, I didn't expect that there was a level 13 in the Mei Mujing class. It seems that you are the head of this dormitory. Haha, Wang Bie, stop joking. We are all classmates. There is no such thing as a head of the dormitory. Let's get along well in the future. Nan Fuxian heard Wang Ba's teasing and laughed in response. After the joke, the relationship between the four people became closer. This also made Nan Fuxian feel relieved. After all, he didn't want to inherit the tradition of fighting with roommates at the beginning of the school year. Nan Fuxian chose a lower bunk and started to pack his things. After finishing, he went directly to the cafeteria to eat, and then returned to the dormitory to practice. Wang Bie and the other three people on the side secretly after seeing Nan Fuxian's work and rest. No wonder his soul power is higher than ours. It turns out that he works so hard. Perhaps influenced by Nan Fuxian, the other three also began to restrain their desire to go out and play and their lazy mentality. They also stepped onto the bed like Nan Fuxian and started to practice. However, what they didn't realize was that when they started practicing, an illusory worm was floating on their martial souls, slowly absorbing their soul power. This is Nan Fuxian's first soul skill, parasitism. You can absorb the soul power of others to speed up your practice. Nan Fuxian used shallow parasitism, and at the same time affected their senses through the worm of time, so that Wang Bie and the other two could not detect any abnormality at all. Even if there are outsiders watching now, they can't see anything, they will only think that they are practicing hard, but Nan Fuxian didn't absorb too much soul power. It's just that the soul power absorbed is equivalent to half of their practice speed. At the same time, the soul power absorbed will also be filtered by the parasite soul before it can be absorbed by Nan Fuxian. The reason why Wang Bie and the others want to practice hard is naturally because Nan Fuxian secretly uses parasitism. The parasite soul has a small breath, and because its consciousness has been replaced by Nan Fuxian, when launching the soul skill, Nan Fuxian can cover its breath to the lowest. I'm doing this for their own good. They've already reached the intermediate college, so how can they not practice hard? Nan Fuxian said that he was thinking about their future, and the absorbed soul power was just a reward. In this way, Nan Fuxian took Wang Bie and the other two to have dinner, practice after dinner, and then take a nap. After all, they couldn't be squeezed too hard. Although meditation can replace sleep to a certain extent, Wang Bie and the other two couldn't do that kind of meditation all the time. After waking up, they had breakfast and continued to practice until Nan Fuxian heard a loud noise and a shout. Why are you city people so bad? Chapter 15 Class 5. Nan Fuxian didn't stop practicing. He didn't plan to find Tang Wulin. Anyway, everyone was in the same class, so let Tang Wulin communicate with his roommates. In the middle of practice. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight came in through the window, Nan Fuxian opened his eyes. After nearly a day and a night of meditation, he was full of energy, and with the addition of 3 power banks, his soul power seemed to have improved a little. After entering the 10th level, the speed of soul power improvement was obviously faster, but the soul power required for advancement was undoubtedly more. This requires accumulation over time. After washing up with 3 power banks, Nan Fuxian went straight to the college cafeteria. On the way to the cafeteria, he also heard the students passing by discussing, "Have you heard? There is a super big stomach king in the school, or some legendary rice bucket." The cafeteria of the intermediate department is in a small building next to the main teaching building. The small building has 3 floors. The 6 grades of the intermediate department eat separately. The first and second grades are on the first floor. There are only tables in the cafeteria, no chairs. This is the rule of Donghai College. You have to stand when eating to enhance the sense of urgency of the students. This also made Nan Fuxian couldn't help but complain, what kind of Shrek rule is this? Nan Fuxian didn't come too early. There were already many students eating in the cafeteria. There were 3 windows in the cafeteria, marked with the words A, B, and C respectively. Meal A is fully paid, of course, the ingredients of Meal A are also the best, Meal B is partially paid, and Meal C is completely free. He took Wang Ba and the other 2 to the window of Meal B. The breakfast was rich, with milk, eggs, sausages, bread, and vegetables. Nanfuxian took the 3 of them and took some of them. After paying, they found a corner and started eating. Some of the ingredients of Meal B came from captive soul beasts. Although the nutritional value was not as high as that of Meal A, it was higher than that of Meal C, which was made of ordinary ingredients. Nanfuxian was not short of money now. Before leaving Ala City, he talked to the law enforcement officers of Ala City about selling his house. Although he was rejected by the law enforcement officers with the excuse of "you are still young," he finally persuaded the law enforcement officers to sell the house in Ala City. With more than 1.2 million federal coins, plus the government subsidy of 1,000 federal coins per month for soul masters, it was more than enough to eat Meal B. Forget Meal A, just eat it once or twice occasionally. After breakfast, Nanfuxian sat in the cafeteria and waited for the opening ceremony. At noon, the opening ceremony. The ceremony was held in the huge square of Donghai College. Only at this time every year would all the members of the senior and intermediate departments gather together. Hello, students! Today is the annual opening ceremony. Next, we would like to invite Dean Yu to speak. The Dean of Donghai College is an old man who looks to be in his 60s. He is of medium build and looks inconspicuous. He has grey hair and glasses, and looks like a bookish person. Hello, students! At this time of year, I always feel a little emotional. Because a group of students from the intermediate and senior departments graduated and left the college. But at the same time, some students were promoted from the intermediate department to the senior department, and there were also new students joining. In my opinion, the college is like a hematopoietic institution of the Federation, constantly supplying qualified talents to the Federation. In the future, I hope that the college will be more qualified and qualified. Nanfuxian stood in the team of freshmen and listened patiently to the long speech of the dean above. The dean was very eloquent and did not have a script. He spoke with great emotion and it took him a full quarter of an hour to finish. After the dean's speech, the most important thing in the opening ceremony was the class division. Let's divide the classes. As we all know, in our Donghai College, the smaller the class number, the better the students. But it is not absolute. We hope that the classes with lower rankings can also catch up through hard work. This year, there are a total of 108 freshmen, divided into 5 classes. I will read the names of those who step out of the line and enter Class 1. Tang Wulan, Zhou Changzi, Xie Xiat, Yun Xiao, Nanfuxian. When he was assigned to Class 5, Nanfuxian's name was called out, which did not surprise him much. After all, although he claimed that his martial soul had mutated, he just changed his name. So far, he has not had any outstanding performance. It is normal to be assigned to Class 5. Not only Nanfuxian was assigned to Class 5, but also Wang Ba and his 3 roommates were assigned to Class 5. After all, their soul power was only level 11, and their martial souls were not very strong. When Tang Wulan heard Nanfuxian's name, his face was full of surprise and joy. There are only 20 people in Class 5, the least among the 5 classes. Most of the students assigned to Class 5 are listless and have no energy. Class teachers of each class will take your students back to class and familiarize themselves with the academy. 5 teachers came out, and one of them walked towards Class 5. The teacher looked about 27 or 28 years old, more than 1.9 meters tall, with a pair of long legs and white pants. He looked a little thin, but his eyes were bright, his nose was high, his lips were thin and moderate, and he gave people an unusually upright feeling. His long hair was scattered behind his head, and when the wind blew, it could be vaguely seen that his lake blue hair was actually as long as his waist. His eyes were dark green, matching his long blue hair, with a bit of strange temperament. He had no expression on his face and cold eyes. When the students of Class 5 saw him, they couldn't help but be stunned. Until a female student from Class 5 whispered, "The teacher is so handsome. Follow me." The young teacher's simple 3 words made all the students feel cold, a chill from the heart. This feeling. Wu Chongkong, worthy of being a soul emperor from Shrek Academy, I wonder if I can deeply parasitize him now. Nanfuxian thought to himself, but after thinking about it, he gave up this suicidal idea and decided to find other people to experiment first. Class 5's classroom is on the first floor, and it is on the innermost side, with the longest distance to go. There are 30 sets of tables and chairs in the classroom, and the podium is at the front. "Take your seat," the young teacher said coldly. Every time he spoke, he would feel the same, so cold. Nanfuxian casually found a seat at the back, and Wang Ba and the other 2 subconsciously chose the seat next to Nanfuxian after seeing Nanfuxian's choice. Unconsciously, Wang Ba and the other 2 began to take Nanfuxian as the leader, which was also one of the effects of the time worm. Although Nanfuxian only used shallow parasitism on them, they still subconsciously obeyed Nanfuxian. I'm afraid the 3 of them haven't realized this yet. Chapter 16 Self-Introduction. My name is Wu Chongkong. The young teacher said lightly, "You will all be my students for the next 6 years. The first thing I want to emphasize is that you should pretend that you didn't hear what Director Long Hengxiu said just now. Even if you are a bunch of trash, I will let you be the strongest among your peers. Unless you drop out of school, this is your goal for the next 6 years." Speaking arrogantly in a calm tone, he instantly attracted the attention of all the students in the class. "Start introducing yourself now. Your name, martial soul, soul power level, and what kind of soul master you want to be, all need to be said. Start." Simple and direct, without any stage play. "Hello everyone, my name is Yun Xiao, martial soul star plate, soul power level 12. The goal is to be able to become a wisdom auxiliary combat soul master." Soon the students sitting in the first row began to introduce themselves, but their voices were slightly trembling. Tang Woolen, martial soul blue silver grass, level 11. The goal is. At this point, Tang Woolen paused, "I don't have a goal yet." Someone below muttered, "Waste martial soul, of course there is no goal." Swoosh! A piece of chalk flew out accurately like a guided missile and just fell into the mouth of the student. Ugh! The chalk tip had a spiral force that went straight into his throat, causing the student to retch immediately. Wu Chongkong said coldly, "In this world, there are no useless spirits, only useless people. When you say others are useless, think about your own character first. If you are not useless, why would you be assigned to Class 5? Wu Changkong's coldness and strength immediately made the whole class of students silent. Continue. Xie, Spirit Light Dragon Dagger, Spirit Level 18, Agility Attack System Combat Spirit Master. When the words Level 18 came out, the whole class of students exclaimed. Level 18 at the age of 9, this is a real genius. And it's a Combat Spirit Master. If you improve 2 more levels, you can enter the level of a Great Spirit Master. Anyone who can become a Great Spirit Master before the age of 12 can be called a genius. Nanfuxian, Spirit is the Worm of Time, Spirit Level 13. And the goal is to be a Control System Combat Spirit Master. Soon it was Nanfuxian's turn to introduce himself, but because of Xie's introduction, his soul power did not cause much surprise. Except for Xie and Nanfuxian, Yun Xiao's 12th level was considered high, and most of the other students were at the 11th level, which was just enough for admission. Their martial souls were all strange and there were almost no strong martial souls. Of course, Tang Woolen's blue-silver grass was still the worst. This seemed to have Beko Meth Law. Starting tomorrow, formal classes will begin. My teaching method will be a little different from other teachers. If you are afraid of hardship, tiredness, or pain, transfer to another school or find a way to change classes as soon as possible. Those who stay, be mentally prepared. Get out of class dismissed. Wu Chongkong walked away with a pair of long legs and a straight figure, and the class instantly exploded. Most of them were talking about this cold and handsome teacher. At the same time, Nan Fuxian also noticed that Tang Wulin and Xie walked out of the classroom one after another, probably to have their battle in the small park. Nan Fuxian had no intention of interfering, but just walked out of the classroom directly and prepared to go back to the dormitory to practice. After all, Wu Chongkong also said that the formal class would not start until tomorrow. The next morning. My soul power has reached level 14. It's really different with a power bank. Should I find a few more? With my current ability, I can only find 6 more for shallow parasitism. Nan Fuxian finished his training and sighed at the power of parasitism. The only pity is that he can only maintain 9 at the same time. If he wants to parasitize deeply, then for every 1 deep parasitism, the shallow parasitism will be reduced by 3. Therefore, Nan Fuxian must carefully consider the object of deep parasitism. The shallow parasitic object can be separated at any time, but deep parasitism is not so easy. After washing up, Nan Fuxian took his 3 roommates to the cafeteria, and heard it as soon as he entered. You have insulted my body, and I will never let you insult my personality again. I promised, and I will definitely do it. Young people nowadays are so happy. Nan Fuxian turned his head and glanced. Oh, it turned out to be Tang Wulin and Xie. Hey, Wulin, long time no see. Yet, long time no see, Fuxian. Tang Wulin saw Nan Fuxian coming over and replied directly. In fact, when he was in class 5 yesterday, he wanted to go to Nan Fuxian to say hello. After all, Nan Fuxian was his only acquaintance in this strange city. Unfortunately, after class yesterday, Xie insisted on dragging him to fight. Afterwards, the two were unconscious for the whole afternoon. It was almost evening when they returned to the college. Hello, classmate. My name is Nan Fuxian. I am Wulin's fellow countryman. Nan Fuxian said. Xie. Xie replied coldly, and then ignored Nan Fuxian. His main feature was a cool and aloof style, but his face was a bit ugly. After all, Tang Wulin had eaten nearly 20 A-class meals, and he was the one who paid. Nan Fuxian didn't pay attention to Xie's attitude. Instead, he chatted with Tang Wulin for a while and asked about his recent situation. When asked about this, Tang Wulin complained bitterly, saying that he had a fight with his roommate after entering the academy and was fined. As they chatted, they talked about Naer's departure, which made Tang Wulin even sadder. Then he ate faster and turned his grief and anger into appetite. Wu Chongkong wore a pair of grey, black, and white plaid pants and a white shirt today. It looked very simple. But it set off his slender figure perfectly. He just stood there, and the cold aura he exuded made all the students in class 5 silent. Starting today, the class will be formal. I will personally teach most of your courses. Everyone stand up. Wu Chongkong said coolly. All the students stood up quickly. Follow me. Wu Chongkong put his hands in his pockets and walked out. The students followed behind him. They were all freshmen and had no concept of queuing. It looked a bit chaotic. However, in front of the powerful aura of the cold and arrogant male god, no one dared to make a loud noise. Wu Chongkong took them to the playground. 2 people in a row, stand up. Wu Chongkong said in a deep voice, the first lesson today is to show your strength. Later, we will directly conduct actual combat, and I will be the referee. Single elimination. Let me see your strength. A female student raised her hand timidly and said, Teacher Wu, I am a weapon soul master, Do I also need actual combat? Wu Chongkong said coldly, on the battlefield, if you tell your enemy that you are a weapon soul master, will he not kill you? The first group of preparations will start from your side. He pointed casually and pointed to Tang Woolen and an unknown classmate. Great, let's compete in strength. I don't believe that you are stronger than me. This classmate named Zhou Changzi is a roommate of Tang Woolen, and it seems that the two seem to have some grudges. Tang Woolen didn't say anything. Wu Chongkong directed the students to spread out and form a circle. At the beginning, there are no rules. You can use any means to defeat the opponent. Wu Chongkong said lightly, and his words were obviously directed at all the students. The result is obvious. In the competition of strength with Tang Woolen, Zhou Changzi was beaten directly to the point of doubting his life. Tang Woolen didn't even use his martial spirit. Why don't you use your martial spirit? Wu Chongkong looked at Tang Woolen. Tang Woolen said, he said he wanted to compete with me in strength. Wu Chongkong's eyes were cold. He asked you to eat shit, would you eat it? Treat every battle as if you were on the battlefield. Defeating the opponent is your only goal. Even a lion fighting a rabbit must go all out. Don't give the opponent a chance. Advance and wait for the next game. If you lose, you are eliminated, and if you win, you are scolded. The psychological pressure on the students suddenly increased. In the following competitions, except for the one in which Xie killed his opponent instantly, almost every game was scolded by Wu Chongkong. You, and you two fight. Until Nanfuxian and his roommate Zhao Xiao faced off. Chapter 17 Class Battle. Zhao Xiao glared and roared. A white soul ring appeared under his feet and immediately shone brightly. As his body rose upward, his body began to swell, especially his head, which had a pair of horns. This was his martial soul, goat. There was a little white goat on his shoulder, which was obviously his soul, the 10-year soul. The first soul skill, Fearless Charge. Zhao Xiao strode towards Nanfuxian, his feet landing on the ground, making a dong-dong sound. With his majestic body, his momentum was also aggressive. Nanfuxian summoned his martial soul, Time Worm slowly. A milky white halo appeared on Nanfuxian, and a circle of white soul rings appeared under his feet. The first soul skill, Modified Steel. Zhao Xiao, who was charging towards Nanfuxian, felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then he lost consciousness. He directly hit Nanfuxian's body and stopped directly, and then fell to the ground. Zhao Xiao's strange behavior caused the students around him to exclaim, and even Wu Chongkong looked a little surprised. Just like that, after 5 or 6 seconds, Nanfuxian walked directly in front of Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao didn't even stand up, so Wu Chongkong directly announced that Zhao Xiao was eliminated. When Wu Chongkong announced it, Zhao Xiao stood up in a daze. Seeing this, Nanfuxian directly pulled him. What a wonderful battle! This time I actually beat you by a narrow margin. Hearing Nanfuxian's words, Zhao Xiao had a face full of question marks. What the hell, have we already fought? What do you mean by a narrow victory over me? How come I don't know anything? Those who have finished the competition can go down. The second game starts. You, and you, go up. For Zhao Xiao, who was full of question marks, Wu Chongkong would not indulge him and started to drive him away directly, but he did not blame Zhao Xiao. After all, even he couldn't understand Nanfuxian's soul skills. But he wouldn't say it out loud. Anyway, there were still a few games to come, and he believed that he would be able to see it. In the second round, Nanfuxian's opponent fell to the ground inexplicably when he was about to attack after being possessed by his spirit. Tang Woolen and Xie also defeated their opponents. After this round, there were 5 people left. Nanfuxian, Hanlin, and the girls are so cute. In the third round, Nanfuxian's opponent was a fat girl who looked a little silly. Although Hanlin had only played 2 games, she left a deep impression on Nanfuxian, not because of her figure, but because of her spirit. Hanlan's spirit is the earth element, a very excellent spirit, with the spirit power of level 13. According to her ability, she should not be selected to class 5. And this girl always smiles at everyone, and her face is always friendly. Start! Accompanied by Wu Changkong's announcement, the third round of competition began. A white halo flickered under Han Lan's feet, and a soul like a lump of earth emerged from her shoulders. She did not pause at all, and made a lifting motion with both hands towards Nanfuxian. Suddenly, a yellowish-brown circular halo appeared under Nanfuxian's feet, and stone pillars rose up in an instant, turning into a solid stone prison to trap him. At the same time, Han Lan's body began to retreat rapidly. The two battles with Nanfuxian before also made Han Lan deeply impressed by Nanfuxian. No, it should be said that it made the whole class 5 people deeply impressed. After all, even if Xie had the highest soul power, the way he solved his opponent was still understandable to them. The unknown was terrifying, and the unknown was terrifying. The hand soul skill was halfway through, and then it fell to the ground. It was too weird. The top of the stone pillar was closed in an arc shape, which was completely a closed space blockade. This is how Han Lan won the previous 2 competitions. As the controller of the earth element, she chose the control route. Although her first soul skill is only 10 years old, it is very powerful and can directly restrict the opponent. But because it is 10 years old, the restrictions on her are not small. For example, after using this soul skill once, she cannot use it again for at least 20 seconds. If this were on the battlefield, she would probably only have this one chance to use it. Wu Changkong would start counting down after the students were trapped. If they could not escape from this stone prison within 10 seconds, they would lose. Han Lan's first match, this is how he won. The second match was even faster. The student tried to rush out of the stone prison at the beginning, but the stone prison was too fast. He stepped on the edge and was directly pushed high up. If Wu Changkong hadn't caught him in time, he would have fallen and couldn't take care of himself. 10. Wu Changkong began to count down expressionlessly. After the first match with Han Lan, he said that if you fight against a control-type soul master and are controlled for 10 seconds, it is no different from death, so he only gave 10 seconds. If you can't get out, Han Lan will lose. If you can't rush out, Han Lan will win. It's that simple and brutal. But Wu Changkong didn't even count to 7 before he saw Han Lan, who was still retreating, fall headfirst to the ground, and the stone prison that trapped Nanfuxian began to make dong, dong, dong sounds. Boom! With soul power attached to his fists, Nanfuxian punched the stone pillars in front of him to the ground one by one, and then walked out of the rubble. At this time, Han Lan was still falling on the street, and Wu Changkong directly announced that Han Lan was eliminated until Nanfuxian walked in front of her. It didn't look like a spiritual type of soul skill, but when he was trapped in the stone prison by Han Lan, there was a slight fluctuation of spiritual power. Was he locking the target? Wu Changkong thought secretly. Tang Wulin undoubtedly defeated his opponent again. And Xie was a bye. At this point in the competition only the last 3 people were left. All the students looked at Wu Changkong. There were only 3 people left. How should they fight? Wu Changkong hesitated for a moment and said, Tang Wulin, Nanfuxian, you two have a fight first. The winner will play against Xie. Xie's face suddenly showed a little pride, and he looked at Tang Wulin with some pride, as if to say, see, the teacher still values me the most. Tang Wulin didn't even look at him, and walked back to the center of the venue. Speaking of which, this is the first time we have fought against each other. Nanfuxian chuckled. That's right, so I hope you can go all out. Tang Wulin looked at Nanfuxian and said seriously. Start? With Wu Changkong's announcement, the only match of the 4th round began. Chapter 18 Winning. As soon as Wu Changkong finished speaking, Tang Wulin released the blue-silver grass at the first time, and at the same time, his legs quickly exerted force, and the whole person rushed towards Nan Fuxian at a rapid speed. Tang Wulin had carefully observed Nan Fuxian's 3 rounds of fighting. He found that Nan Fuxian's opponents in the first 2 rounds fainted directly during the process of releasing soul skills, but when fighting with Han Lan in the 3rd round, Nan Fuxian did not knock Han Lan unconscious immediately. The difference between the two was that Han Lan moved away from Nan Fuxian and trapped him immediately. Although Nan Fuxian won in the end, Tang Wulin still saw a flaw. Nan Fuxian's soul skills seemed to take a certain amount of time to release. Otherwise, why didn't he knock his opponent unconscious immediately, but gave his opponent a chance to release soul skills? Although it was just a guess, Tang Wulin could only gamble on whether his guess was right, so he chose to rush to Nan Fuxian immediately, and at the same time, he tried his best to let the blue-silver grass cover his figure and Nan Fuxian's sight, wanting to decide the winner as quickly as possible. What a pity! First soul skill, revised steel. Tang Wulin finally fell down. When he fell to the ground, Nan Fuxian also walked towards him slowly. He looked relaxed, but his body was tense. In this way, if he found something wrong, he could quickly retreat. After all, the opponent was the grandson of the plain, so he had to be careful of the opponent's sudden explosion. However, he did not get up until Nan Fuxian walked in front of Tang Wulin. Wu Changkong's eyes also flashed a strange color, nodded, and said, "Nan Fuxian wins." With his eyesight, he still couldn't see the details of Nan Fuxian's soul skills. He could only guess that it was aimed at the spirit, but it didn't look like the method of a spirit-based soul master. This also made him a little interested in Nan Fuxian. Wu Changkong said to Xie, "Xie, it's your turn." Xie jumped to the center of the field and looked at Nan Fuxian arrogantly. In fact, he wanted to fight with Tang Wulin more. After all, Tang Wulin beat him twice in a row, and each time he hit his face. But it's okay. The other party and Tang Wulin seem to be from the same hometown, and he beat Tang Wulin. Then he will get back the ground from the other party first. When Xie was brewing his feelings and preparing to deal with Nan Fuxian, suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the side. 4th round, 2nd game, Xie vs Wu Changkong. What? Xie exclaimed and turned his head to look at the cold and arrogant male god. Wu Changkong glanced at him coldly. "You were given a bye in the 3rd match before. Do you think that there will be such unfairness in my class? You can't fight Nan Fuxian again." Xie stared at him in amazement. "Teacher Wu, you are not kidding. You are a teacher." Wu Changkong had already walked to Nan Fuxian and waved to him. Nan Fuxian left the field on his own accord. Wu Changkong slapped his right hand on his waist and untied his belt directly. "Teacher, what are you going to do?" Xie took 2 steps back vigilantly, but he soon found that Wu Changkong's trousers fit very well, and there was no sign of them falling down even if he untied the belt. Wu Changkong shook his wrist, and the belt was stretched straight. He said lightly, "I won't release my martial spirit, you just need to take my sword." As he spoke, he took a step with his left foot, and the belt sword in his hand had already stabbed towards Xie. Xie's combat experience can be said to be the richest among all the students in the class. His martial spirit was released instantly, and his body retreated like lightning. What a joke! If you don't release your martial spirit, you won't be strong? With the support of soul power, there is no difference between the belt and the sword. Run first. Xie is very confident in his speed. While retreating, the light dragon dagger is in front of him. However, a shocking scene happened. He was retreating rapidly, but Wu Changkong's belt sword was always in front of him. It looked like a simple straight stab, but he tried his best and couldn't dodge it. Snap! Ouch! Just before it was about to stab Xie, the belt softened again and hit his shoulder, causing him to fly out. He rolled twice on the ground before getting up, covering his shoulder and grimacing. What was even more terrifying was that sweat instantly fell on Xie's forehead. In the moment before Wu Changkong hit him, he even felt as if his life was about to end. The strong pressure made him extremely nervous. After being blown away, he relaxed and became like this. Xie wiped his sweat and stood there with a thoughtful look on his face, thinking about the pressure brought by the sword just now. Wu Changkong's sword was not aimless. In the face of pressure, he seemed to have grasped something. Wu Changkong seemed to have only one sword, but his aura blocked all his retreat routes, and sticking to him made him have no chance to retreat. Opportunity to escape. In this case, if you want to rush out, what should you do? 1 minute is up, get ready. Xie raised his head again and looked at Nanfuxian standing beside him. Nanfuxian was also looking at him. Xie had also seen Nanfuxian's previous battle, but like Tang Wulin, he believed that Nanfuxian's soul skills needed time to be released, and he thought that with his speed, he could definitely take him down before Nanfuxian released his soul skills. However, after being beaten by Wu Changkong, Xie restrained his pride and prepared to go all out. Begin. With Wu Changkong's order, the final showdown of the first grade class 5 kicked off. Xie released his martial soul, and the light dragon dagger flashed in his palm. The right hand holding the light dragon dagger moved slightly to the side, and the left hand was raised at the same time, as if there was something invisible. At the same time, the whole person was like a nimble cheetah, rushing straight towards Nanfuxian. Nanfuxian also released his martial spirit at the first moment, looking at Xie who rushed towards him, his eyes flickered. Although the previous battle between Wu Changkong and Xie was a one-sided beating, after experiencing Wu Changkong's sword, Xie not only gained some insights, but also entered a state of excitement. In this case, Xie's resistance to spiritual soul skills was greatly enhanced. What a pity, I am not a spiritual soul master. First soul skill, revised steel. Familiar posture, familiar fall, Xie was eliminated before he could deal his damage. Nanfuxian wins. Wu Changkong looked around the class and said coldly, the competition is over. Do you know what you make me feel? A rotten tree cannot be carved. This cold and arrogant male god asked and answered himself directly. No wonder you are assigned to class 5. You are all useless. But even if you are a piece of scrap metal, I will temper you into steel. You all saw the competition just now. Nanfuxian's soul power is far behind Xie, but he finally defeated Xie. At the same time, what is Tang Wulin's martial soul? Blue-silver grass, a recognized useless martial soul. If he hadn't met Nanfuxian, the result of his battle with Xie would still be unknown. Wu Changkong criticized the people in class 5, told them the importance of physical fitness, and announced that he would conduct physical training tomorrow, and then dismissed everyone in class 5. Nanfuxian, Xie, Tang Wulin, you three follow me. After saying this last sentence, Wu Changkong turned and walked towards the teaching building. Chapter 19 Wu Changkong's online Pua. When I said waste just now, I also included the three of you. The first sentence of the cold and arrogant male god made the faces of the three people change slightly. Even if there is no reward? At least there should be some encouragement. Wu Changkong looked at Tang Wulin, you played okay today, but you didn't fully utilize your advantages. The Mei grass must have mutated, and it is tougher than ordinary people. However, your spirit power is too weak, and you can't hold on for too long. In this case, as long as the opponent's spirit power is higher than yours, you don't have much chance. At this stage, the most important thing for you is to improve your cultivation. Tang Wulin said helplessly, but Teacher Wu, I still need to learn forging. Wu Changkong's eyebrows moved slightly, forging? What can you, a spirit master, learn? Forging. The early bird catches the worm. You are already a slow bird, but you are still wasting time on meaningless things. Tang Wulin lowered his head and said, but everyone says that my martial soul is useless, and my soul is not good either. Wu Chongkong interrupted him directly, so you plan to be a forger? Nonsense! Remember, you are my student. Before I judge you as a waste, you should work hard to develop in the direction of a soul master. Xie's mouth twitched next to him. Didn't you just say that the three of us are waste? But seeing Tang Wulin being criticized, he was still a little happy in his heart, letting you slap me in the face twice. Oh! Tang Wulin agreed. But of course he would not give up forging. The sense of accomplishment he got from forging made him unable to give up. In martial soul, he always got a sense of frustration. Wu Chongkong turned his head and looked at Xie. Why are you laughing? Do you think you are better than him? It's fun to hide the twin martial souls. Soul power level 18, more rely on the innate advantages of the twin martial souls. Innate full soul power. Are you proud of these? Xie raised his head and looked at Wu Chongkong in surprise. How did he know everything? Wu Chongkong said coldly, you are still far away. There are also useless twin martial souls. As a quick attack system battle soul master, both martial souls are used, but you can't even get close to the opponent. Is it an honor? Xie's face flushed, and he couldn't speak for a while. Teacher, what is a twin martial soul? Tang Wulin asked curiously. Wu Chongkong frowned, is your junior college teacher just a freeloader? He doesn't even know about twin martial souls? Twin martial souls mean having two martial souls. The benefits of two martial souls are obvious. Generally, the owners of twin martial souls are born with full soul power. It is much easier to practice, and both martial souls can add soul rings. However, after entering the soul era, due to the constraints of mental power, the advantages of twin martial souls are not that great. No one's mental power can withstand a soul that supports 18 soul rings. Unless you have a spiritual attribute martial soul like the first generation of the spiritual pagoda master, and each soul is extremely powerful and can be given multiple soul rings. Tang Wulin looked at Xie. They are all human beings, why is this? How is it unfair? I have a useless martial soul, but he has twin martial souls. The gap is too big. Wu Chongkong suddenly asked Tang Wulin, do you think his martial soul is good? Wu Chongkong curled his lips, not necessarily better than yours. His martial soul is a dagger, and his second martial soul should be the same, but it's invisible. The attack range of the dagger is short. What can it do in modern mecha battles? Agility attack system war soul masters are most restricted after becoming mecha masters. And the martial soul of control system war soul masters is the most helpful to mecha battles. Xie stared at Wu Chongkong with wide eyes. Could it be that Tang Wulin is his biological son? Why should he give him confidence by belittling me? This is too unfair. And Fanfiction, your performance just now is remarkable, but you also exposed your weakness, relying too much on soul skills. Although your soul skills are excellent, no soul skill is perfect. If you encounter an opponent who can restrain this soul skill one day, what will you do? If I am not mistaken about your soul skill, it not only takes a certain amount of time to release, but also requires mental power to lock it. For example, if you encounter a spiritual soul master like Lingbing Douluo Huo Yuhao, do you think your attack speed can be as fast as the opponent? Wu Chongkong said. Yes, Teacher Wu, I know. Hearing Wu Chongkong's words, Fanfiction did not refute. He also saw that Wu Chongkong said these words to suppress them and grind their arrogance. In simple terms, it is pooh them, although the soul skills he has shown now do have this shortcoming. However, Wu Chongkong was short-sighted after all. After all, Tang Wulin was already able to forge thousands of times. Even at the age of 9, 1,000 forgings should be considered unique in this forging world. But you actually advised others not to forge. Let Tang Wulin's teacher know. See if he will fight you to the death. And Nanfuxian's first soul skill is just the stealing released through his own time insect martial soul. This is also one of Nanfuxian's discoveries during this period. After all, if his normal first soul skill is exposed, he will be regarded as an evil soul master by others. Even if he can't, he will probably be kept away by others. No one likes the feeling of being parasitized by others at any time, so he directly exposed the stealing because he may use this ability frequently in the future. However, it is enough for him to only expose the ability to steal consciousness. The first soul skill, time deprivation, can deprive others of consciousness for a period of time, depending on the strength and mental strength of both parties. This is the rhetoric that Nanfuxian thought of. At the same time, Nanfuxian also discovered that his time worm spirit can cover up some of his shortcomings in stealing. For example, as a Sequence 5 dream stealer, Nanfuxian can take away other people's ideals and dreams, steal other people's memories, and steal the ideas that the other party is about to put into practice, causing them to be temporarily stagnant. However, at this stage, the stolen ideas cannot be retained, and the person must take corresponding actions on behalf of the stolen object. Just like if Nanfuxian and Xie are standing on the edge of a cliff, and Xie wants to jump off the cliff and is ready to take action, Nanfuxian steals his idea, then Xie will be temporarily stagnant, but Nanfuxian will jump off the cliff in response. This is a big hidden danger, but when Nanfuxian was experimenting with stealing this ability, he also discovered that he can use the stealing ability through his spirit, and he can also let the spirit or soul bear the cost on his behalf, just like he stole the idea of someone else wanting to jump off the building. Then Nanfuxian can let his spirit and soul take corresponding actions, but he doesn't have to do anything himself. Chapter 20. Tang Wulin was bullied in school? Xie was excited. Are rewards going to be given out? Every new school year, the academy will have a competition, both for the intermediate and advanced departments. We have 6 grades in the intermediate department, and all of them will participate. The competition is called the promotion competition. Promotion competition. Tang Wulin's eyes showed confusion. Wu Chongkong said, the so-called promotion competition starts with the weakest class, and students are selected to participate in the challenge. Class 5 challenges Class 4, and so on. If the challenge is won, the class prefixes are exchanged. In other words, if we beat Class 4, then we will no longer be the bottom class of Grade 1 Class 5, but Grade 1 Class 4. The lower-ranked classes confirm the number of challengers, and after winning, they can continue to challenge forward until they lose the game, from Grade 1 to Grade 6. The highest title can be obtained as Grade 1 class. If you continue to challenge the upper grade class and win, you will get a reward for each first victory in the cross-level challenge. Xie said. That means our class was the first to initiate the challenge. There are 5 classes in the 6 grades, and Class 5 ranks last. In other words, in the entire intermediate department, their class is at the bottom. Yes. Wu Chongkong nodded. For the class, this is a battle of honor. At the same time, if you can challenge the higher level students, the rewards will be very generous. Xie said proudly, no problem, Teacher Wu, leave it to me. I will fight all the way up, maybe I can challenge the 6th grade directly. Wu Chongkong snorted disdainfully, you were just defeated by someone else, Nanfuxian, and now you have forgotten the pain. The minimum number of participants is 2. Besides, do you really think that twin martial spirits are invincible? Do you know who can be selected into the first class? In this world, you will never be defeated. There is a lack of geniuses, although many geniuses have died. However, in the intermediate department. After being said by Wu Chongkong, Xie was speechless for a moment. There was nothing he could do, because he did lose. And who said that the minimum number of participants is 2? Only 2 people can participate. Xie had a bad guess in his mind when he heard Wu Chongkong's words. He turned his head and looked at Tang Wulin in shock. Teacher, Do you mean that we too will compete with him? Nanfuxian just wanted to say, when did it become the two of us? Are we familiar with each other? Wu Chongkong leaned back in his chair and suddenly acted very generous. You can have a better choice. Xie wanted to say, I won't go with him. But after a circle in his mind, not to mention Nanfuxian who defeated him, he recalled those classmates with terrible abilities in the class competition just now, and he really couldn't say it. Anyway, the guy in front of him had defeated him twice, and he also had the mysterious power of the golden scales. Wu Chongkong said, the competition will be held in a month, so starting from tomorrow, in addition to classes, I will give you 3 special training every night. The task I set for you is very simple, change the name of our class to Grade 1 Class 1. Tang Wulin subconsciously asked, what if we fail to do it? Hee. Wu Chongkong smiled. He was already very handsome, and this smile made Tang Wulin and Xie look a little dazed. However, while in a daze, the two also felt a cold air suddenly rising from their tail vertebrae, which was chilling. Walking out of Wu Changkong's office, Nanfuxian had a blank expression, while Tang Wulin had a smile on his face. Although it was because other students were not strong enough, at least he was selected to represent the class in the competition. This is the honor of a soul master. Have I finally taken a step in the world of soul masters? In addition to teacher Mangtian, teacher Wu also said that he has hope. Hey! Xie called him coldly. Tang Wulin turned his head and looked at him. What are you doing? I will fight you again, and I won't eat your meal for nothing. That's not what I want to say. I want to tell you, don't hold me back in the game in a month. Xie said proudly. Tang Wulin sighed, does your face still hurt? Nanfuxian also sighed like Tang Wulin, does your face still hurt? When Xie fell to the ground after Nanfuxian stole his consciousness, his face landed first. The pride on Xie's face froze instantly, and his fists clenched tightly. Tang Wulin patted his shoulder, I have something to go out tonight, I'll play with you tomorrow night. Hearing what Tang Wulin said, Xie directly pointed the finger at Nanfuxian, I don't accept this game today. If you have the guts, don't use that soul skill this time, and fight me head on. Hearing this, Nanfuxian was immediately happy, okay, I cannot use that soul skill, but correspondingly you don't use soul power, you are a spirit master of the agility attack system and asked me, a control system, to fight you head on? Have you forgotten what teacher Wu just said? Hearing this, Xie didn't know how to refute, after all, what others said did make sense. Nanfuxian didn't care about him and went straight to the cafeteria, while Tang Wulin went to the senior department. After lunch, continue the afternoon class. The meditation technique taught by Wu Chongkong is indeed much more complicated than that in the junior college, but the effect is obviously better. It is said to be a simplified version of the super meditation technique derived from the legendary college Shrek College on the mainland. Under the pressure of Wu Changkong's cold eyes, the students learned very quickly. In one afternoon, basically everyone mastered the basic operation method. The next morning, Nanfuxian finished his training and walked towards the dormitory building with Wang Ba and the other two. Before he reached the gate, he saw a group of senior students surrounding a person. Campus bullying? Nanfuxian was not in the mood to meddle in other people's business until he saw a figure rushing out from the pile of senior students. It was Tang Wulin. Just as Tang Wulin was about to break out of the encirclement, suddenly a tall figure appeared in front of him silently. And then a strong light appeared. Nanfuxian, who was watching, couldn't help but squint his eyes, and his skin felt a little stinging. Tang Wulin, who was facing it head-on, felt as if his body was about to burn. His forward speed slowed down suddenly. He heard a cold snort and felt a pain in his chest. He was kicked back into the previous encirclement. Seeing this, Nanfuxian knew that it was time for him to take action. Whether it was to win Tang Wulin's favor or because they were classmates in Class 5, he should take action out of reason and emotion. Otherwise, if Wu Chongkong found out, he would be criticized and might even be put on record. Chapter 21 Solving Campus Bullying starts with me. The previous ball of strong light was released by Mu Xi. The yellow 100-year soul ring under her feet rose up, and there were 2 soul rings. Above her head, a golden ball of light like the sun was shining. On her left shoulder, a small orange-red flame was beating slightly, which seemed to be her soul. The heat was receding, but the temperature of the surrounding air was still much higher. At this time, she looked at a tall senior student who was swinging his fist to hit Tang Woolen in the face, and immediately shouted, "Stop!" The male student stopped in dismay, but still pushed Tang Woolen. The other senior students moved aside on their own. Mu Xi walked slowly to Tang Woolen. Although the temperature of her martial spirit was decreasing, her aura was still strong. 2 rings, she is already a great soul master. I am Mu Xi from the 5th grade, Class 1 of the Intermediate Department. I want to compete with you in forging. If you plan to continue studying in the academy, don't refuse. Mu Xi said coldly. She is a competitive girl, and has been since she was a child. Tang Woolen's eyes condensed. What he hated most was that someone threatened him. The stubborn part of his character quickly took the upper hand. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, the senior students around him, including Mu Xi, felt a trance in their minds, and their bodies began to shake. When they stood firm, a cold voice sounded. If you plan to survive, stop talking nonsense and quickly let the use the gun. Mu Xi's face changed slightly, her slender body instantly tensed, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Others didn't know what happened, but she could clearly feel that a hard object was pressed against her waist. As the daughter of the 8-star master craftsman Mu Chen, Mu Xi was well informed. How could she not notice that it was a gun, a big and thick gun? Mu Xi didn't think that she, a second-ring soul master, could withstand the attack of a soul-guided gun at such a close distance. She didn't dare to move, and she didn't even dare to release her martial spirit again. Let them all get out of here. The gloomy voice sounded again. A face popped out from the side of Mu Xi. Wasn't it Fanfiction? He was much shorter than Mu Xi. It seemed that one of his arms was hanging on Mu Xi's shoulder, and the other hand was holding a soul-guided gun against Mu Xi's waist. Asshole, do you know what you are doing? The tall male student roared, but his voice was getting weaker and weaker, because at this time a cold breath kept coming from his neck, as if his throat would be cut if he moved a little, and there was also a dagger against his waist. We know exactly what we are doing. A voice came from behind the senior students, and the figure slowly emerged. Wasn't it yes yet? Fanfiction said coldly, our patience is limited. If you think we dare not do it in the academy, then you can try. As he spoke, he slightly exerted force on Mu Xi's neck with his other hand, and Mu Xi groaned in pain. All of you go. Mu Xi said in a low voice. She could clearly feel the murderous intent coming from behind. After all, she was only a 13-year-old child, and fear quickly took over. The senior students had to disperse. At this moment, a roar sounded, "Stop!" Xiet, who was standing aside, felt his whole body numb, and the light dragon dagger and the invisible shadow dragon dagger in his hands disappeared almost at the same time. The next moment, he was held in the hands of a tall figure like an eagle catching a chick. After seeing the figure, Fanfiction pushed Mu Xi forward and let her go. Intermediate Department Teaching Department, tell me. What's going on? Dean Long Hengxiu looked at the students in front of him with a gloomy face. Mu Xi lowered her head and said, I just went to Tang Woolen to compete in forging. Long Hengxiu glared at him coldly, is this why you threatened the senior with a knife? What if they don't stop? Did you really kill him? Xie curled his lips and glanced at the seniors present with disdain, that's hard to say. Long Hengxiu turned his head and looked at Nan Fuxian on the side. It is forbidden to carry powerful soul guides in the academy. Where did you get that soul guide gun? And you used it to threaten the senior sister. If you don't explain this clearly, I have the right to expel you from the academy. Unlike Xie Xie at least threatened with his own martial spirit, while Nan Fuxian illegally carried a weapon and used it to threaten the senior sister. This is much more serious. The current Federation has controls on this kind of soul guide, and the Academy also has a clear ban on carrying this kind of soul guide gun that can directly threaten the lives of others. If Nan Fuxian doesn't explain clearly, Long Hengxiu can choose not to report to law enforcement officers for the sake of the teacher-student relationship, but he will not keep Nan Fuxian, an unstable element. Nan Fuxian lowered his head slightly, his eyes slightly red. This is my mother's relic. The day before I came to Donghai College, a thug broke into my house and raped my mother. This soul guide gun belongs to that person. At that time, I snatched this gun from that person and shot him dead, but my mother also used this gun to commit suicide afterwards. This matter is also recorded in Ala City. Director Long, you can fire me if you want, but I will not hand over this soul guide gun. Hearing Nan Fuxian's words, everyone present was moved and looked at Nan Fuxian. Even Xie Xie, who had a little disagreement with Nan Fuxian, did not expect Nan Fuxian to encounter such a thing. Among them, Tang Wulin's reaction was the biggest. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to speak. At this time, Long Hengxiu just wanted to slap himself. Good guy, others were already so miserable, and he still forced others to mention sad things. As for the possibility that Nan Fuxian lied, he also ruled it out directly. After all, such things can be found out by going to Ala City to check, and there is no need to lie. Long Hengxiu awkwardly changed the subject and turned to Tang Wulin. What about you? As the instigator, what do you want to say? Although Tang Wulin was shocked by Nan Fuxian's experience, his eyes were very firm and he said, when I was a child, my father told me this truth. When I just entered junior college, my father told me that if he knew that I bullied students younger than me in school, he would teach me a lesson. However, if there are older students than me, if my classmates bully me, then I will fight back without hesitation, and he will never blame me. Looking at the children in front of him, Long Hengxiu suddenly felt tired. One was unruly, one had a miserable life, and one spoke with reason and evidence. He, who had been the dean of teaching for so many years, was speechless. Well said. I don't think my students did anything wrong. A cold voice sounded. The door of the teaching office opened, and Wu Chongkong walked in with a gloomy face. Long Hengxiu frowned. Teacher Wu, have you forgotten the most basic etiquette of knocking on the door? Wu Chongkong said coldly, sorry. Long Hengxiu's facial muscles twitched slightly. This apology was not sincere at all. When he was in the senior department, he had already caused a headache for the dean of the teaching department over there. When he came here, he was already teaching the worst class, but he didn't change at all. You are very capable of bullying the weak. Wu Chengkong's eyes swept coldly towards the students in the 5th grade class 1, led by Mu Xi. I won't bully the weak, but if I know you dare to mess with my students again, I will beat up your head teacher. Long Hengxiu said angrily, Teacher Wu, please respect yourself. Wu Chongkong said coldly, if you can beat me, I will respect myself. After that, he held Nan Fuxian with one hand and Tang Wulin with the other hand, and led the two out of the teaching department. Xie Xie, degree, ascetic June? Teacher Wu, did you forget that there is another person here? Looking at the flushed Long Hengxiu, he didn't want to stay here and be affected by Long Hengxiu's anger, and Xie Xie followed Wu Chengkong's steps and walked out. You! Long Hengxiu stood up angrily and wanted to stop him, but when he thought of what Wu Chongkong had done in the senior department, he didn't have the courage to stop him. This guy is simply a lunatic. You guys! Each person will be given a warning. Bullying the weak is a real skill. The furious dean of teaching vented his anger directly on the students in grade 5, class 1. Chapter 22 Guyu arrives. Looking at his tall back, Tang Wulin quickly quickened his pace and chased after him. Teacher, thank you. Wu Chongkong said lightly, you didn't do anything wrong, what's there to thank? No one can delay my class. Xie came up, with a rare smile on his face. Teacher Wu, you were so handsome just now. I admire you. Even if you train us to death, I will never complain. Remember what you said. Wu Chongkong said faintly. Xie. Tang Wulin held Xie, thank you too. Xie said with some annoyance, it's so awkward to be so hard. You don't have to thank me. I just can't stand them bullying the few with their large numbers, and bullying the small with their big ones. Tang Wulin smiled, we are friends now. Xie curled his lips, it's too easy for you to make friends. I don't consider you a friend. Tang Wulin said, that's not important. After thanking Xie, Tang Wulin looked at Nanfuxian. Fuxian, thank you too, you. Okay, Wulin, we are friends. How can we stand idly by when encountering such a thing? You don't have to comfort me. You know the situation of my family. Maybe death is the only relief for my mother. Nanfuxian interrupted Tang Wulin's words, with a bitter smile on his face. Xie on the side looked at Nanfuxian in surprise. What is death the best relief? But he was tactful and didn't ask more questions. Instead, he said to Nanfuxian, I made a slip of the tongue last time, but I still don't accept it. Let's have a fair duel next time. Wu Chongkong, who was walking in front, heard some noisy sounds behind him, and a smile appeared on his lips, but it was fleeting, like an illusion. The cold and arrogant teacher would not comfort people, so let them solve it themselves. Early in the morning, Xie soon regretted what he said to Wu Chongkong before. Wu Chongkong was definitely a teacher who kept his word. The physical training class agreed yesterday will be carried out immediately today. Basic physical training, running. The playground on the side of the intermediate department of Donghai College is 800 meters in 1 lap. 10 laps, this is the task Wu Chongkong gave them in the morning. And it is said to be a warm-up. When the students heard the number of 10 laps, even if they didn't say it, they were full of resentment in their hearts. That's 8 kilometers. However, when they saw Wu Chongkong take out 3 sets of iron clothes made of thick chains and weighing 20 kilograms and put them on Nanfuxian and Tang, when they saw Wu Lin and Xie, they dared not say anything, and they were extremely grateful. If it was yesterday, Xie would definitely fight back with his temper, but today he had no choice. Although he was arrogant, he would try his best to do what he said. What's more, after what happened yesterday, he really admired Wu Chongkong. Xie has always been proud of his cold and arrogant personality, but this teacher Wu is not only colder and more arrogant than him, but also has the powerful strength of cold and arrogant. Cold and arrogant male god, well deserved. Tang Wulin had nothing to say. He was very excited about this hard training method. And Nanfuxian did not object to this training. After all, this is a traditional old Shrek. Xie is a quick attack system battle soul master. At the beginning, despite carrying a 20 Jin iron armor, he still ran very fast. Nanfuxian and Tang Wulin didn't run fast, but he was steady and could keep up with the main group. In the 4th lap, he was breathing rapidly, as if his lungs were burning. The iron armor on his body seemed to be several times heavier. Now he didn't even have the strength to regret what he said to Wu Chongkong. How are you? Tang Wulin's voice came from behind. Xie turned his head and looked at him. Although Tang Wulin was also sweating, he looked much better than him. I'm okay. Xie gritted his teeth and increased his speed again. Am I almost caught up by this guy? And isn't Nanfuxian a control type? Why does he act more relaxed than me? It's okay to lose to Tang Wulin in terms of physical fitness. After all, after 2 competitions with Tang Woolen, he has also seen the brute force of the other party, but at least he can't lose to Nanfuxian. Tang Woolen breathed evenly. It makes sense for Teacher Wu to let us carry weights. After all, we are going to represent our class in the promotion competition. Xie didn't say anything. Speaking was also a burden for him now. 5 laps. Xie could no longer control his body. His legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Tang Woolen and Nanfuxian could have surpassed him a long time ago, but they didn't do so. Tang Woolen's feeling at this time was completely different from Xie's. The 20 jin weight on him was like nothing. After running 5 laps, it really just felt like a warm-up. As for Nanfuxian, although his path is biased towards the God of War Mage route, after the transformation of the magic potion, his physical fitness will never lose to the general strong attack system War Soul Master. Both parties quietly put a hand under Xie's armpit. Xie felt his whole body lighten, his steps suddenly became brisk, and he looked at the two with some surprise. Nanfuxian looked straight ahead, while Tang Woolen just smiled, accelerated his pace, and continued to run with Xie. Wu Chongkong stood in the middle of the playground, looking at the students of Class 5 who had already been defeated, with a calm face, only frowning occasionally. Nanfuxian, Tang Woolen, you two are very strong, right? Then you can run with him and add 10 more laps. Xie turned his head to look at Tang Woolen, but saw that his face was still calm, just muttered, you have to run 10 more laps, then you have to run faster. Don't delay lunch. I didn't eat in the morning, and I'm hungry. Xie couldn't help but say, are you still human? Don't you feel tired? Tang Woolen smiled slightly, it's okay. And Nanfuxian was much more direct, okay, Woolen, run faster, finish early and rest early. Xie, at this moment, I deeply realized that I was the rookie. At this moment, a girl walked slowly towards the school gate on the playground of the intermediate department. It was a girl wearing white trousers and a white top. She looked about the same age as the students in the 5th class of the 1st grade. She was not particularly beautiful, but delicate. She had long black hair and black eyes. Her figure was above average among her peers, and was very well proportioned. Her big eyes were bright and energetic. While walking, her steps seemed to have a special rhythm, and at the same time there was a strange aura. Chapter 23 Xie, the rookie, turned out to be me. Wu Chongkong, who was watching the students in the 5th class running, noticed this girl. Wu Chongkong's eyes paused on her. This girl was not wearing a school uniform, and it was already class time. Which class are you from? Wu Chongkong walked up. The girl's eyes seemed to be attracted by something else. She looked at Tang Woolen and Nanfuxian who were pulling Xie to run, and seemed to be very interested in the 3 people in iron clothes. I came to school. But they said that the registration time has passed. She raised her head and looked at Wu Chongkong and said. Wu Chongkong frowned, aren't you a student of Donghai College? The girl said, not yet, but I hope to go to school here. Is that okay, teacher? If it was any other teacher, she might have been driven away directly, but is Wu Chongkong any other teacher? No. This is the Soul Master College. If you want to go to school, you have to rely on your ability. Wu Chongkong said coldly. I can take the exam. The girl smiled. Wu Chongkong said, what's your name? The girl said, my name is Guyu. Wu Chongkong nodded, okay, I'll show you. After that, he turned to the 3 people who were running, Xie, give your iron armor to Tang Woolen, come here. Thanks to the help of Tang Woolen and Nanfuxian, Xie had slowed down a little in the past 2 laps. He stopped, took off his iron armor and handed it to Tang Woolen, wear more iron armor, can you do it? Tang Woolen said, it's easier than carrying you. He took the iron armor and put it on casually. Then Xie saw that this guy accelerated again. and Nanfuxian also accelerated with Tang Woolen. Their physical strength is really not human. Panting, Xie came to Wu Chongkong in the middle of the playground. Teacher Wu. Wu Chongkong said, your physical strength is too poor. Xie protested, we, the Agility Attack System Combat Soul Masters, only need instantaneous explosive power and flexibility, and do not need too much physical strength. Wu Chongkong said disdainfully, superficial. Well, I'll give you a chance today. If you defeat her, you don't have to run this morning. Xie then noticed the girl next to Wu Chongkong and looked her up and down. He took a deep breath and adjusted his own soul power. No problem. Wu Chongkong said, I'll give you 20 minutes to rest and it will start Indiana 20 minutes. Xie without further ado, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate and rest. The running just now consumed a lot of his physical strength and soul power. As a quick attack system combat soul master, he was indeed not at an advantage in this regard. Guyu did not even look at him, but glanced around, as if she was very curious about everything here. Wu Chongkong glanced at her, it is the most unwise behavior to despise the opponent. Guyu said, I didn't despise him. Although she said so, the disregard in her eyes seemed to say that this guy was not worth my contempt at all. Wu Chongkong stopped talking and continued to pay attention to the other students who were running. In this kind of physical training, physical strength is undoubtedly the most important. Tang Woolen and Nanfuxian were running in the front. Their speed was never particularly fast, but they were stable. Even though Tang Woolen wore 2 iron armors, it did not affect his pace. And Nanfuxian, to be honest, even Wu Chongkong did not expect Nanfuxian's physical fitness to be so good. Is this a characteristic of children in Ala City? While running, Tang Woolen also paid attention to the center of the playground. He was also a little curious about what happened to this sudden girl. And Nanfuxian noticed that when Tang Woolen looked at the girl Guyu, Guyu seemed to look in the direction of Tang Woolen inadvertently. When their eyes met, Guyu's eyes suddenly became very sharp, but soon calmed down, as if the sharp eyes just now were an illusion. 20 minutes passed quickly. Xie jumped up, stretched his body, and regained his spirits. Wu Chongkong nodded, the distance is 30 meters, get ready. The students in class 5 who were running in circles all slowed down at this time, and everyone was looking at the 2 people who were preparing to fight in the center of the playground. Among their peers, Xie was already the second most powerful one they had seen. It was unknown who was stronger between him and this strange girl. Nanfuxian and Tang Woolen also paid attention to this competition, but Nanfuxian knew that Xie would never be Guyu's opponent. As expected, with ice, fire, earth, and wind, Xie was bombarded by Guyu and couldn't get close to him. In the end, his face was covered with light elements and tears flowed. He still refused to accept it when Wu Chongkong announced that he had lost. You won. Wu Chongkong said to Guyu. Xie protested, teacher, I didn't lose. My attacks were so dense just now, her attacks might not be able to break through. Wu Chongkong snorted coldly, if you lose, you lose. When you were waving your dagger just now, she was already behind you. She looked at Wu Chongkong, teacher, can I enroll now? Wu Chongkong nodded, I promised you, I will do it. But you need to tell me your origins and what your martial soul is first. Guyu took out a letter from his arms, this is my recommendation letter for the junior college. As for my martial soul is an elementalist. Elementalist? Wu Chongkong thought he was knowledgeable, but it was the first time he heard of the existence of such a martial soul. Guyu just fought with Xie, and the ability she showed was amazing. She had 6 elemental abilities, ice, fire, earth, wind, light, and space. You know, in martial spirits, even if you only have one element, you are already a top-level existence. It is unimaginable to have 6 elements at the same time. Guyu saw the surprise in his eyes and did not hide it, I can control 6 elements, but my spirit ring cannot be attached to any one element. Therefore, I can control the changes of elements, but it is difficult to make them stronger. My first spirit skill is called the element tide. It can maintain my spirit power for a longer time and enhance the power of controlling elements. After hearing her say this, Wu Changkong suddenly realized. Sure enough, there is no such existence in this world that can control all attributes and is particularly powerful in each attribute. She has only one martial spirit, not 6. Controlling 6 elements at the same time means that she cannot specialize in any one, and any element cannot be directly attached with a spirit skill. The abilities she just displayed were all released by relying on her control over the elements. No wonder each ability is not strong. It was only with her clever use that she restrained Xie. However, even so, this is definitely a top-level martial soul, not worse than the twin martial souls. Let alone other things, just now she used the earth element to turn into a swamp to trap Xie, and then used the ice element to freeze the muddy swamp. This already has the prototype of some composite element applications. If well cultivated, this will definitely be an extremely powerful soul master genius in the future. Wu Changkong said, "Okay, I understand. You are now a member of our class, Grade 1, Class 5. Thank you, teacher." Gu Yu agreed with a sweet smile. Wu Changkong's face turned cold, then, "Go running with them. This is a compulsory physical training." "Xie, you go too." Xie immediately said with a bitter face, "Teacher, don't we have to run after the fight?" Wu Changkong snorted coldly, "Did you win?" "I." Xie was angry and a little depressed. "Isn't it? If Fanfiction defeated him at the beginning because of his weird first soul skill, then he had tried his best in the battle with Gu Yu, but still lost. This girl's martial soul was too weird, even weirder than his own double dragon dagger." Gu Yu smiled slightly, did not refuse, and ran directly to the edge of the playground, followed the other students of Class 5 and ran. Xie cried out in sorrow and had to go. Looking at their figures, Wu Changkong showed a rare smile on his cold face, and turned to the direction of the main teaching building. "Why are you wearing iron chains?" Gu Yu asked curiously when she ran to Tang Woolen with brisk steps. Tang Woolen said, "To exercise my body. The teacher is more strict with me." "You are really amazing." Gu Yu smiled and said, "Actually, there is nothing amazing. I am not strong in any single element, but I just control it well. Any martial spirit is the same. As long as you have soul power, when you truly understand it and can control it, it will bring you surprises." Tang Woolen couldn't help but feel moved when he heard her words. "Control? You are talking without any pain in your waist. Whose martial spirit can control multiple aspects like you?" Xie's disapproving voice sounded from the other side. Without the iron armor and after the previous rest, he was running easily now. Gu Yu said, "That's because you haven't fully understood your martial spirit yet." Xie said unconvincedly, "How do you know I don't understand?" Gu Yu said, "How do you need to know when you're defeated?" "I." Xie was so angry that he just wanted to hit his head against the wall. Isn't he a genius? Why did he come to this school, and even to the worst Class 5, and was defeated again and again? First, when he entered the dormitory, he had a conflict with Tang Woolen and was slapped in the face. Later, he was dissatisfied and used the power of money to make Tang Woolen compete with him, but he was still slapped in the face. Later, he finally found a little sense of accomplishment of a genius by bullying the weak in the Class 5 competition, but he met Fanfiction and was defeated before he could deal any damage. In today's long-distance run, he was beaten by a girl who came from nowhere and lost again and again. At this moment, Gu Yu, who was running in front, turned around and looked at him with a smile. "You seem to be thinking about something bad." No, let's hurry up and finish the run." Xie felt a chill passing through his heart, and shook his head quickly, feeling very sad and angry. He and this Guyu seemed to be very incompatible, but he couldn't beat her. Chapter 24 Special Training. As for Xie, he wanted to insert the topic from time to time, but every time he talked to Guyu, he would face Guyu's eyes that said, "Don't talk to me, you bastard," which made him angry but dare not confront her. In short, he is both bad and chatty. When Wu Changkong came back, the running task he assigned was almost completed. Assemble. The students in Class 5 were like the remnants of a defeated army, dragging their tired bodies and barely standing in the middle of the playground. That's it for this morning, disband. Guyu, you stay. It's finally over, so happy. Almost all the students ran to the dormitory at the first opportunity, finally able to rest. Guyu's face looked much rosier than before because of running. My name is Wu Changkong. And I am your homeroom teacher. Here are your dormitory keys, school uniforms, and textbooks. From now on, you are officially a student of Class 5, Grade 1. Thank you, Teacher Wu. Guyu took the things handed over by Wu Changkong. Well, take a rest. Classes will be held in the afternoon. The afternoon class was still physical training, which was more painful than the morning class. What about the theory class? Wu Changkong's explanation was very simple. With your current physical fitness, what theory can you learn? When did the cold and arrogant male god ever talk about reason? At least running can be persisted, but when running becomes frog jumps. In less than half an hour, the 5th class students were lying on the ground on the playground. After a whole day of physical training, these 9-year-old children all felt like crawling back to the dormitory. Tang Wulin, Nanfuxian, Xie, Guyu, come find me after dinner. Wu Changkong's cold voice sounded before the get-out-of-class ended. Xie relied on Tang Wulin's support to stand steadily, and his legs were still shaking. Guyu was better than him, but he also supported his hands on his knees. Come again in the evening. After fighting side by side with Nanfuxian and others yesterday, Xie's indifference on his face had disappeared a lot, and the whole person became more real. The temper of the rich young master gradually came out. Fortunately, the class teacher was Wu Changkong, who could suppress him in all aspects, otherwise, he would not be able to stick to the physical class at all. The teacher is also for our good. Tang Wulin supported him. An hour before dinner, most of the students fell asleep. Although Nanfuxian was very tired, he still insisted on meditating. Now his meditation speed is several times faster than before. In the previous class competition, Nanfuxian had secretly parasitized the students of Class 5 during the battle. Later, when Mu Xi brought senior students to threaten Tang Wulin, Nanfuxian also secretly parasitized them when using steel. Now Nanfuxian has 5 shallow parasites parasitizing the senior students, not parasitizing Mu Xi because her father is a saint craftsman and has a certain connection with the god craftsman, and he is afraid of being discovered. 3 parasites are parasitizing on roommates. For Nanfuxian, as long as the other party does not run out of Donghai City, he can still absorb soul power through the parasite's soul. Even if he only absorbs half of the soul power cultivation speed, the senior students are great soul masters, and their cultivation speed is not comparable to that of soul masters. In addition, the cultivation level of teachers in Donghai College is generally not too high. For Nanfuxian, and is also a good experimental subject, but now it is better to use students to practice. For Nanfuxian now, everything is based on survival. In the early stage, he will follow Tang Wulin and wait until he is promoted to Sequence 4 and has a certain ability to protect himself. After dinner, Nanfuxian was the first to come to the playground, Guyu was the second, and Tang Wulin almost dragged Xie to the playground. Xie originally wanted to give up. It was already evening, and the afterglow of the setting sun left a dazzling fiery red in the sky. Wu Changkong still had a cold face and changed into a black sportswear. Not far away, many senior female students gathered nearby, in groups of 3 or 2, all with their eyes on him. You four follow me. Seeing the last two people arrive, Wu Chongkong turned and left. The four followed him and walked deep into the academy. Wu Chongkong took them to an indoor training ground behind the academy, which he came to when he went to find Long Hengxiu today. After expressing his support for Long Hengxiu's work and not causing trouble for the director of the teaching department, Long Hengxiu also gave him the green light all the way. As the director of the teaching department, he and the one in the senior department have a strong competitive relationship. Wu Chongkong was demoted to the intermediate department because of a fierce conflict with that person and even broke his leg. If he can get along well with this teacher Wu, he will naturally get a lot of points in front of the dean. Wu Chongkong doesn't care about Long Hengxiu's selfishness, as long as his goal is achieved. If it weren't for Gu Yu, he wouldn't compromise so easily, and he wouldn't apologize. However, this time when he came to the intermediate department, he met two students who moved him. If they are well trained, they will definitely be qualified to enter that place. As for the other two students, one martial soul has a benign mutation. If he is well trained, he may not be worse than the other two. The other one is a bit peculiar, which makes him interested, but compared with the other two, he is more of a foil. At least for the time being. The training ground is circular, with a soul shield inside to protect it. This is where some students with higher cultivation can train their martial spirits. After all, a place like a playground is too easy to destroy as long as the soul power reaches a certain level. Wu Chongkong led the four people to the center of the field and stood still. From today on, you will follow me for special training every night in the future, and work hard for the promotion match 3 months later. At this point, his eyes first fell on Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin, your martial spirit is blue-silver grass. The reason why you were selected to participate in the promotion match was just to treat you as a substitute. Now Gu Yu is here, you have seen her talent and strength. What I said will not be invalidated, but I hope that you can show me through your efforts that you are indeed qualified to represent Class 5 in the competition. If you fail to meet my requirements in 3 months, then I will only send 3 people. Teacher Wu. I will not replace him to participate in the competition. At this time, Gu Yu suddenly spoke. Chapter 25 Battle against Wu Chongkong. Wu Chongkong looked at her. Gu Yu said calmly, I am a transfer student. I don't want to affect other people because of me. So, please take back your order. I will not participate in the competition. Wu Chongkong was stunned. Since he became a soul master, he has always been a child of destiny, even when he came to Donghai City to enter Donghai College out of helplessness. It's not that no one has threatened him, but the results of those people were very miserable. However, when the little girl in front of him said this, he found that he couldn't do anything to her. Yes, twin martial spirits are already very important to him, but compared with Gu Yu's elementalist, yes is a level lower. Tang Wulin didn't expect Gu Yu to speak for him, and couldn't help looking at her with some gratitude. Thank you, Gu Yu, but Teacher Wu is right. This is related to the honor of our class, so it is naturally better for the strongest person to participate. But don't worry, I will work hard. The number of participants is not limited to 3 people. If I can become strong enough within 3 months, I think the teacher will let me participate. Wu Chongkong looked at Tang Wulin in surprise. Teacher, what are we going to practice in the special training? It won't be physical fitness again, right? Yes, focus was obviously different from theirs. Wu Chongkong said, of course not. No matter what kind of training you do, there is only one purpose. That is to increase your strength. Strength is divided into hard strength and soft strength. In my opinion, all strength comes from actual combat. Therefore, the only way to improve your strength is actual combat. Use actual combat to stimulate your own potential and use actual combat to improve your combat experience. I will explain the key points to each of you first, and then start the actual combat. Yes, your speed is fast enough for your level. However, your physical fitness is too poor to last. Therefore, when fighting, pay attention to controlling your physical fitness. Your second martial soul has unexpected effects, but don't use it easily. Once used, it must achieve good enough results. Guyu, I observed your element control today. Although I don't want to say this, I still have to admit that with your current cultivation, your control of various elements is already very good. Tomorrow, I will take the 4 of you to test your mental power. Tang Wulin said, Teacher, I have tested the mental power before. Wu Chongkong interrupted him coldly, I only believe in my own eyes. He continued to say to Guyu, so, in training, I hope you can try to combine different elements more. I have carefully thought about your martial soul today. Elementalists are actually equivalent to being very friendly to various elements, but because there is no special improvement of soul rings, it is impossible for you to become particularly strong in any element. You seem to be able to use different attribute abilities through different elements, which is very advantageous in the early stage. However, when your future cultivation reaches a certain level, you will find that you do not have powerful soul skills as a foundation. The soul skills you will obtain in the future can only enhance your control over elements and improve the strength of soul power. In this case, if you want to become a real strong man, there is only one way you can go. That is the combination of multiple elements. This is an unprecedented way, but I discovered it today when I saw you combine earth elements and ice elements to control Xie. If you can combine elements of different attributes and control this power, then you will definitely stand at the top of this world in the future. It is not easy for Wu Chongkong to say this. It shows how much he values. Guyu. Yes, thank you, teacher. Guyu nodded. Wu Chongkong turned to Tang Wulin, as for you. The first thing you need to do now is to control your martial soul. Only by controlling it perfectly can you truly control it, so as to develop in the direction of a control-type combat soul master. Also, your power is very great, which is still very useful at this level. Soul guides are prohibited in class competitions, but ordinary weapons are not prohibited. Maybe you can find an item like a hammer as your weapon. Yes. Finally, Wu Chongkong turned to Nanfuxian, as for you, Nanfuxian, at this level, you are also a very good one. Your martial soul has undergone a benign mutation and is more inclined to a spiritual martial soul. If the first soul skill is used well, it can even achieve the situation of first sight killing, and the physical fitness is far superior to the general strong attack type soul master. This is the first time I have seen your situation. My personal advice to you is to develop in the direction of a spiritual soul master. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Wu. Nanfuxian also responded. Then, the special training will start immediately. Wu Chongkong said lightly. When Xie heard that it was not physical training but actual combat training, he felt much better and said eagerly, Teacher Wu, who will go first? Wu Chongkong said, in no particular order, all 4 of you will come together. Your opponent is me. Wu Chongkong's hand flashed with light, and a wooden sword appeared. I don't use the power and soul skills of the martial soul. You can do whatever you want. Start. As he spoke, he swung the wooden sword in his hand and stabbed at Xie. Xie reacted quickly and retreated quickly. However, Wu Chongkong's sword was like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Although he retreated quickly, the wooden sword was getting closer and closer. Wu! A deep sound of breaking through the air sounded. It was Tang Wulin who made the move. He fully implemented Wu Chongkong's words, and the 1000-forged tungsten steel hammer flew out of his hand and smashed directly at Wu Chongkong. Behind the 1000-forged tungsten steel hammer, there was a blue-silver grass connected. Although Wu Chongkong was a little surprised by the 1000-forged tungsten steel hammer flying at him, he didn't even look at it. The wooden sword was still pointing forward, and the tungsten steel hammer flew directly from behind him. Tang Wulin's shot was deflected. A breeze blew from the side, pushing Xie away, causing Wu Changkong's sword to fall into the air. Then, his feet softened and he quickly sank to the ground. Several ice cones flew out and also flew straight to pointing to the ground. Guyu used the same trick again. Wu Changkong smiled calmly, and with a flick of his wrist, the wooden sword was about to touch a few ice cones, but at this moment he suddenly felt dazed. It was Nanfuxian who saw the right opportunity and stole his consciousness directly. When he came to his senses, several ice cones were already close at hand. Wu Changkong's pupil shrank, and he finally understood the helplessness of his opponent when facing Nanfuxian before. The wooden sword surrounded, and it seemed to bring out a strange airflow. Several ice cones seemed to lose control and flew to the side. At the same time, he pulled up his body, directly broke away from the ground, and jumped out of the mud. Wu Tang Wulin's thousand-forged tungsten hammer arrived again. This time, it was no longer one hammer, but two hammers, and they swept across, covering a larger area. Wu Changkong casually pointed out the wooden sword, and pointed at the tungsten hammers respectively. The two tungsten hammers paused in the air and fell down immediately. A flash of surprise flashed in Wu Changkong's eyes. The power of this little guy was indeed extraordinary. A ball of fire arrived beside Wu Changkong, and Guyu's attack appeared at the right time. Wu Changkong's weapon was a wooden sword, and using fire to burn should have the best effect. Wu Changkong used the same trick again to attract the fireball. Towards Xie, Xie slashed out with his light dragon dagger, breaking the fireball. After curling up for a while, he still rushed to the vicinity of Wu Changkong. With a slight movement of his left hand, an invisible blade swept up, and the light dragon dagger stabbed out at the same time. Tang Wulin's thousand-forged tungsten steel hammer was also swung up again, bombarding Wu Changkong from below. 3 fireballs flew out at the right time. The 3 of them finally played a small cooperation. Unfortunately, their opponents were too powerful. The wooden sword turned into layers of sword shadows, and Wu Changkong did not see how to exert force. The 2,000 forged tungsten steel hammers were blown away. Xie was directly hit on the shoulder by a sword sweeping out, crashing into 3 fireballs. If it weren't for his heroic performance, swinging the light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger in succession, he would probably be injured this time. Wu Changkong fell from the sky. This time, his target was Tang Wulin. The wooden sword stabbed straight, pointed at Tang Wulin. At this time, Xie was still in a panic and couldn't help him. Guyu was blocked by the falling Xie and had no time to rescue him. But Nanfuxian had been watching from the side after using a soul skill at the beginning. All this was deliberately created by Wu Changkong, just to isolate him in an instant and form a one-on-one situation. Using actual combat to stimulate students' potential, Wu Changkong did it in the advanced department. When facing great pressure, a student's reaction can fully demonstrate his potential. With the wooden sword in front of his chest, Tang Wulin's eyes became focused. He seemed to have entered a wonderful state. 2 grey lights lit up at the same time. His right hammer was in front of his chest to block the wooden sword, and his left hammer was swung directly. Smashed towards Wu Changkong. Ding! The wooden sword pierced the grey right-hand hammer, making a sound like metal clashing. Tang Wulin only felt a strong force coming, and the Qianduan silver hammer suddenly hit his chest. He was knocked back. Chapter 26 Wu Changkong was almost disfigured. After entering the state of concentration, Tang Wulin was particularly sober. He knew very well that if he retreated, his left-hand hammer would not be able to reach the teacher. Therefore, he suddenly let go of the left-hand hammer that was swung out, letting it fly out of his hand. Smashed straight towards Wu Changkong. Wu Changkong shook the wooden sword in his hand casually, and slashed his left-hand hammer horizontally. Wu Changkong's martial soul was originally a sword. He pursued the realm of breaking all laws with one sword. Therefore, no matter what the enemy's attack was or who the enemy was, he only relied on the sword. However, this time he suffered a loss. When the hammer and sword collided, Wu Chongkong felt a strong force coming from the wooden sword in his hand. Although it was not comparable to his strength, he did not release his martial spirit now, and only used a small part of his spirit power. He suddenly found that his wooden sword could not bear it. Before he could inject more spirit power, two forces came from the wooden sword in succession. At the same time, a familiar dizziness came again, and Wu Chongkong lost consciousness for a while. Crack! The wooden sword broke, and the thousand-forged silver hammer smashed towards his head. Teacher Wu. Seeing that the thousand-forged silver hammer was about to blow Wu Chongkong's head, Tang Wulin couldn't help but shout. Maybe it was the sense of crisis between life and death, or Tang Wulin's roar awakened Wu Chongkong. Wu Chongkong finally woke up when the thousand-forged silver hammer was close to his face. When he saw the thousand-forged silver hammer that was just a little bit away from touching his face, he finally exploded. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. 6 soul rings emerged from Wu Chongkong's body. As his soul power exploded, the momentum of the thousand-forged silver hammer stopped. A long sword appeared in his hand at some point, and Wu Chongkong used the sword to knock the thousand-forged silver hammer away. The seemingly small forging hammer fell to the ground with a huge roar, which startled Xie and Guyu, who were about to come to support. Not only were they surprised that Tang Wulin actually forced Teacher Wu to retreat and broke his wooden sword, but they were also shocked that Teacher Wu was a 6-ring soul emperor. Stop! You won this competition! Wu Chongkong raised his hand to stop Guyu and Xie, who were about to continue to attack. When he used his martial soul, he had actually lost. Frankly speaking, Wu Chongkong was actually sweating a little. At the beginning, after he was hit by Nanfuxian's soul skill, he highly concentrated his mental power. In his opinion, with his 6-ring soul emperor level mental power, even if Nanfuxian's soul skill was a bit weird, as long as he was prepared, a soul master's first soul skill was not a concern at all. But he didn't expect that he almost capsized in the gutter. Nanfuxian actually used his soul skill when his wooden sword was broken by Tang Wulin's thousand-forged silver hammer, and successfully made him fall into a state of unconsciousness. When the thousand-forged silver hammer was close to his face, he also subconsciously used his martial soul. Otherwise, if he was hit by the hammer, even if his head would not be blown up, he would at least have to lie in the hospital for a while. Anyway, his face would definitely not be saved. The cold and arrogant male god also needs face. If he was beaten into the hospital by these kids, he didn't know if he would have the face to come back and teach them. Oh, we won, we beat Teacher Wu. Xie on the side was shouting excitedly, and the 3 of them were smiling. After all, Teacher Wu is a 6-ring soul emperor. Even if it's a little tricky, but winning is winning. Wu Chongkong on the side looked at Xie, who was shouting, and secretly made a note of him in his heart. He must take good care of Xie in the future. He contributed a lot in the whole competition, but not much. In the end, when he attacked Tang Wulin, he dragged Guyu's feet and made her unable to support him. He was still shouting here after winning, as if he was afraid that others didn't know that he won. Xie on the side didn't know that he had been written in Wu Chongkong's notebook, but he instinctively felt a chill. Nanfuxian, use your soul skill on me again. Wu Chongkong said to Nanfuxian. Okay. Nanfuxian didn't say anything nonsense and used stealing directly on Wu Chongkong. As the light symbolizing the 10-year soul ring flickered, Wu Chongkong held his breath and focused his mind, staring closely at Nanfuxian, and a sense of trance came over him again. Nanfuxian, do you mind telling me about yourself? Is it possible to deprive others of their consciousness? A soul master can control a soul master's soul skills for a short period of time. It seems that his martial soul may be more powerful than I thought. Time worm? Time. Wu Chongkong asked Nanfuxian for his opinion. The stronger the opponent is, the shorter the time I can control him. As for the range, as long as the opponent is within my sight or locked by my mental power, I can use it. Nan Fuxian said half-truthfully. Can a soul master deprive others of their consciousness? A soul master can control a soul emperor like me for a short period of time. It seems that his martial soul may be more powerful than I thought. Time worm? Time. Just as Wu Chongkong was thinking deeply, he saw the Qianduan silver hammer that broke his wooden sword. Mysterious Suangang Yu Xiao Yu frame? Wu Chongkong came back to his senses and looked at Tang Wulin, who was retrieving the hammer. Nan Fuxian's soul skill did control him before, but Tang Wulin's hammer was the final word. Tang Wulin said, "This is a heavy silver hammer, which is heavier than an ordinary forging hammer." "How heavy is it? Let me see." Xie was very interested in this hammer that could break Teacher Wu's wooden sword. He ran over quickly and grabbed the 1,000-forged heavy silver hammer in Tang Wulin's hand. Dang! The next moment the heavy silver hammer left Tang Wulin's hand, it fell directly to the ground. The huge inertia caused Xie to fall flat on his face. Ouch! Xie cried out in pain, what is this thing? Why is it so heavy?" Wu Chongkong walked over, picked up the 1,000-forged silver hammer, and couldn't help but be moved. No wonder his wooden sword was broken, the weight of this hammer. A single handle is about 150 kilograms. Wu Chongkong said, "Just now it sent 3 forces. Is this your control or something else?" Tang Wulin hesitated for a moment and said, "It is the ability of the hammer itself. After the metal is forged 1,000 times, it will produce some uncertain special effects. My silver hammer also has it, called the stacking hammer." Although Wu Chongkong didn't know how to forge, he could see the preciousness of the 1,000-forged silver hammer. He nodded slightly and said, "Are you very talented in forging? I checked and found that Mu Xi, who came to you to compete in forging today, is the daughter of the president of the Donghai City Forging Association." "Well, I'm a forger." Thinking of the courtesy he received at the Forging Master Association, Tang Wulin felt much better. Wu Changkong's eyes showed a thoughtful look. He raised his hand and said to Tang Wulin, "Come, hold my hand. Pull me with all your strength, let me feel how strong your strength is." Wu Chongkong said. "Oh." Tang Wulin responded, took a deep breath, exerted force with both arms, and pulled back. Wu Chongkong was well prepared this time, and the whole person stood there motionless like a nail. Tang Wulin's face gradually turned red because he was going all out. Although Wu Chongkong did not move, the faint soul power fluctuations on his body showed that he was not so relaxed. At least he needed soul power support to avoid being pulled by Tang Wulin. "Okay." After a while, Wu Chongkong called a halt. Tang Wulin then stopped. A strange look flashed across Wu Changkong's cold face, and he patted Tang Wulin on the shoulder. "You 4 will play together in the promotion match. Your strength can reach such a level, so our tactics will be interesting." Chapter 27 The promotion match begins. When Nan Fuxian returned to the dormitory, he was exhausted, but he still managed to sit cross-legged and enter a meditative state. The current training speed has reached its limit. If you want to strengthen it, you can only find ways to improve your physical fitness or strengthen the meridians. When the 5 classes were fighting Wu Chongkong, Nan Fuxian had already recovered the time worms, hereinafter referred to as time worms, from his 3 roommates. Then, when fighting Wu Chongkong, he used stealing to secretly parasitize Wu Chongkong. Wu Chongkong is indeed a soul emperor. His cultivation speed is equal to the 8 people I parasitized before. And this soul power circulation speed is at Xiantian Gong. After successfully parasitizing Wu Chongkong, Nan Fuxian couldn't wait to try how fast the soul emperor level was. In order to prevent being discovered by Wu Chongkong, Nan Fuxian parasitized 3 time worms at once, to affect Wu Changkong's senses when he was practicing, so that he would ignore the slowdown in soul power practice. At present, it seems that my parasitism is not noticeable to the six-ring soul emperor level. Wu Chongkong should not be pretending not to notice it to lure him. Why do you say that? Because those people of the Tang sect value the Tang sect's skills and unique skills more than their own lives. When Nanfuxian parasitized Wu Chongkong, he could clearly feel the operation root of the Tang sect's skills. According to Wu Chongkong's character, he would not expose the Tang sect's precious skills to Nanfuxian for the purpose of fishing for law enforcement, at least not before Nanfuxian became a disciple of the Tang sect. After thinking about it, Nanfuxian recovered 2 time insects from the senior students, otherwise it would be a waste of time to keep them. Nanfuxian can absorb the soul power of others for cultivation. And he can also absorb the soul power generated by others during the cultivation process. But absorption is absorption, and it is not a star-absorbing method. In addition, Nanfuxian's meridian strength and other restrictions make him only able to maintain a soul power cultivation at an extreme intensity. Unless he chooses to directly absorb the vitality and soul power of others, instead of absorbing the soul power generated by others during the cultivation process like now. Now Nanfuxian has 3 time insects parasitizing Wu Chongkong, 3 for senior students, and 3 for himself. Then there are 3 more to save, waiting to find a suitable target. From the second day, Tang Wulin was specially approved not to participate in physical training. The reason is very simple. In Wu Chongkong's view, his physical fitness is not as good as Tang Wulin. Ordinary training is of no use to Tang Wulin, a gifted freak. It is better to spend time on other training, such as how to better control the blue-silver grass. And Nanfuxian, who also has superb physical fitness, was specially approved by Wu Chongkong to focus on soul training and researching his martial soul first. On the 3rd day of the physical training class, the other students in Class 5 of Grade 1 finally couldn't stand it and fell down. From this day on, it was restored to physical training in the morning and theory classes in the afternoon. Only half a day of physical training, the students felt much more relaxed, and no one complained. Nanfuxian, Tang Wulin, Xie and Gu Yu took a mental test, and the results were shocking. Xie's mental power was 29, which was a very good result among his peers, close to the middle level of Ling Yuan realm. Tang Wulin's spiritual power is 44, which is directly in the middle stage of the spiritual Yuan realm, but he did not say that he was only 38 in the last test. His spiritual power has improved a lot in such a short time. The spiritual power of the 2 of them has brought some surprises to Wu Chongkong, but compared with Nanfuxian and Gu Yu, they are really not conspicuous. Among the spiritual power levels, the first is the spiritual Yuan realm. When the spiritual power test value exceeds 100, it is directly another level, called the spiritual communication realm. The spiritual communication realm means that the mind and spirit are connected, and the mind reaches the mind. When you reach the spiritual communication realm, you begin to control your spiritual power and truly control your spiritual power for your own use. You can carry 2 yellow souls or 1 purple soul. Wu Chongkong then determined that Gu Yu's martial soul elementalist is probably actually a rare spiritual martial soul, which communicates with elements through powerful spiritual power and is used by her. Spiritual soul masters are the most scarce and most popular in the world today, because they are most compatible with mechas. This also makes Wu Chongkong pay more attention to Nanfuxian and Gu Yu. Of course, the hardship of training will not be different. The more you are valued by the cold and arrogant male god, the more training you will receive. The following days are very fulfilling. 6 days a week, you practice and meditate hard. The remaining day is spent in the dormitory, or you go to see the situation in other dormitories and use them to exercise your ability as a dream stealer and steal dreams. Basically, when Nanfuxian likes a student, he will directly parasitize the time worm on him, and then wait until the evening to steal their dreams through the time worm on their body. However, the objects of the theft are basically students from the intermediate department. The fulfilling days always pass quickly. 2 months have passed in a flash. Nanfuxian's soul power has reached level 16, basically 1 level per month. Until this day, Wu Chongkong called him, Tang Wulin, Xie and Guyu to the office and told them that the first game of the promotion competition will start next week. In more than 2 months, everyone has changed a lot. The most important point is that now they are very tacit under Wu Changkong's inhuman special training, and the relationship between the four is also very harmonious. Except that Xie was stared at by Guyu from time to time as if he was a burden. Guyu was undoubtedly the most powerful among the four. Even when facing Nanfuxian, she only needed to use the light element to block her sight, and use the space element to transfer at the same time, and then use fireballs, ice cones, and wind blades to bombard Nanfuxian. Nanfuxian couldn't do anything to her. This kind of operation could only be done by Guyu, who mastered multiple elements. Although Xie had used all his strength in the special training, he couldn't catch up with Guyu. However, after more than 2 months, Xie's soul power had reached level 19. If he was promoted by 1 level, he could absorb the second soul ring of his 100-year soul and advance to the Great Soul Master. Guyu's soul power reached level 17, 2 levels advanced. Although Tang Wulin had a blue-silver grass martial soul, he worked hard to practice martial soul control every day. With the help of advanced meditation and Wu Changkong's guidance, his soul power also increased by 1 level, to level 12. Teacher, who will Class 4 send to compete with us? Do you know the information? Xie asked Wu Changkong eagerly. Wu Changkong said coldly, a small Class 4, if you still need to get information to defeat them, then are you still worthy of being my disciples? In the competition next week, you have only one task, crush them. Do you understand? Yes. The 4 people answered at the same time. Chapter 28 Winning Streak. The first game of the new school year promotion competition, Class 4 of Grade 1 versus Class 5 of Grade 1, start. Accompanied by Long Hengxiu's loud shout, the 4 students of Class 4 of Grade 1 released their soul rings almost at the same time. 4 circles of white soul rings rose under their feet. Jialong, who was standing in the front, took a step forward, his body swelled slightly, and a low roar came out of his mouth. His originally brown eyes turned yellow, and his arms were obviously thicker. He took a big step and rushed forward. Lin Xunyuan muttered something, and a long staff appeared in his hand. The halo under his feet flashed, and a red light shot out from the top of the staff and landed on Garland. A hint of blood appeared in Garland's yellow eyes, and his body expanded again. With a compelling momentum, he rushed towards Tang Wulin. On the other side, Moss flashed and hid behind Garland. There was no change in Kato Ying, but his palm suddenly expanded and rushed towards the 4 people. From their swift and coordinated actions, it can be seen that they have been trained for a long time. They are not just randomly selected, as their class teacher Kong Hanwen said before. Galan is a strong attack-type battle soul master, and his martial soul should be wolf-type. Moss is a quick attack-type battle soul master, and it is not clear what his martial soul is. And that Lin Xunyuan is an auxiliary-type battle soul master, and his first soul skill is an amplification type. Kato Ying is also a strong attack-type battle soul master, and his martial soul is an extremely rare body martial soul. Even Wu Changkong was surprised when he saw Kato Ying's martial soul. 2 strong attacks, 1 quick attack, and 1 amplification, these 3 types of soul masters are very good together. On the other hand, Nanfuxian and the other 4 in Class 5 did not release their own soul rings at the first time. Except for Nanfuxian, Tang Wulin and the other 3 rushed towards each other almost at the same time. Xie almost dodged and approached Jialong, who rushed to the front. But he did not attack Jialong. He dodged to the side, went around to the side, and rushed to Lin Xunyuan behind him. Moss! Garland yelled. Moss, who was hiding behind him, immediately chased after Xie. Once a sensitive attack-type soul master gets close to an auxiliary-type soul master, the auxiliary type Soul Master will be killed in an instant. As for the other two, Garland and Kato Ying are confident that they can stop them and kill them. First soul skill, Kato Ying's hand. When Kato Ying's martial soul was awakened, it was just his fingers at first. But then it merged with a bird soul called Giant Palm Eagle, which caused its martial soul to mutate a little. It began to develop in the direction of the palm. And it named the first soul skill Kato Ying's hand, just to give itself a goal to strive for. After performing the soul skill, Kato Ying's palm expanded again, and he was about to grab Guyu with one palm. Kato Ying was confident that with this palm, the girl would definitely become a, but unfortunately, his confidence did not last too long. A ball of light element suddenly appeared in front of his eyes and exploded. Kato Ying was caught off guard by the light element and couldn't open his eyes. Tears kept flowing out. Then he felt his body cold and lost consciousness. From the outside world, a human-shaped popsicle was so dazzling under the sunlight. Just when Kato Ying couldn't open his eyes because of the light element, Guyu froze him directly. On the other side, although Jialong's body expanded a lot under the blessing of the martial spirit, he was still much shorter than Tang Wulin. The distance between the two sides was getting closer, and Jialong was secretly wondering why this guy didn't even release his martial spirit. At this moment, he saw Tang Wulin's fist. As a strong attack-type combat soul master, Jialong was also very confident in his own strength. He grabbed with his right hand and tried to grab Tang Wulin's fist. Behind Tang Wulin, a figure flashed lightly, and Jialong felt his feet slip and almost fell. The claws he grabbed suddenly deviated from the direction. Tang Wulin's fist directly hit his chest. Bang! Tang Wulin's punch directly knocked Garland's body 7 or 8 meters away. A blue vine arrived only at this moment. However, it disappeared the next moment. Because the battle on the other side was also over. After Xie bypassed Garland, his steps instantly accelerated. Although Moss was also a quick attack spirit master, his speed was obviously not at the same level as his. When Xie's light dragon dagger hit Lin Xunyuan's head, Lin Xunyuan was judged out by Long Hengxiu. Moss's martial soul was a short sword, which was somewhat similar to Xie's light dragon dagger, and his soul power was only level 13. This was a battle without suspense. The weapons of both sides only collided once, and Xie went around Moss's back, and the light dragon dagger was directly placed on his neck. Until this moment, the 3 students from the first grade class 5 participating in the competition all released their martial souls. White, yellow, yellow. 1 10-year spirit ring, 2, 100. Year. Soul. Ring. Kong Hanwen stared at the scene in a daze. The game lasted from the beginning to the end. 10 seconds, was there 10 seconds? And there was still one person on the opposite side who hadn't made a move. He really wanted to ask Long Hengxiu on the stage if he was really facing Class 5 of Grade 1, not Class 1 of Grade 1? Xie curled his lips, returned to Tang Wulin with an unsatisfied look, and high-fived him to celebrate. Until this moment, cheers suddenly rang out from Class 5 of Grade 1. Oh, no, now they are Class 4 of Grade 1. Class 5 of Grade 1 wins. Before the end of the promotion game, you are still Class 5 for the time being. After the promotion game, you will be re-ranked. Tomorrow you will continue to challenge Class 3 of Grade 1. This was a game that couldn't even be called a crushing victory, because there was no crushing process at all. Everything was so easy and casual. Tang Wulin didn't use the power of his martial soul much. And Nanfuxian didn't even have the chance to make a move, but he had already defeated the enemy. Wu Chongkong didn't even look at Kong Hanwen, the head teacher of Class 4 in the distance, and raised his head in a cold voice, "School is over." Xie and Tang Wulin stood side by side. I suddenly feel that the days of the promotion competition are so happy. Finally, I don't have to do special training at night. In order to maintain their physical fitness and condition, they don't need to do special training during the competition, so Xie sighed. How about we go out and play? Xie whispered to Tang Woolen and Nan Fuxian. Tang Woolen shook his head, let's not go. The cafeteria will be open for dinner soon. Xie was speechless, you only know how to eat. Tang Woolen said unhappily, I'm hungry if I don't eat. Xie said, okay, accompany me out, how about I treat you? I'm almost suffocating in the academy these days. The management of Donghai College is not particularly strict. Donghai City is a wealthy city with very good public security. Okay. When he heard that he wanted to treat him to a meal, Tang Woolen immediately agreed. I won't go. I still have to practice. Nan Fuxian suddenly said. Hey, no, brother, you are too desperate. You finally have time to rest, and you still have to practice. Xie looked at Nan Fuxian in shock. Is it really okay for you to be so stubborn? If you do this, won't it make me look like a loser who wants to be lazy? A day's plan begins in the morning, and I have some things I have to do. You, Woolen and Guyu go play together. Nan Fuxian shook his head, glanced at Guyu who was walking towards this side, and said to Xie. Ha, why invite her? This is a communication between us boys. You seem to be talking about some interesting topics. Can you take me with you? Guyu had come to them without knowing when. Although he seemed to be asking, his tone was unquestionable. Nan Fuxian ignored their farce. Now his Dream Stealer magic potion was almost digested. He had to digest it before the Tianhai Alliance competition. This was his opportunity to be promoted to half-man, half-god. Chapter 29 Winning Streak. Just like yesterday, after school in the afternoon, the intermediate department playground ushered in the promotion match. This is the second day of the game, but like yesterday, there are still few spectators. Yesterday's victory of Grade 1 Class 5 over Grade 1 Class 4 did not cause much waves in the college. After all, it was just a battle between the lowest classes of the lowest grades. However, not everyone does not take it seriously. For example, Grade 1 Class 3, which will play against Grade 1 Class 5 this afternoon, takes this game very seriously. Ye Yingrong, the head teacher of Grade 1 Class 3, is not very old, a few years younger than Wu Changkong. She is a new teacher. Ye Yingrong arrived early. The students of Grade 1 Class 3 lined up very neatly. Standing at the front of the class were three handsome boys. The strange thing was that these three people looked exactly the same. If you were not very familiar with them, you could not tell who was who. Wu Changkong also came with Grade 1 Class 5. Tang Woolen, Xie, and Guyu followed behind him. The other students in Class 5 also looked excited. After yesterday's competition, they were very confident in Tang Woolen and the other two. Ye Yingrong walked over with a smile on her face. Hello, Teacher Wu. She smiled and nodded to Wu Changkong. Ye Yingrong is a rare beauty, over 1.7 meters tall, with a very good body proportion. Her big eyes are bright and her long light green hair is very rare and combed into a neat ponytail. She has fair skin, an oval face, and a cherry mouth. If you just look at her appearance, even if you say she is a student in the advanced department, some people will believe it. At the age of 23, she entered Donghai College to teach, and she is a 4-ring soul master. At her age, she is already quite outstanding. Hello. Wu Changkong also nodded to her. I am Ye Yingrong, the teacher of Class 3. Ye Yingrong emphasized her name, because she was very confident that this cold and arrogant male god would definitely not know who she is. The male god who is said to live only in his own world may not remember the names of a few women in the entire college. Yet, after answering, Wu Changkong's eyes drifted towards the competition stage. Xie stood by and watched in awe. What he envied most was Wu Changkong's cold and arrogant look, which was definitely not pretended, but was born that way. Compared with Teacher Wu, he was really far behind. Ye Yingrong didn't care at all, and waved to the students in her class. The students of Class 3 of the first year ran over quickly and lined up behind her. Ya Yingrong said to the students in her class, "Friendship first, competition second, Gu Tianri, Gu Tianyu, Gu Tianming, Ito Makoto, you should pay attention later. Do you understand?" "Yes, teacher." Yet 3 identical triplets and an average-looking boy answered in unison. Wu Chongkong turned his head and looked at them. When he saw that they looked the same, his eyes stayed for a moment. Obviously, he was more interested in these 3 students who looked exactly the same than Ya Yingrong. At this time, the Dean of Teaching, Long Hengxiu, had already come to the competition stage. The second match of the promotion competition, Grade 1, Class 5? Divided by? Wu Chongkong nodded, and Nan Fuxian, Tang Wulin, Xie Xie and Gu Yu entered the venue one after another and walked towards the center of the venue. Ya Yingrong smiled slightly, "You guys go too." The 3 Gu brothers who looked the same and Ito Makoto also went on the competition stage. These 3 brothers have a characteristic. They all look thin, but their eyes are very sharp. The tacit understanding of the triplets makes them look the same when they walk. As a result, although Ito Makoto walked with the 3 of them, his presence seemed a little weak. Wu Chongkong did not give any tips to his disciples. They may encounter various opponents in the future. The promotion game is a kind of training for them. If they need their own guidance in everything, they will never grow up. Nan Fuxian and the other 4 are still arranged in the formation of yesterday. The 3 brothers of the Gu family stand side by side. Together, Gu Tianri was in the center, with Gu Tianyu on the left and Gu Tianming on the right. Makoto Ito stood behind the 3, but his figure was covered by them. "Are you ready?" Long Hengxiu asked as usual. After getting a positive answer from both sides, he waved his hand and announced the start of the second game of the promotion match. It is not surprising that the martial spirits of the 3 brothers are exactly the same, after all, they are triplets. However, when they spread their wings behind them at the same time, the visual impact is still very strong. 3 pairs of wings spread at the same time, and a white soul ring appeared under each of their feet. The 3 Gu brothers flew up at the same time and climbed into the air. When the 3 Gu brothers took off, their backs were also exposed. Makoto Ito, who had been hiding behind the 3, disappeared? Yes, Makoto Ito disappeared. He was not taken up by the 3 Gu brothers, and he just disappeared. The martial spirit of the 3 Gu brothers is called Skyhawk, a bird martial spirit with a very fast flying speed. The Skyhawk is not a particularly strong eagle. It wins by speed. If it is a soul beast, the Skyhawk can fly to an altitude of more than 3,000 meters and maintain a high speed for a long time. Therefore, the 3 brothers of the Gu family all took the path of agile attack-type combat soul masters. Their first soul spirit was the same, a bird similar to a falcon. It is called the light-winged falcon. It is fast, has no attack power, and is only the size of a palm. This is also a joke. If the soul spirit can be chosen to be stronger, their combat power can be increased geometrically. Can fly? What should we do? Xie Xie looked at the 3 people. Tang Wulin smiled slightly, just shoot it down. Fuxian, it's up to you, Gaiyu, the wind element blessing. Xiongnan Fuxian and Gaiyu said, and a blue light flashed in his hand, and several blue-silver grasses wrapped around Xie Xie's waist. Xie Xie screamed, "I'm afraid of heights, what should I do?" Tang Wulin said unhappily, "I'm afraid of pain." "How many times did you stab me yesterday?" Without waiting for Xie Xie to refute, he had already pulled him in front of him and hugged his waist from behind. A flash of green light passed by, and Xie Xie felt his whole body lighten, and his weight seemed to be offset a lot. The next moment, he flew up like a cloud. Under the stage, Ya Yingrong saw that Tang Wulin hugged Xie Xie, then turned around quickly on the spot, and threw Xie Xie out. He was thrown directly into the air. "Can you throw someone so high?" Ye Yingrong was really shocked. However, she quickly calmed down. The three brothers of the Gu family are flying martial spirits, and they are triplets. After entering school, she focused on training these three brothers, practicing their ability to fight in the air and cooperate with each other. The opponent only has one vacant, which gives the three brothers a chance to attack together. In mid-air, Gu Tianri made a gesture very calmly. Facing Xie who pounced on him, he did not fight with him directly, but flapped his wings, curbed his forward momentum, and suddenly paused in the air. Their biggest advantage is flying. They are not afraid of fighting in the air. Just wait for Xie to fall down and then attack him, which will naturally have a miraculous effect. Gu Tianri was about to retreat, but suddenly a strange force came to his mind, making Gu Tianming's brain blank. Xie's light dragon dagger slapped his head, and at the same time his right foot stepped on his shoulder, and he flew up like a rock spreading its wings, and pounced on Gu Tianyu who was closer. Gu Tianri is on stage. Long Hengxiu saw it clearly from below and announced that Gu Tianri had ended the game. At that moment just now, if Xie wanted to kill him, his throat would have been cut. What? Gu Tianyu and Gu Tianming couldn't believe that their eldest brother was defeated so easily, but with a feeling of dizziness, the remaining two also entered a state of unconsciousness, and were hit on the head by Xie with the light dragon dagger, ending the battle. The three people on the ground watched Xie deal with the three people, but they did not relax their vigilance. They knew very well that there was another person on the field. Gu Yu stretched out his hand and a wind element surrounded Xie, helping him to ease the momentum of falling. At this moment, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows at the edge of the field. It was Ito Makoto. The three were about to take action and beat him up for justice when they saw Ito Makoto raise his hands. Surrender, I surrender. Ito Makoto's martial soul is called Shadow Wolf, and his first soul skill is called Hidden Shadow. Just when everyone was attracted by the martial soul released by the three Gu brothers, released the martial soul and sneaked into the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to move. Unfortunately, until the three Gu brothers were defeated, he did not find an opportunity and could only admit defeat helplessly. He didn't want to be beaten up. First grade class 5, wins. Long Hengxiu's voice was obviously filled with shock when he said these words. Chapter 30 The promotion match is temporarily suspended. After the match, Wu Chongkong looked at the four people on the stage, just glanced at them, but did not comment on the process of their previous battle, and walked towards the dormitory building. Is Teacher Wu satisfied or dissatisfied with us? Xie asked Tang Wulin in confusion. Tang Wulin shrugged, how should I know? But I guess it's for us to summarize ourselves. Gu Yu nodded, we shouldn't have taken the initiative. When that Ito Makoto disappeared just now, our first reaction was to attack the three Gu brothers first, instead of guarding against Ito Makoto's sneak attack. If we had been defending on the ground, the three in the sky would have been defeated. People have to take the initiative to attack, and they will naturally reach our attack range. As long as they come down, there will be no chance at all. If they insist on running away with flying spirits, we can't do anything, but in this kind of competition, they have no chance at all. But Ito Makoto is different. If he just took the opportunity to attack, he might be able to eliminate one of us. We can't be so impulsive next time. Xie said to Tang Wulin beside him. Wulin, she said you are impulsive. I am not a person who picks troubles. I don't know what your temper is. If it's me, I can't stand it. Tang Wulin said to Gu Yu sincerely, the first time we faced a flying spirit master, it was indeed my impulsiveness at that time, sorry. Xie was surprised and said, hey, I said your temper is too good. She criticized you and you apologized. Gu Yu laughed, it's useless to sow discord. People say this is called correcting mistakes when they know them, and gentlemanly demeanor when they say it. Do you think everyone is as petty as you? Wulin, I will treat you to a first-class meal tonight. However, only one serving. Tang Wulin smiled and said, "Okay. Flies are also meat. Let's go. I'm hungry." Nan Fuxian quietly watched the three people playing around. After the game yesterday, the three people went out for a while, and the relationship between the three people seemed to have become much more harmonious. At least Guyu didn't look at Xie with eyes like trash fish. Although the two people still fight each other, it was more like a fight between friends. After dinner, Xie proposed to go out of the college to play, but was directly rejected by Nan Fuxian and Tang Wulin. The reason why Tang Wulin refused was very simple: he wanted to practice. Nan Fuxian had just started to meditate when he saw Wang Ba and the other two walking in. "It's not good. It's not good, Fuxian, go out and take a look. The entrance of our college is blocked by a group of people. It seems that they are quite powerful. Moreover, they are holding photos of Tang Wulin, Xie and Guyu, shouting for the college to hand them over." Nan Fuxian raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Don't worry, they will be fine." After that, Nan Fuxian ignored Wang Ba and others and continued to practice. Early in the morning, Nan Fuxian went directly to the cafeteria to eat, but Nan Fuxian noticed that Tang Wulin seemed to be worried. On the contrary, Xie was chatting with Tang Wulin there in high spirits. When he saw Nan Fuxian, he winked at him. "Fuxian, you must not know what happened yesterday." "What happened? Do you mean that Teacher Wu showed his power yesterday and beat up Guang Biao, the captain of the Donghai City Mecha Brigade? How did you know?" Xie said in shock. "Everyone in the academy knows about this. How did you offend him?" Nan Fuxian rolled his eyes and said, "Oh, it seems to be true, but we didn't offend him, but his brother." Speaking of this, Xie's expression became filled with righteous indignation, describing how abominable Guang Biao's brother Guanglong was, bullying men and women, and doing all kinds of evil, and how they had to fight hard to defeat him. Finally, he said, "But you must not have seen Teacher Wu's battle scene with your own eyes. He defeated Guang Biao, who was also a six-ring soul emperor, with only 2 swords. Yesterday, he experienced the battle between Wu Chongkong and Guang Biao through the time worm that parasitized Wu Chongkong, but he didn't tell Xie about it." Eating, studying, and the promotion match, Nan Fuxian's day passed like this. However, Nan Fuxian found that during this day Tang Wulin and the other two were pointed at a lot of times, naturally because of the door blocking incident yesterday. What surprised many people was that Tang Wulin and the other two were not punished by the academy. Everything was normal, as if nothing had happened. More students were watching Wu Chongkong, and even many teachers joined in. Yesterday's battle raised the reputation of the cold and arrogant male god to a higher level in the academy. He is now not only the male god of the girls, but the male god of the entire academy. But Wu Chongkong himself did not react to all this, and remained the same. In the match against Class 2 of Grade 1 after school, Nan Fuxian, Tang Wulin, Guyu, and Xie and his 4 companions did not have to exert much effort. The opponent only had one soul master with a yellow 100-year soul ring. Facing the cooperation of Nan Fuxian and his 4 companions, Xie had no way to deal with them. With the firepower support of Guyu, Xie easily defeated the opponent. 3 wins in 3 games, plus the door-blocking incident that broke out yesterday, the first grade Class 5 finally became the focus of attention. Tomorrow is a rest day. After the rest day, they will face the moment of challenging the first grade Class 1. The first class of each grade is completely different from other classes, because the first class gathers the best talents of the year. At least in the past 20 years, Donghai College has not had a record of the first class of the same grade being defeated by the subsequent class in the promotion competition. During the rest day, Tang Wulin and his 3 companions also invited Nan Fuxian to go to the Donghai Museum together, but Nan Fuxian still refused them because he had something to do. After the 3 of them left, Nan Fuxian looked at their backs and said, "Is Tang Wulin's Golden Dragon King bloodline finally going to break through the first seal?" Donghai Museum, the auction house in Donghai City is jointly held with the museum. Although Nan Fuxian has been in Donghai City for a short time, he has used the ability of the time worm to steal dreams and has stolen a lot of information from some teachers, including the distribution of various forces in Donghai City and the detailed address of the auction house. That's right, Nan Fuxian finally took action against the teacher. Since he found that the parasitic soul emperor would not be discovered, Nan Fuxian has sent senior students to the school. The time worms on the students were recovered. They parasitized some teachers. The teacher recruitment of Donghai College required that the teachers must be at least 4 ring soul lords, which was no better than those students. However, he just randomly found 1 or 2 to parasitize. After all, he now had Wu Chongkong, a power bank at the level of Soul Emperor. But he couldn't always find Wu Chongkong to absorb. He had to change people occasionally. After all, Wu Chongkong was their backer to some extent. If I remember correctly, there seemed to be a strong typhoon that lasted for a week, causing the promotion game to be suspended, giving Tang Wulin time to collect the spiritual objects needed to break through the seal of the Golden Dragon King. I don't know if this was done by Ayan and his wife. Nan Fuxian thought a lot, but finally decided to practice first. Only when he was strong enough could he have the ability to seek opportunities. Sure enough, in the evening, the college's broadcast suddenly sounded. Teachers and students, please pay attention. Teachers and students, please pay attention. Here is an emergency broadcast. We have received a notice from the meteorological department that a strong tropical storm will hit tonight. This strong typhoon is expected to last for more than a week. Therefore, in the next week, please do not leave the college easily. All courses are suspended. Please wait in the dormitory. The promotion game is suspended and will resume after the typhoon leaves. Chapter 31 The decisive battle begins with Wang Billy Donghai College. The typhoon in Donghai City came very suddenly and had a huge impact on the entire city. Stores could not operate and schools could not teach. In a short period of time, it caused traffic paralysis. All departments of the general administration were busy. The typhoon lasted for a whole week. At its strongest, it could even uproot large trees and many buildings were damaged. Fortunately, everything is over. After the typhoon, the air in Donghai City seemed particularly fresh, with a light mist. The sun shone on the earth, and occasionally you could even see the light of a rainbow in the sky. The sky was clear and cloudless. When Nan Fuxian stepped into the classroom, he saw Xie fidgeting in the classroom. When he saw Nan Fuxian, his eyes lit up. Fuxian, have you seen Wulin? Wulin? No, what happened? Although Nan Fuxian knew the general situation of Tang Wulin, he decided to play dumb. Anyway, Tang Wulin would probably catch up by then. Even if Tang Wulin was not there, 3-on-3 or 4-on-4 would not make much difference to him. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. He hasn't replied to the call yet. His communicator seems to be out of energy and can't be connected. Xie said anxiously. Do you know where his studio is? How about we go to find him at noon? Guyu, who was standing beside him, also frowned, with worry in his eyes. Xie smiled bitterly, I have no interest in forging, how can I know where his studio is? He called me that day and told me that he would be in the studio all the time. If he is there, he can't have any problems. How come there is no news until now? Did he forget the time? Guyu's face was gloomy, do you know something? Let's go to the Forge Association at noon. The association may register where his studio is. Xie did not refute Guyu's words, nodded and said, this is a good idea, we will go later. Tang Wulin still did not show up until noon after school. Xie, Nan Fuxian and Guyu went to Wu Chongkong to ask for leave, and then flew out of the campus and went straight to the Forge Association. However, half an hour later, when they walked out of the Forge Association, they all looked depressed. The reply from the Forge Association was very simple. The information of any forging room registered with the association was confidential and could not be leaked, unless they had a special official certificate. Moreover, the confidentiality level of information about Tang Woolen is higher than that of ordinary blacksmiths. What should we do now? Should we ask Teacher Wu to apply for official permission, and then ask him where he lives? Gu Yu asked Xie Xie. Xie Xie smiled bitterly and said, "It's too late. Official permission documents are not so easy to apply for, and it always takes time. It will definitely not be completed today. I'm afraid that only the three of us can participate in our evening competition. Woolen is not an unreliable person. He must have encountered something, otherwise he would not come to school." Nanfuxian also frowned. "Let's go back first. No matter what, ask Teacher Wu to apply for official permission first. How can the competition be more important than Woolen's safety?" "Yes. Official permission." Wu Chongkong looked at the three disciples in front of him, and his originally very cold face suddenly became even gloomier. Tang Woolen has not come to class yet, and he has not been found even after going out to look for him. "Okay, I know what's going on," Wu Chongkong said coldly. "Teacher, will we play in tonight's match?" Xie Xie asked. Wu Chongkong glanced at him. "Just the three of you?" "Yes." The afternoon class passed quickly. Perhaps because the typhoon had depressed the students in the junior department for a long time, as soon as school was over today, a large number of students, even teachers, gathered on the playground, waiting to watch the last promotion match of the first grade today. "Have you heard? This year's promotion match is so weird. The bottom class of the first grade class 5 is actually advancing all the way, winning 3 games in a row. Maybe this dark horse can stay dark forever. Don't dream. Do you know how terrifying this year's freshman class is? It's not just a random statement to be called the strongest freshman class in history. 3 students in their class are already at the level of second ring Great Spirit Masters, and more importantly, their martial spirits are very powerful. The 4 participating students in the first year class 5 are only at the first ring, which is a qualitative difference. They are 1 spirit skill short, and their spirit power is also poor, so they have no chance at all. I want to see how far this year's freshman class can go in the subsequent promotion games. I heard that all the classes in the second grade are feeling overwhelmed. Hee. The students were talking, and the teachers who came to the periphery of the competition venue also gathered together. Wu Chongkong walked in front of the first grade class 5 students, and was heading towards the competition stage. Behind him were Nanfuxian, Xie Xie, and Gu Yu. Just as Wu Chongkong led the first grade class 5 to the periphery of the venue, there was a commotion on the other side. The students consciously made way for a passage. Behind her were the first grade class 1 students, who were praised as the strongest freshman class in many years. Both sides gathered on both sides of the competition stage, waiting for the start of the promotion match. The director of teaching, Long Hangxiu, had already walked onto the competition stage. He nodded to the head teachers of the 2 classes, and then said in a deep voice, "Because of the typhoon, the promotion match was postponed. Today is the 4th promotion match, with the first grade class 5 against the first grade class 1. First grade class 5, Teacher Wu, how many people will appear today? Our class will play today." When Wu Chongkong was about to name 3 people, suddenly, a voice came from behind the first grade class 5. "Teacher Wu, wait a minute." Hearing this familiar voice, Xie Xie and Gu Yu standing behind Wu Chongkong unconsciously showed surprise on their faces. Tang Woolen ran to the front in a dusty manner, standing out from the crowd. He looked a little unflattering at this time, with messy hair, pale face, and unstable breath. "Where have you been? Why are you here now?" Xie Xie asked unhappily. Tang Woolen smiled bitterly and said, "It's hard to say, let's talk about the game first." "Teacher Wu, I can play." Wu Chongkong looked at him expressionlessly, nodded, and then said to Long Hengxiu, 4 people from our class will play. Long Hengxiu said, 4 people from the first grade class 1 will also play. Ye Yingluo raised her head, okay. Long Hengxiu said, the contestants from both sides enter the venue. What surprised Nanfuxian and the other 4 was that the formation of the first grade class on the opposite side was the same as theirs, also in a shape of a Chinese character. My name is Zhang Yangzi. The calm boy standing in the front of the center said calmly. Wei Xiaofeng, we have known each other for a long time. Standing on the left, the thin boy stretched out his right hand, as if he had a conflict with Xie and the others, raised his thumb, and then slowly rotated his wrist, with his thumb down, making a provocative gesture. You! Xie was furious, and was about to rush forward impulsively, but was pulled back by Tang Wulin's shoulder. Xie looked at him with some surprise. This guy seemed to have become stronger. Wang Jingxi. The skinny student standing on the right said calmly. Wang Billy. A tall, dark-skinned boy who was protected by 3 people said cheerfully, and at the same time showed a big white tooth to Nanfuxian and the other 4. Tang Wulin said, First grade, Class 5, Tang Wulin. Guyu. Xie. Xie's eyes flashed coldly, staring at Wei Xiaofeng. Nanfuxian. Nanfuxian stared at Wang Billy, who was protected by the first class, with some curiosity. He was said to be a senior student, and some people believed him. And he was so tall, but he was not a strong attack spirit master. Long Hengxiu saw that the 2 sides had already been full of gunpowder before the game started, and frowned. Let me emphasize that this is a match within the academy. In the game, it is only a matter of time, and only the winner is determined. It is not allowed to deliberately hurt the opponent, otherwise, the academy will impose additional penalties. Yes. The 8 people responded in unison. Okay, prepare for the game, both sides retreat. Under the supervision of Long Hengxiu, both sides retreated and kept a certain distance. Chapter 32 Fierce Battle. Begin. With the headmaster's shout, the ultimate showdown of the freshman class finally began. Wei Xiaofeng and Xie rushed out almost at the same time from Class 1 and Class 5. They had long disliked each other and could no longer bear it. 2 yellow soul rings appeared under Wei Xiaofeng's feet, and a green light flashed on his body. A green snake appeared on his shoulder. Compared with Tang Wulin's little earth snake with golden light, this snake was completely different. This little snake was green all over, and there was a pair of the slightly transparent cyan wings looked small, but the aura was very strong. What was even more surprising was that Wei Xiaofeng himself seemed to become soft, and his skin also showed a light cyan color. To be able to become the best in the first class and hold the title of the strongest freshman class, Wei Xiaofeng was certainly not an easy person to deal with. There was a reason why he could reach the second environment at a young age. His soul, the 100 years blue shadow snake, was found with countless efforts and money, and it was completely in line with him, because his martial soul was the blue shadow snake, and the fusion of this soul after that, his cultivation level increased rapidly, and he jumped from the first ring to the second ring in a very short time. However, the 100-year soul can only add 2 soul rings. After exceeding level 20, his improvement speed began to slow down. Despite this, the foundation laid by the green shadow snake soul still made him far superior to his peers. Wei Xiaofeng is also a quick attack system battle soul master. His body kept shaking left and right during the forward rush, giving people an illusory feeling. Although his absolute speed is not as fast as Xie's, he seems more flexible and changeable. However, what surprised Wei Xiaofeng was that 2 yellow soul rings also lit up under Xie's feet. When the 2 soul rings appeared, Xie's momentum instantly increased. The light dragon dagger in Xie's hand seemed to be smaller than before, and the light on it became a little dimmer, but the light dragon dagger looked more solid, and the textures on it were clearly visible, exuding a terrifying aura. Second ring? There is actually a second ring student in the first grade class 5? Long Hengxiu, who had just moved to the side, was stunned. Compared with the 3 second ring Great Soul Masters in the first year class, the second ring in the first year class is truly unprecedented in the history of Donghai College. Long Hengxiu only felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been slapped hard. Wu Chongkong, you are really capable. Seeing the 2 rings under Xie's feet, the students in the first year class also cheered. A flash of light and shadow, the 2 approached. Xie's face was grim, his body accelerated again, turned into a golden light, and circled in an arc to press towards Wei Xiaofeng. Before the person arrived, the sharp breath had already oppressed Wei Xiaofeng, and he felt as if his whole body was about to be chopped into pieces. What a strong soul power! He had just broken through to the second ring at most, but he was already at the 22nd level. Why was his soul power oppression so strong? Wei Xiaofeng certainly didn't know that Xie, who had a twin martial soul, had always been a strong soul power among the same level. They were about to fight, and the other 6 people were not idle. Tang Wulin did not release his martial spirit directly, but ran wildly, rushing towards Zhang Yangzi, who was sitting in the center. Gu Yu flashed and hid behind him. Just like Tang Wulin's shadow, Tang Wulin relied on his powerful explosive power. Although his speed was not as fast as Xie, it was definitely not slow. But she was as light as a ghost, always following behind Tang Wulin and keeping the same distance. Zhang Yangzi stood there motionless, as if he didn't care about Tang Wulin's frontal charge, but Wang Jingxi beside him moved. 2 circles of yellow spirit rings also appeared under his feet, and Wang Jingxi's thin figure swelled a little. It was not his muscles that swelled, but his bones. He looked like a large skeleton. With his arms raised, a faint black aura burst out from him. Tang Wulin remained calm, with his arms in front of him, and a flash of light flashed under his feet, rushing straight towards Wang Jingxi. A head-on collision is something that only a strong attack-type soul master would do. Bang! A low muffled sound. The 2 collided, and Tang Wulin's body shook and stopped, while Wang Jingxi was knocked back 3 steps. Blue vines moved forward close to the ground and wrapped around Wang Jingxi. Tang Wulin already had an iron hammer in both of his hands. Facing a strong enemy, he did not hold back this time and directly used the 1000-forged silver hammer. From the collision just now, he had seen that Wang Jingxi's martial soul should be related to his own bones. No matter what martial soul you are, I can even forge rare metals, so can't I smash your bones? Roar! Wang Jingxi was angered by the collision just now, and the first soul ring under his feet lit up, and the 100-year soul ring was released, and his body showed some strange changes again. The whole right arm swelled up rapidly, especially the palm part. The 5 fingers became 4, but they were extremely thick, and there were black nails at the front. The huge arm rushed straight to Tang Wulin with a terrifying momentum. Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass was not taken seriously by others. Blue vines entangled with each other, but a strange scene appeared. After Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass vines entangled with the opponent's body, they fell off by themselves. It seemed that at that moment, Wang Jingxi's body had become illusory. At some point, the second soul ring under Wang Jingxi's feet had also lit up. And the 2 soul skills were used in succession. Zhang Yangzi smiled. Wang Jingxi, who released 2 soul skills at the same time, would be very difficult to defeat even for him. You know, Wang Jingxi's martial soul is the top martial soul of the dark category, the Bone Dragon King. In terms of martial soul quality alone, Wei Xiaofeng is far worse than him. The first soul skill is the Bone Dragon Claw, and the second soul skill is the Bone Soul Conversion. Bone Soul Transformation can transform part of Wang Jingxi's body from a physical body to a spiritual body. Although it can only last for a short time, all physical attacks will be immune during this process. Of course, with Wang Jingxi's current cultivation, at most a quarter of his body can be transformed into a spiritual body. Under his deliberate control, the part that was transformed was naturally the part that was just entangled by the blue-silver grass. Although Wang Jingxi was angry, he was very calm. Before the game, Zhang Yangzi told them that they should not underestimate the first grade class 5. This class, which was supposed to be a garbage class, was able to defeat 3 classes all the way, so they naturally had a certain strength. So, according to their battle plan, Wei Xiaofeng would fight one-on-one. After solving one, Wang Jingxi went all out to solve the other 3, while Zhang Yangzi and Wang Billy swept through the formation. After all, their target was not these opponents of the same grade, but a higher level. Therefore, in this game, they planned to hide Zhang Yangzi's ability. Chapter 33 I have a big banana. The huge bone dragon claw has arrived in front of Tang Wulin. When the bone claw is opened, it is as big as Tang Wulin's entire torso. The bone dragon claw has dark and poisonous effects, and it is extremely powerful. Its own strength is equivalent to 10 times that of Wang Jingxi's own bones, and its strength is 5 times. It will grow with the growth of Wang Jingxi. If he can cultivate to the 7th ring in the future and enter the level of martial soul true body, he can even transform himself into a bone dragon king and show the bone dragon true body. In terms of martial soul alone, even Zhang Yangzi is inferior to Wang Jingxi. Ye Yingluo once told them that if they can really cultivate to the level of the 7-ring soul saint in the future, the strongest will definitely be Wang Jingxi. Wang Jingxi, who had 2 rings, could only use 1 bone dragon claw, but in his opinion, it was enough to deal with the same level, even if the opponent was a 3-ring spirit master. Wulin, be careful! Guyu flashed and came out from behind Tang Wulin, and rays of light surged from her body. It's okay, I'm here. A strange light suddenly flashed in Tang Wulin's eyes, and then he raised his right arm. Facing the huge bone dragon claw, he did not try to dodge, nor did he use his blue-silver grass to resist. The heavy silver hammer on his right hand suddenly disappeared, and a faint golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The right fist swung out and went straight to the center of the bone dragon claw. Guyu, who was beside him, suddenly heard a series of crackling sounds of bones coming from Tang Wulin. The strange breath she had felt before suddenly burst out from Tang Wulin like a blowout. The moment this breath appeared, 2 people on the competition stage reacted. Xie Xie, who was chasing Wei Xiaofeng, froze. He felt a sense of extreme fear flashing through his heart. Not only did his speed slow down, but his whole body trembled, and his soul power became obviously unstable. Another person who reacted was naturally Wang Jingxi, who was opposite Tang Wulin. Xie Xie did react, but Tang Wulin's aura was not aimed at him. Wang Jingxi's feelings were much stronger than Xie Xie's. At that moment, Wang Jingxi felt that he was no longer facing a person, but a terrifying beast. The power from his blood suddenly became a restraint, and the powerful power turned into a strong sense of trembling. The original bone dragon claw was at least twice as slow. Then he watched with his own eyes as Tang Wulin's right hand stretched out and grabbed a finger of his bone dragon claw. A huge force came and threw him out directly. How could this be possible? When Wang Jingxi was thrown out, whether it was the other students fighting on the stage, or the audience and teachers below, they were all stunned. Long Hengxiu was ready to stop him just now, but just when he was rushing over here, the situation suddenly changed. Wang Jingxi's bone dragon claws inexplicably delayed, and the next moment, it turned into a human cannonball. Only Guyu, who was beside Tang Wulin, saw that Tang Wulin's right hand had completely turned golden at that moment, and her eyes were also dazed. That kind of breath, that kind of power, seemed to be. In the depths of her beautiful eyes, there flashed an indescribable shock and surprise. She also had the same thoughts as others. How could it be possible? However, her how could it be possible was a little different from others. Bang! Wang Jingxi fell far away, and was knocked unconscious, but the strong trembling just now also disappeared. Wei Xiaofeng was the luckiest. He didn't even have time to use his second soul skill just now, and was about to be approached by Xie, but Xie's inexplicable delay gave him the opportunity to quickly leave the battlefield and quickly merge in the direction of Zhang Yangzi. Tang Wulin clenched his right fist, his eyes flashing with joy and confidence. It really worked. Without pausing, he swung the 1,000-forged silver hammer in his left hand towards Zhang Yangzi. A blue-silver grass silently wrapped around the spiral texture of the hammer handle. The silver hammer came to Zhang Yangzi with a sharp whistling sound. At the same time, a green light appeared beside Zhang Yangzi without warning. He felt his body tighten and couldn't move. Wind binding. It came from Gu Yu's control of wind attribute energy. Her binding and Tang Wulin's 1,000-forged silver hammer matched perfectly, just when Zhang Yangzi wanted to dodge but hadn't made a dodging move. Seeing that the 1,000-forged silver hammer weighing hundreds of pounds was unavoidable, Tang Wulin had already grasped the blue-silver grass. If Zhang Yangzi really couldn't resist, he would stop at the last moment. After all, this was just a game. Zhang Yangzi's eyes flashed with surprise, but he didn't panic. 2 soul rings lit up quickly under his feet, and then a loud eagle cry sounded from his mouth. He shook his body, and the wind elements around his body almost dissipated instantly. With a slide, he just escaped from Tang Wulin's 1,000-forged silver hammer attack. As his martial soul was released, a black shadow flew up from behind Zhang Yangzi. At the same time, a group of wings with a faint black halo spread out behind him. Open. Flying spirit? Zhang Yangzi flapped his wings behind him, and a black eagle with a pair of strange purple eyes flew up above his head. The eagle was not big, but its sharp eyes were bright and energetic. Wang Billy, who was protected behind him before he left, was directly exposed. This is. Seeing that it is a flying spirit, the first thing that comes to mind is a quick attack spirit master, but Zhang Yangzi displayed a surprising control spirit skill. Could it be that he is a control spirit master? Bone Dragon King Spirit Master Wang Jingxi also climbed up at this time and left Tang Wulin's body. The trembling fear also disappeared. He and Zhang Yangzi have known each other since childhood. Although he was a little puzzled at this time, he ran towards Wang Billy at the first time. Not good. Xie. Tang Wulin shouted, tiptoed to the ground, and rushed straight to the black area. The Qianduan Chinayan hammer was retracted, but the blue-silver grass spread out in a large area, covering that area. A green light appeared under his feet, and Tang Wulin's body became lighter, and his speed increased a bit. Then, a golden light suddenly appeared above the black light. A flash of golden light, the black area obviously became a little lighter, and 4 figures could be vaguely seen in it. Light attribute? Ye Yingluo in the audience was shocked again. Even Xie's 2 rings did not surprise her so much. What kind of martial spirit is this girl from Class 5 of Grade 1? From the beginning of the competition to now, she has respectively displayed the control of wind element, fire element, and light element. Can she control the 3 elements? This is a bit too incredible. However, this is useless. With 2 people besieging, can't they take down Xie? However, surprisingly, even with the combined strength of Zhang Yangzi and Wei Xiaofeng, they were unable to defeat Xie in such a short time. A ball of golden light burst out from the inside of the black area almost at the same time as the golden light shone in the sky. It can be clearly seen that it was a ball of gold that was spinning rapidly, and the black area was constantly smiling during its rotation. And there was a series of collision sounds. Xie's second soul skill, the Light Dragon Storm. Yes, this is the most powerful soul skill that Xie has recently comprehended after breaking through the 2 rings. With his own body as the axis, he drives the Light Dragon Dagger in rapid rotation, allowing the sharpness of the Light Dragon Dagger to circle around his body like a storm, attacking and defending at the same time. It was with this powerful soul skill that he did not collapse directly under the siege of Zhang Yangzi and the others. Tang Wulin has arrived, and his right hand swings out again. However, this time he was a bit self-defeating. Xiexie's light dragon storm paused for a moment, and at the same time, a black shadow directly hit Xiexie's light dragon storm. Surprisingly, this black shadow seemed to be torn apart by the light dragon storm without any defense. It turned into black light and dissipated, and Xiexie only felt a chill invading his body, quickly moving towards his limbs and bones, making him shudder. Oh no, I got hit. Shadow Clone, Zhang Yang's second soul skill. Release a clone with 50% of his own power. The person hit by the attack will be affected by the erosion of darkness, and his soul power will be continuously melted and eroded. Xiexie's light dragon storm was directly broken, and Zhang Yangzi attacked Xiexie directly, determined to eliminate him first. Tang Wulan and Guyu were too late to support. Seeing that Xiexie was about to be eliminated, Zhang Yangzi felt his mind go blank at this moment, and he almost fell because of the momentum of the rush. It was Nanfuxian who made the move. One after another, blue-silver grass swarmed in and went straight to the two of them. At the same time, Tang Wulan smashed Wang Jingxi with the Qianduan Chinayan hammer in his left hand. Zhang Yangzi was agile and was also the general of the four. If he was dealt with first, the next game would be much easier. A green light silently wrapped around Zhang Yangzi's waist, and the next moment, the two figures retreated together. The black light and shadow pulled away. It was Wei Xiaofeng who pulled Zhang Yangzi away. His right leg looked like it had no bones, and it could bend at an incredible angle. When the two of them retreated, Xiexie did not chase him, but retreated in the direction of Nanfuxian. Tang Wulan and Guyu did the same, and the four gathered together. It was still 4 against 4. Zhang Yangzi, who retreated to his teammates, was also sweating. He almost capsized in the gutter. If they lost to the worst class 5 with a gap of 3 great soul masters and 1 soul master, then their first grade class 1, which was called the strongest in history, would really become a joke. Thinking of this, Zhang Yangzi did not hesitate and said to Wang Billy behind him, "Billy, it's your turn." Wang Jingxi and Wei Xiaofeng on the side wanted to say something but stopped, but Wang Billy showed his big white teeth and said, "Okay." A circle of yellow 100-year soul rings surrounded Wang Billy, and he stretched out his hand and pinched a orchid finger and said, "I have a big banana." Chapter 34 A man full of philosophy. I have a big banana. As Wang Billy spoke, a touch of yellow light condensed in his hand and finally turned into a banana. Zhang Yangzi and the other two who heard Wang Billy's words also changed their expressions slightly. Although the entire arena was empty, Nanfuxian and the other 3 were also soul masters, so Wang Billy's voice was naturally heard by them. The 4 looked at Wang Billy with a little subtlety. How to say it? The soul spell of the food-type soul master is indeed a bit strange. But with Wang Billy's actions at this time, it was different. A tall, dark-skinned man pinched his orchid fingers, which looked wrong. At the same time, Wang Billy looked at Zhang Yangzi and the other 2 who took his banana. He also smiled. How to say it? At least in Nanfuxian's eyes, that smile was full of philosophy. His big white teeth looked even whiter against his dark skin. Food-type soul masters have always been a special existence in the soul master world. Their martial spirits are strange and different. 20,000 years ago, it was said that a high-level food-type soul master was an existence that any major force could not refuse, because they could support the rations of an army by themselves. With the development of the times, the martial spirits of food-type soul masters have changed more and more. It seems that this kind of martial spirit will develop with the times. For example, when candy was just made by people, a soul master with a candy martial spirit would appear after a period of time. Not long after cigars were just made by people, a soul master with a cigar martial spirit would appear. But one thing will not change. Among food-type soul masters, no matter how other things change, there is one iron rule that all food-type soul masters recognize. The more powerful the food-type martial soul, the more bizarre it is, and the more wretched the soul spell is. Just like Oscar, one of the Shrek 7 devils who became the god of food 20,000 years ago. Hiketu, the source of destruction, who was one of the Shrek 7 devils with Lingbing Douluo 10,000 years ago. Although Wang Billy's banana martial soul is not too powerful, it can definitely be called a top-notch one. Wang Billy's innate soul power is only level 6, and his current soul power is only level 14. If you look at it from the perspective of a combat soul master, this is just a medium talent, but for an auxiliary soul master, this can definitely be called a genius. However, what is more controversial is Wang Billy. If it is just that his soul curse is a bit vulgar, it would be fine. For Zhang Yangzi and the other two, it is just a little pollution to their ears. But the problem is that Wang Billy himself has some problems. If it is not necessary for 4 people to participate in this game, and if Wang Billy is not the most cost-effective in terms of function in the same class, Zhang Yangzi and the other two would definitely not want to be on the same team with him. Wang Billy, a native of Donghai City, is said to like to treat others to his martial soul banana since he awakened his martial soul and entered the junior college. Originally, this is nothing. It is a good thing to be willing to share with classmates. Most of the children in the junior college are still ignorant and have no impression of Wang Billy's soul curse. But the problem is that every time Wang Billy treats others to the banana produced by his martial soul, he always shows a weird smile. If it were not because the food is his martial soul, others almost think he has poisoned the banana. However, even so, because of his weird smile and often asking others to eat his bananas. Plus, his figure is much larger than his peers and his dark skin, he has few friends in the primary and even the current intermediate college. There are even rumors that since Wang Billy entered the school, his roommates in the same dormitory have wrapped themselves tightly with quilts every night when they go to bed. When others asked the reason, those students said that it was because they saw Wang Billy's smile and were afraid of being invaded by something strange when they were sleeping. Wang Billy's first soul skill, Energetic Banana. It can effectively restore the soul power of the soul master, and at the same time make the soul master enter an excited state, better fight, and enhance a certain mental resistance. This is the lineup that Ye Yingluo specially arranged after hearing that the 3rd class led by her sister Ye Yingrong lost to the 5th class. In her opinion, the reason why her sister's 3rd class lost was largely because of Nanfuxian's soul skills. In fact, she went to watch the battle when the 5th class played against the 2nd class. From her perspective, every time Nanfuxian's soul ring flashed, the opponent would suddenly lose consciousness and stand still, and then be eliminated. She didn't have a good way to deal with this kind of spiritual soul master. But Nanfuxian was only a one-ring soul master after all. How strong was his spiritual power? Wang Billy's first soul skill made people enter an excited state. It can enhance resistance to spiritual soul skills to a certain extent. With Zhang Yangzi and 3 great soul masters, what can Class 5 do to stop them? On the field, Zhang Yangzi and the other 2 slowly recovered their soul power after eating bananas. Zhang Yangzi said to the 2 people around him, "It's been a bit long. We are the strongest class. Let's fight quickly." Zhang Yangzi didn't want to experience the elimination just now. He was ready to eliminate Class 5 in one go to avoid any accidents. At this time, everyone in Class 5 thought the same as him. Nanfuxian, who was standing behind the 3 of them, said, "We must fight quickly. There is a food-type soul master on the opposite side, and his soul skills seem to be of the recovery type. If we drag it on, our situation will be bad. Indeed, we will give priority to attacking Wang Jingxi and try to eliminate him first. If that doesn't work, we will eliminate the food-type soul master first." Tang Wulin said. This is a correct judgment. Zhang Yangzi and Wei Xiaofeng are both very agile types, and they may not be able to find an opportunity. But in the previous collision with Wang Jingxi, Tang Wulin found that his claws were very restrained against him, so he naturally had to pick on him first. At this moment, Zhang Yang on the opposite side Zi. The wings behind him spread out again, and the black light curtain suddenly intensified, covering them. Guyu's mouth curved, dark attribute control. She pulled Tang Woolen to stop him from rushing out first, and took 2 steps forward to the front of the 4 of them. The yellow halo under her feet shone, and at this moment, Guyu's eyes lit up. A faint silver flashed from the depths of her eyes, and she raised her right hand, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from her palm, as if holding a small sun, and a strong aura of light burst out from her body. After Xie was hit by Zhang Yang's second soul skill, the remaining dark elements on his body disappeared in an instant under the illumination of Guyu's light elements. His whole body was warm and indescribably comfortable, and even the consumed soul power was slowly recovering. Xie's light dragon dagger is a light attribute, and the shadow dragon dagger is a space attribute. It is mainly based on light attributes. Bathing in this light breath will naturally feel extremely comfortable. Zhang Yang's dark sky was impacted by the light element and began to weaken immediately, and the 3 figures inside were looming. Chapter 35 Wuhan Fusion Skill. Element Combination. Ye Yingluo looked at the girl on the stage with only 1 soul ring in shock. Genius, this is an absolute genius. Although I don't know what her martial soul and soul skills are, she can combine the 2 elements of light and fire. At such a young age, the word genius is far from enough to describe her excellence. As soon as the dark sky approached the golden red flame, it faded away like ice and snow melting, and it was impossible to get closer. At this moment, a huge bone dragon claw flashed out from the dark sky and fell straight to Guyu. Along with the bone dragon claw, there were also a number of green snakes, a total of 6, all opened their mouths, surrounded the bone dragon claw, bypassed Guyu in front, and went straight to Tang Woolen and Xie behind to bite. Green Shadow Bite. Wei Xiaofeng's second soul skill. A blue-gold vine pulled, Guyu's body swept back, and the golden red light attached to the 3 people at the same time, turning into a layer of light shield, still blocking the dark sky from approaching. At the same time, Tang Woolen's blue-silver grass came out again close to the ground and wrapped around the opposite side. Xie suddenly accelerated. At this moment, he looked a little illusory. The light and shadow on the light dragon dagger flickered, and strong light swept past. He confronted the green shadow head-on, making it impossible for the snake heads to approach. Tang Woolen pulled Guyu and brought her behind him. He rushed towards the bone dragon claw again, smashed a snake head with his left hand, and his right hand turned golden and grabbed the bone dragon claw. The bone dragon claw retracted violently, and a black figure suddenly appeared in front of Tang Woolen. The light of light and fire and the black light on his body collided with each other, bursting out a sound like water pouring into boiling oil. He nimbly moved away from Tang Woolen's right hand and punched directly at Tang Woolen's chest. The shadow came so suddenly that Tang Woolen himself was a little slow to react. In terms of speed and combat skills, he was much worse than Xie. The shadow cunningly avoided the blue-silver grass on the ground. It can't be avoided. Tang Woolen's eyes flashed, and the 1,000-forged silver hammer reappeared in his right hand. Since it can't be avoided, then don't dodge. The hammer directly hit the shadow, attacking the enemy. Puff! The shadow's fist landed lightly on Tang Woolen, and Tang Woolen's silver hammer also passed over him. What made Tang Woolen feel strange was that the shadow fell apart under his hammer, turning into black light and dissipating. A chill also invaded his body and quickly spread to his limbs and bones, making him shudder. Oh no, I got hit. This was Zhang Yang's second soul skill, Shadow Clone. At this moment, Tang Woolen's blue-silver grass finally entered the black fog. Tang Woolen groaned, resisting the discomfort in his body, and suddenly output his soul power. One by one, the blue-silver grass suddenly swung up and flew in the dark light curtain. The seemingly soft blue-silver grass suddenly became tough at this moment, covering the entire dark sky curtain and whipping it in. Even the recovered bone dragon claws were pulled aside. For a while, Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jingxi, and Wei Xiaofeng were affected to varying degrees and staggered back. Who would have thought that this seemingly weakest blue-silver grass with only a 10-year soul ring would burst out with such power? Zhang Yangzi was slightly relaxed because of his successful sneak attack on Tang Wulin, and was whipped by a blue-silver grass on his body, which was burning. Wei Xiaofeng, who was controlling the green shadow devourer, was also affected and his skills were interrupted. Wang Jingxi was in the best condition due to his strong body, but the blue-silver grass that was whipping at him still shook his body and he had to retreat. Wulin, how are you? Gu Yu put one hand on Tang Wulin's back, and the soft light attribute soul power penetrated into his body, and the waves of warmth made Tang Wulin feel much better. It's okay. Tang Wulin said while trying to endure the discomfort. You, go to hell! Gu Yu suddenly shouted, and Nanfuxian wanted to stop her from behind, but failed. A green light flashed on her body, and her speed suddenly increased. She swung both hands at the same time, and a group of fireballs and ice cones flew towards the wind direction of the four people. At the same time, the green light on Gu Yu's body began to become stronger and stronger, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. After the first round of fireballs, his hands had completely turned into ice blue, and the ice cones broke in the air. Shattered, and then merged into the green light. The temperature on the competition stage dropped sharply. In the strong wind, pieces of broken ice cut the air like sharp blades, releasing piercing waves. Zhang Yangzi and the other four all changed their faces. Wang Jingxi took the initiative to stand in front, and the other three also released their own soul power to protect their bodies. Dodge! The airflow on the entire competition stage seemed to be controlled by this wind column, pulling their bodies, and the speed dropped by at least half, and they could not escape the range covered by this tornado at all. Long Hengxue was stunned on the competition stage. Is this a soul skill that a one-ring soul master can release? The 1000-year soul ring skills of a 3-ring soul master cannot have this level? Ice storm. A combination of ice and wind elements. Among the 4 people in the first grade class 5, the strongest one has always been not Xiexia, who has the highest soul power and has twin martial souls, but Gu Yu. In the previous competitions, Gu Yu never really showed her strength. Today, Tang Wulin was injured by the opponent, so she angrily released one of her most powerful attack methods at present. However, when the ice storm was released, Gu Yu's face turned pale and her body was shaky. Fortunately, Nanfuxian held her up and she didn't fall. The sound of collisions continued to sound from the ice storm, and the powerful storm tore the bodies of the 4 participating students in the first grade class. It can be vaguely seen that there are flashes of light, which means that they can still rely on their own martial arts. The ice storm lasted for more than 10 seconds before it gradually dissipated, and even the temperature around the competition stage dropped sharply. The figures of Zhang Yangzi and the other 4 gradually appeared. Wang Jingxi, who was at the front, had his school uniform turned into a cloth strip, and there were fine scars all over his body. At least he used his arms to protect his face, so that he didn't break his face. Zhang Yangzi and Wei Xiaofeng were in better condition, but they were also pale, and the tall Wang Billy fell into a coma. Obviously, as an auxiliary spirit master, his ability to resist beatings was not as strong as the other 3. But the other 3 also consumed a huge amount of soul power in order to resist this soul skill. The students of all grades in the junior department watching the game from the stage looked at Gu Yu with different eyes. Is this really a freshman? How powerful will she be in the future? Xiexia held the light dragon dagger and walked towards the opponent step by step. Give up. Everyone can see that Zhang Yangzi and the other 2 have consumed at least half of their soul power, and they have all suffered varying degrees of injuries. We haven't lost yet. Zhang Yangzi's eyes were still sharp, and these words almost jumped out of his teeth. Wei Xiaofeng glanced at him and said hesitantly, really or? Zhang Yangzi looked at him fiercely, we can't lose. Jingxi, come. Wang Jingxi suddenly straightened his back, roared to the sky. And the black airflow on his body became stronger again. Zhang Yangzi flew behind Wang Jingxi and actually opened his arms from behind to hug Wang Jingxi's waist. The deep dragon roar and the loud eagle cry sounded almost at the same time. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi's bodies turned black as ink at the same time, and then, they merged strangely. Zhang Yangzi's body turned into black light and merged into Wang Jingxi's body silently. The original pile of light wings behind him quickly grew larger and turned into Wang Jingxi's wings. Wang Jingxi's body began to swell and grow. A huge tail protruded from his buttocks, and his left arm also turned into a bone dragon claw like his right arm, and his aura soared. Chapter 36 End. All this happened too suddenly. Tang Wulan's blue-silver grass didn't have time to respond in the first time. Xie only had time to block his light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger in front of him, and was slapped away. While he was still in the air, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Tang Wulan even heard the crisp sound of his arm breaking. Xie! Tang Wulan flew up and caught Xie's body that was knocked away. Xie's eyes were tightly closed, and he was already unconscious. The light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger in his hands disappeared, and his breath was weak. Asshole, this is just a competition. Tang Wulan roared, and rushed towards the huge bone dragon regardless of everything. While he was running, a layer of golden scales slowly emerged from his right arm starting from his fingers, and his entire arm seemed to be thicker. Tang Wulan's pupils had completely turned golden, and his left foot suddenly stepped on the ground. While he was running, a layer of golden scales slowly emerged from his right arm starting from his fingers, and his entire arm seemed to be thicker. Tang Wulan's pupils had completely turned golden, and his left foot suddenly stepped on the ground, and a low roar was heard. He flew straight towards the mutated Wang Jingxi like a cannonball. Wang Jingxi's body had changed a lot compared to before. With a flap of his wings, his 2-meter-tall body flew up a few feet. With a flick of his body, the long tail behind him rushed straight towards Tang Wulan. Tang Wulan opened his mouth and a mouthful of black air spewed out. His right palm suddenly grew larger, his fingers grew longer, and golden nails quickly emerged, also turning into dragon claws. But unlike Wang Jingxi's bone dragon claws, his dragon claws were 5. Pa! Tang Wulan's golden dragon claws slapped the bone dragon tail that twisted the air. Tang Wulan's body was whipped up, but there was also a flash of golden light on the bone dragon tail. Tang Wulan curled up in the air and rolled over. Several blue-silver grasses wrapped around Wang Jingxi's bone dragon body. With the help of the pulling force of the blue-silver grass, he pulled himself over again. The golden dragon claws fell and grabbed Wang Jingxi's head. Wang Jingxi's 2 bone dragon claws closed in the center and slapped Tang Wulan at the same time. But at this moment, a loud dragon roar suddenly sounded from Tang Wulan's mouth. A layer of faint golden halo was released from his body for a moment, and Wang Jingxi's bone dragon claws were delayed for a moment. The golden dragon claw slapped on the head. Hold your hands! Long Hengxiu and Ya Yingluo shouted these 2 words almost at the same time. But at this time, Tang Wulan had been overwhelmed by the anger brought by Xie's serious injury. The golden dragon claws were slapped with all his strength and could not be retracted. At this moment, a slender palm appeared silently on Tang Wulan's right arm, and with a light flick, Tang Wulan's body deflected. The golden dragon claw that was originally aimed at Wang Jingxi's head turned into a slap on Wang Jingxi's right bone dragon claw. With a snap, Wang Jingxi's body, which was almost twice as big as Tang Wulan's, was slapped directly from the air to the ground by this claw. Tang Wulan himself was driven by a gentle force and fell to one side. Enough! The cold voice sounded in his ears, like a morning bell and evening drum, waking Tang Wulan up. Wu Chongkong was standing beside him, holding the seriously injured Xie in his arms. Wang Jingxi's bone dragon body fell to the ground, and the tail that was first hit by Tang Wulan's golden dragon claw made a crisp cracking sound, and his right bone dragon claw also broke and fell down. Zhang Yangzi lay on the ground, his legs were broken, and Wang Jingxi's right arm was broken. The severe pain made them scream in unbearable pain. This promotion match was so tragic that no one expected it in advance. Teacher Wu, how could you let your students commit such a crime? Yingluo had already rushed onto the stage, pointing her finger at Wu Chongkong and shouting angrily. Wu Chongkong said to Tang Wulin, "Let's go." From beginning to end, he never even looked at Yingluo. Yingluo was about to chase him, but suddenly felt an extremely sharp and cold breath coming from Wu Chongkong, which made her feel frozen all over in an instant, and she was unable to take this step after all. Nan Fuxian, Gu Yu, and Tang Wulin, whose arm had recovered, followed Wu Chongkong down the stage. Long Hengxiu stood on the competition stage, his face gloomy as if water was about to drip out. This time, something big happened. In a promotion match, 3 people were seriously injured. As a referee, I have no choice but to take responsibility. This is a major accident that has not happened in many years. Wu Chongkong took Xie to the infirmary directly, and the teacher with a healing spirit examined him. Fortunately, it was just a stress fracture. Both arms and forearms were fractured. The injury was not light, but there was nothing wrong with the rest of the body, just some shock to the internal organs, which needed a certain amount of time to recuperate. The remaining dark energy in Tang Wulin was also dissolved by the teacher. Teacher Wu, I. Tang Wulin looked at Wu Chongkong, who was standing there, silent and cold, and wanted to explain something. Don't say anything, you didn't do anything wrong. Sister Qiao, go back and rest. Wu Chongkong said lightly. Oh. Then thank you. Tang Wulin asked. I'm here. Wu Chongkong glanced at him. The 3 of them left the infirmary together. Nan Fuxian saw Tang Wulin looking self-blaming. Don't think too much. We couldn't have anticipated that situation. If I'm not mistaken, Wang Jingxi and Zhang Yangzi used a martial soul fusion technique. It is said that martial soul fusion techniques are almost extinct in the world of soul masters, and can only be performed when the martial souls of the 2 are extremely compatible. After Nan Fuxian finished speaking, he looked at Tang Wulin, who was no longer so self-blaming, and Gu Yu, who was looking at Tang Wulin and was hesitant to speak, and said goodbye to them tactfully and went back to the dormitory. When Nan Fuxian returned to the dormitory, Wang Bie and the other 2 had not returned yet. Nan Fuxian sat on the bed and recalled the previous duel. Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw is much stronger than I thought. Although I had planned to hide my weakness in this game, my current performance is not outstanding at all. I don't know if I can join the 0 class that has not yet been established based on the performance in the previous few games. Yes, Nan Fuxian was basically paddling throughout this game. It can even be said that he has to take some responsibility for the damage Xie received. Chapter 37 Stalking the Pervert Xie. For Nan Fuxian, although he can be considered to understand the entire plot of Dosan, he has not yet reached the point of mastery. When he read the novel, he also roughly browsed it, so he was not very clear about some details. For example, he only had a rough understanding of how much Tang Wulin's Golden Dragon King bloodline blessed his body, and how strong it suppressed dragon-type martial souls or soul beasts. But after all, he had not seen it with his own eyes, so he was still ignorant about this aspect. He only knew that Tang Wulin's Golden Dragon King bloodline could suppress the dragon bloodlines other than the Silver Dragon King in Douluo. Today, he deliberately let Tang Wulin go, just to see where his strength and limit were. Otherwise, with the ability to steal consciousness, they would have won long ago. For example, when Zhang Yangzi and Wei Xiaofeng besieged Xie at the beginning, he could easily steal their consciousness if he wanted, but in the end he only stole Zhang Yangzi's consciousness, so that Wei Xiaofeng had a chance to rescue him. And later when Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi used the martial soul fusion technique, he could also steal consciousness directly. Although it was a bit outrageous to steal the consciousness of 2 people in the state of martial soul fusion, Nan Fuxian's intuition told him that he could do it. However, in order to see Tang Wulin's strength, he chose to let the 2 attack Xie to stimulate Tang Wulin, and finally let him see the desired result as he wished, but it was a bit unfair to Xie. How can I say the result? Outrageous. After the martial soul fusion skills of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi, two great soul masters, were used, it can basically be said that no one at the soul master level can stop them, even the soul lord can touch them. As a result, Tang Wulin, a one-ring soul master, beat the two people, one broke his legs, and the other broke his right arm. It was so terrifying. At the same time, through these battles, Nan Fuxian also understood his shortcomings. First of all, his physical fitness is insufficient. Although at this stage, his physical fitness is far superior to his peers, it may not be the case in the future. After all, the improvement of his physical fitness is basically brought by the promotion of magic potions. His martial soul is not a powerful beast martial soul. Although he is a mage by definition, he also has a heart that wants to fight in close combat. Secondly, his attack ability is insufficient. Now he defeats others mostly by stealing others' consciousness and making them fall into a state of unconsciousness. But this is just a competition within the academy after all. The real battlefield is ever-changing. If he only relies on this ability, he may capsize in the gutter one day. Well, the premise is that he only relies on the ability he shows on the surface. If Nan Fuxian really wants to use his full strength, at least killing Wu Changkong is not a problem, as long as he is willing to use Source Castle and the three uniquenesses. As for why Wu Changkong? Of course, it is because the strongest soul master he has seen at this stage is Wu Changkong. Of course, even if he could kill a soul emperor level opponent, Nan Fuxian would not fight so hard unless it was necessary. Using Source Castle and uniqueness at will would bring a huge burden to Nan Fuxian's spirit. Don't worry about the attack power for now. There are soul guides to make up for it. When the magic potion is promoted in the future, the attack power will naturally be supplemented. However, I am still greedy for Tang Wulin's Golden Dragon King God Core. Calm down. Nan Fuxian patted his cheek to calm himself down. It would be a stupid choice to attack Tang Wulin now. The Tang San consciousness in his body alone would be enough for Nan Fuxian to drink a pot. Not to mention that he would have to face a series of problems later, and his prophetic advantage would also disappear. He is still too weak now and needs the plot to assist. As Nan Fuxian began to practice, he entered a state of meditation and soon reached the state of forgetting both the self and the world in meditation. My soul power has reached level 17. I wonder what kind of soul skills my second soul will bring me. Nan Fuxian stretched out his arms and clenched his fists. His soul was different from others, perhaps because it was a defective product. Or because the consciousness of the soul was replaced by him. His soul could improve its age through cultivation, but it could not, like normal souls, provide him with multiple soul rings, which also means that Nan Fuxian would have to absorb about 9 souls. That's fine, but it's just like in ancient times, when soul masters would hunt down a soul beast every time they reached a hurdle in their cultivation. And it's not bad for souls to have no consciousness of their own, at least it's a little quieter. Nan Fuxian glanced at Wang Ba and the other two who were still sleeping. Since he took back the time worm from them, their enthusiasm for cultivation had been slowly worn out. Well, I am indeed a good person. I parasitized them before so that they could practice well. Otherwise, with their personalities, they probably wouldn't even be willing to practice for the first few days. Nan Fuxian, who realized that he was a good person again, walked out of the dormitory on his own. But when he passed the playground, he saw a pervert. Oh no, it should be Xie. At this time, Xie's arms were still bandaged, and he was looking forward with a smile. He followed Xie's gaze and saw Tang Wulin and a senior sister he had never seen running on the playground. It was a slender girl who looked like 14 or 15 years old. Her figure had begun to take shape. A pink sportswear set off her attractive figure. Her skin was as white as cream. Her long blue hair was combed into a neat ponytail. A white towel was hung on her slender white neck. The girl was very beautiful, with delicate features and big watery eyes. Under the rising sun, the whole person seemed to be covered with a layer of golden light. Fanfiction watched Tang Woolen running slowly behind the girl. After the run, Tang Woolen was still staring at the girl's figure, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Then a pervert? Oh no, it was Xie who came forward to call Tang Woolen back to his senses and explained to him that the girl just now was the #1 school beauty in the intermediate department, Ouyang Zixin. Fanfiction did not talk to the two people who were chatting, but went directly to the cafeteria. The most important thing now was of course to eat. By the way, if Xie's behavior just now can be regarded as a pervert, then what am I? A pervert stalker. Fanfiction shook his head and straightened out his thoughts. The trace of guilt in his heart for cheating Xie before was gone, provided that he really felt guilty. Chapter 38 The Establishment of the First Grade 0 Class. Although Xie's arm was injured, his condition had stabilized and he still had to go to class. On. Wu Chongkong still had a stern look on his face, and he led the students of the first grade class 5 to the playground to gather. The current first grade class 5 is completely different from the past. When they came to the playground, the eyes of other first grade classes were cast over at the same time. Among them, the most important ones fell on Tang Woolen, Xie, and Guyu. As for Fanfiction, it can only be said that he paid some attention but not much. After all, in the previous battle of Class 1, Fanfiction was just a small transparent person who played an auxiliary role. Soon, the students of the 5 classes of the first grade had arrived. Fanfiction noticed that there was no Zhang Yangzi among the students of the first grade Class 1. It was obviously more troublesome to have a broken leg. Wang Jingxi, like Xie, had a bandage on his hand. At the front of the team, not only the director of teaching Long Hengxiu came, but also the Dean Yuzhen came in person. Long Hengxiu gestured to Dean Yuzhen and said loudly, "Today, we are convening a temporary first grade meeting. There are mainly 2 things to announce. First, because of the special nature of the first grade this year, the winning class of the first grade will no longer continue to participate in the subsequent promotion competition. The first grade ranking will be adjusted according to the rules of the promotion competition. That is, the original first grade class 5 will be adjusted to the first grade class 1, and the other 4 classes will be analogous. Not allowed to continue to participate in the promotion competition? Everyone who became the first grade class 1 couldn't help but make a commotion. Not being allowed to continue to participate in the promotion competition means that the rewards obtained by the cross-level challenge will no longer exist. Long Hengxiu continued, in view of the excellent performance of the new first grade class 1 in this promotion competition, the whole class will be rewarded with 1 A meal every day this semester. As soon as these words came out, the commotion instantly turned into cheers. What is the concept of A meal? That's a great tonic. Not to mention the taste, it will be of great benefit to their cultivation. Most families can't afford A meals. It's definitely a big deal for the whole class to be free for a semester. Yaying Luo, who had become the head teacher of the first year class 2, looked even more gloomy. She was obviously not in a good mood. Long Hengxiu shouted, "Quiet!" The cheers gradually died down. Long Hengxiu continued, "Due to the excellent performance of the first-year students this year, the board of directors of the college decided after research to establish a pilot class in the first year and select the best students to join. It is tentatively named the first-year class 0, and teacher Wu Chongkong will be the head teacher. The students of class 0 are selected from the existing classes, and there are currently 7 people. Class 1 of the first year, Tang Woolen, Xie, Guyu, Fanfiction. Class 2 of the first year, Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jingxi, Wei Xiaofeng. If there are students with equally excellent performance in this grade in the future, they may also join class 0. First year class 0? What the hell is this? The students present were all stunned. In the history of Donghai College, there has never been a class 0. And teacher Wu Chongkong is the head teacher. What does this mean? Tang Wulin and his 4 companions were surprised, Nan Fuxian pretended, and Wang Jingxi and Wei Xiaofeng on the other side were also surprised. They looked in the direction of Tang Wulin and his 4 companions. Wei Xiaofeng's eyes were full of hatred and resentment, while Wang Jingxi's eyes were only on Tang Wulin. His eyes looked a little complicated. Wu Chongkong had no expression on his face. In fact, he was notified immediately after the college board made the decision last night. In fact, there were only 6 members in the first grade 0 class, and Nan Fuxian was not arranged to be in. After all, Nan Fuxian's performance was not outstanding throughout the battle, so it was more convincing to let Wang Billy enter the first grade 0 class than Nan Fuxian. It was Wu Chongkong who said to Dean Yuzhen that Nan Fuxian should be arranged in, because the 4 people in the first grade 5 class were already a whole, and they either went in together or not. Wu Chongkong only replied, that child's soul skills, even I can control them, and his martial soul still has great potential for development. Dean Yuzhen was also choked by Wu Chongkong's words. How could he not know where Wu Chongkong came from? Since even Wu Chongkong was so optimistic about Nan Fuxian, what else could he say? Moreover, the first grade 0 class to be established later would also trouble Wu Chongkong to lead, so he had to agree. It was just one more student. In fact, even Wu Chongkong did not expect that he would do this. Did he have such high expectations for Nan Fuxian? At this time, even Wu Chongkong did not realize that in his sea of spirituality and martial soul, a total of 3 time worms were emitting a bright white light. Emitting a kind of fluctuation that he could not perceive, slowly affecting his thinking. Long Hengxiu said, in addition to the 2 notices, there is also a penalty decision. In yesterday's promotion match, in the competition between Grade 1 Class 1 and Grade 1 Class 2, the students on both sides failed to uphold the principle of friendship first and competition second, resulting in 4 students being seriously injured. Serious criticism was made to the 8 participating students, and deprived the 8 of all possible rewards in the competition to serve as a warning to others. Deprive of rewards? It seems that there is no reward even if you win the promotion match of the same grade. It's just a promotion. Long Hengxiu said it quite harshly. But it doesn't seem to have any real punishment. Dean, what do you say? Long Hengxiu whispered to Yu Zhen beside him. Yu Zhen nodded and said loudly, Students, I believe you are all very curious about why Grade 1 Class 0 was established. This is because these students who were selected around you, in terms of personal ability, they have far surpassed your level. If they continue to be trained at the same level, their talents will be buried. This tells you that if you want to shine in the future, you must make more efforts. I hope that in the process of sister invasion, more people will be able to join Class 0 in the near future, and become the best talents of our Donghai College. Okay, disband. The head teachers of each class lead the students back to class. The head teacher of Class 1, Grade 1, will be temporarily replaced by Director Long Hengxiu until a new head teacher is selected. Teacher Wu Chongkong and several students of Class 0, Grade 1, stay for a while. In surprise, envy, jealousy, and hatred, the 5 classes of Grade 1 return to the classroom. Only the dean and several teachers and students of the newly established Class 0, Grade 1, were left on the playground. Children, all of you come here. Yu Zhen waved to everyone. Chapter 39 Joining Class 0. In front of the dean, even Wei Xiaofeng did not dare to be presumptuous. But there was obviously some discord between the 2 sides. Yu Zhen looked at the 6 children in front of him, and his eyebrows jumped. He said coldly, You guys are quite capable. Do you think that you are very capable just because you stand out among your peers? Look at what your sister is like. 2 of the 7 people have broken arms, and there is also a broken leg in the classroom. The 6 people were a little stunned by the scolding. They did not expect that Yu Zhen would face them and scold them. Yu Zhen continued with a grim face, I have just said the purpose of establishing Class 0, which is to avoid delaying you. However, you little things, put away your arrogance and behave honestly, otherwise, don't blame the college for being rude. I warn you, if the situation like yesterday happens again, you will be punished. Don't think you are all gifted now. I tell you, you are just looking at the world from a narrow perspective. In the Federation, there are many talents who are better than you. There is no shortage of geniuses in this world, nor is there a shortage of geniuses who die young. If a genius wants to become a great talent, he must also make efforts far beyond ordinary people. Only in this way can you live up to your talent. Do you understand? I understand. In front of the powerful aura of the Dean, the 6 people felt a little ashamed. Sign this agreement. Yu Zhen flipped his wrist, and a pile of papers full of words appeared in his hand, which he handed to the 6 people. The 6 people subconsciously took the paper and pen, and Nanfuxian glanced at it, and saw that it was written on the top, Agreement, 3 big characters. The content below is roughly saying that I, XXX, voluntarily signed an agreement with Donghai College and will not transfer before completing the junior high school and high school studies of the intermediate college. That's about the content. What does this mean? The 6 people were a little stunned. The college has established Class 0, and will increase investment in you in the future. Resources from all aspects are tilted, so the college must ensure that you can continue to study here and will not deviate from the track due to some uncertain reasons. Okay, sign it. Xie asked weakly, Dean, should we communicate with our family before signing this? Yu Zhen rolled his eyes, sure. You go back and communicate, but you don't need to participate in Class 0. I'm very busy and don't have time to wait for you to do these things. While they were talking, Nanfuxian had already signed the agreement in his hand. For him, this agreement had no effect. He originally came for Class 0, and now he might not be able to get the benefits of Class 0 if he went to other colleges. Tang Wulin also signed. He didn't know where else to study except Donghai College. The college was willing to allocate resources, which was like pie in the sky for a loser like him. There was no reason not to sign. Gu Yu almost signed with Tang Wulin. Seeing that the 3 of them had signed, Xie couldn't say anything more. It seemed that it didn't matter if he didn't leave Donghai College. On the other side, Wang Jingxi also signed. Only Wei Xiaofeng hesitated, Dean, it's not good not to discuss this with my family. I think we should discuss it. After all, our family may let me go to a better college in the future when I am in the advanced department. Yu Zhen nodded, everyone has their own ambitions. You can go back to Class 2. The number of students in Class 0 of Grade 1 is changed to 6. While speaking, he had already taken back the agreement from Wei Xiaofeng. He waved to him. There was a bit of complexity in Wei Xiaofeng's eyes, but he didn't take back the agreement after all. He bowed to the dean and turned to the teaching building. This face-changing skill made Tang Wulin and the other 5 people a little dazed. Okay, you signed this agreement, which means that from now on, you will become the core elite of the academy. We respect Wei Xiaofeng's choice, but I believe that he will regret today's choice in the future. Although our Donghai Academy is not ranked high in the mainland, it is the only intermediate Soul Master Academy in a big city after all. When the resources of the academy are completely tilted towards you, even the legendary Shrek Academy may not be much stronger than us. Listening to the confident words of the dean, the 4 people who had just signed the agreement were obviously in a better mood. Only Nanfuxian and Wu Chongkong, who was not far away, heard this and twitched their lips. How to say it? The dean was a little too confident. If the resources of Donghai College were tilted towards a few students when their soul power was still low, then Nanfuxian believed that these students would not be inferior to Shrek College. But when it comes to the Soul Master level, the gap will begin to become obvious. Although the treatment of students in the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy is basically the same as that of some high-level Soul Master Academy. But Shrek Academy is located in the center of the continent. Basically all kinds of materials and rare natural treasures can be found there, and it also adheres to the principle of strength first in education. If you are not strong enough, you will be eliminated in minutes. Fanfiction cannot evaluate the right or wrong of this education system, but in terms of results, Shrek Academy has indeed cultivated many strong people. With the title of the first academy on the continent, a steady stream of geniuses aim to join Shrek Academy, and then they have to pass various assessments before they can join. A large number of geniuses fight and roll each other in it. This atmosphere alone makes Shrek Academy surpass many high-level academies at the starting point. Add all kinds of messy tasks to toss students. If you complete them, you are capable, and if you fail to complete them, you will be expelled, etc. With these experiences, students of Shrek Academy are far better than those students of high-level academies in terms of combat. There are also golden ancient trees and a group of strong men in the inner courtyard, as well as the inexplicable brainwashing ability, which makes Shrek Academy firmly occupy the title of the first academy in the continent. However, the current Shrek Academy is too far away from Fanfiction. Now he just wants to use the resources of Class 0 to improve himself. After that, he will successfully advance to Sequence 4 through the Tianhai competition and decide what to do next. With the establishment of Class 0 of the first grade of Donghai Academy, the academy really gave them a treatment far different from that of ordinary students. The classroom was adjusted to a separate open large room, and at the same time, their dormitory was also adjusted. It is no longer 4 people in one room, but each person has a room, and the room is the same as the dormitory where ordinary teachers live. In other words, they directly enjoy the living treatment of teachers. The 6 people live next to each other. When Zhang Yangzi heard that Wang Jingxi signed the agreement, he signed it without hesitation. Class 0 of the first grade was officially established, with a total of 7 people including the head teacher. Wu Chongkong was also assigned a new teacher's dormitory, right next to their dormitory, and the residence was changed from the original dormitory to a suite. Chapter 40 talking about battle armor. Of course, even if the class starts now, it is not complete. After all, 3 of the 6 people are injured, and all of them are fractured. So, they can only take the theory class first. The classroom of Grade 1 Class 0 seems a bit empty. The whole classroom is no different from an ordinary class, but with only Fanfiction and 6 people, it seems very spacious. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi sat on one side, and Fanfiction and 4 people sat on the other side. The 6 people were clearly divided. Zhang Yangzi's legs were on a chair, his face was dark, and Wang Jingxi was still silent, but occasionally his eyes would inadvertently fall on Tang Wulin. Wu Zhongkong walked into the classroom with a stern face, stood in the middle, and his eyes swept across the faces of the 6 people. Starting today, your courses will undergo some changes. His words immediately attracted the attention of the 6 people. Even Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi admired this powerful and arrogant male god. They also watched the battle between Wu Chongkong and Guang Biao. Wu Chongkong, due to your current physical condition, the training will be postponed. Let's start with the theoretical class. Let's talk about mecha today. Mecha? Hearing these 2 words, the 6 people looked at each other in surprise. The blackness on Zhang Yangzi's face seemed to have faded a little, and he couldn't help asking, Teacher Wu, isn't mecha taught in the advanced department? We are just in the first grade. Isn't it too early? According to the traditional teaching method, the junior department of the Intermediate Soul Master Academy is 6 years of foundation. The advanced department begins to learn about mecha. After graduating from the advanced department, according to different learning directions, enter different advanced colleges for further study. All those who can graduate from the advanced college are elite students at the top of society. The junior department of the intermediate college is 6 years, and they are just in the first grade. They start to learn about mecha? Isn't this forcing the growth of seedlings? Wu Chongkong said, your mecha class only talks about mecha knowledge, so that students can have a general understanding of mecha, but does not teach specifics. So there won't be many courses. Who among you doesn't want to become a mecha master in the future? The 6 people were silent at the same time. Mecha masters are already synonymous with strong people and are the mainstream now. Wu Chongkong said, in that case, listen to the class carefully. He glanced at Zhang Yangzi, and suddenly, Zhang Yangzi felt a chill from head to toe, and dared not say anything. The development of modern mecha originated from 10,000 years ago. At that time, soul guides had been developed for thousands of years and were increasingly widely used. When all technologies were first studied, they were for war. Soul guides were no exception. After soul guides were widely used in wars, they were gradually transformed into civilian use. At that time, soul guides imagined whether they could use soul guides to comprehensively enhance soul masters. Thus, soul masters became more powerful. They began to try various ways to study mecha. In the ancient times, tens of thousands of years ago, soul masters were the most mainstream profession, but soul masters were not only scarce in number, but most soul masters were limited to very low levels and could not become strong. The emergence of soul guides gradually changed this pattern. They made some low-level soul masters level soul masters, especially auxiliary soul masters, can also have combat effectiveness by relying on their own soul power and soul guides. The emergence of soul guide mechas has made this change more obvious. Soul guide mechas inject soul power through soul power storage devices, allowing users to exert strength far beyond their own. The initial soul guide mechas were developed in the direction of large scale. Because the larger the size, the more soul power storage devices and various weapons and equipment can be carried in the eyes of soul masters at that time. With the advancement of technology, even ordinary people can drive soul guide mechas as long as they are strong enough. Thus, soul guide mechas have become the mainstream of modern armies. The development history of soul guide mechas has also developed from the initial miniaturization to large scale, and then gradually to medium-sized, and gradually become the mechas you are familiar with now. This is a brief account of the development of mechas. The whole process has been continuously verified and changed, including the improvement of soul guide arrays, including various innovations and technological leaps. The importance of mechas continues to increase in wars. Fanfiction listened very seriously. It was the first time for him to systematically learn about mecha. For him who was a little weak in attack, mecha was also a good choice. It was a little expensive. Although Fanfiction didn't know how much it would cost to build a mecha, it was definitely not something that a poor guy like him with only more than 1 million federal coins could make. Thinking about it, Fanfiction couldn't help but shed poor tears. If he had the chance in the future, he must parasitize a high-level blacksmith or soul mentor, which was a profession that was easy to get rich. At this time, Wu Chongkong on the stage said, "A real strong man will not make his body bigger. The existence of mecha is to increase, not to become a bigger goal. Therefore, mechas above purple are developing in the direction of miniaturization. Because they are as small as armor, they are called battle armor." Hearing Wu Chongkong on the stage talking about battle armor, Fanfiction's mind, which was originally wandering in the sky, also came back to his senses. Battle armor is an alternative soul guide that can directly increase the strength of soul masters. And the other 5 people were also attracted by the new word Wu Chongkong said, battle armor. The brand new concept easily attracted their minds. Mechas like armor are the top existence. As we all know, in addition to mecha masters who control mechas, there are also mecha manufacturers, a profession that occupies an important position in the human world. Mecha manufacturers are divided into 3 categories: mecha designers, mecha manufacturers, and mecha repairers. Today I will start to tell you about mechas. One of the important points is to let you choose the direction of your second career in the future. I suggest that you can choose one of these three as your second career. This is the only way to become a strong man. Gu Yu said in surprise, Teacher Wu, shouldn't we focus on training, and at most learn mecha control? Why choose a second career? Wu Chongkong said, if you want to make your battle armor stronger, then the battle armor must be suitable for you. Therefore, the real top battle armor master must be extremely close to his own mecha. Either design it yourself, make it yourself, or repair it yourself. Only in this way can you gradually become one with your battle armor. Without learning a second profession, you will never be able to make the most suitable battle armor for yourself, and you will never be able to ascend to the altar. The establishment of Class 0 has only one goal, which is to push you towards the altar. This process is difficult and long. Perhaps you will work towards this direction for your whole life. And what I have to do is to help you avoid detours and let you know the direction in the initial stage. There is no rush to choose a second profession. You still have a lot of time to think about it. But at most in the 3rd grade, you will have to choose. With your talent, you must also be ahead of ordinary people in this regard. The earlier you start, the sooner you will reap the rewards. Therefore, give me your answer within 3 years. Of course, the 3 choices I gave are just the best choices I think. Not absolute. There are also some other mecha-related professions that can be your second profession. In fact, some of you have already chosen your second profession. At this point, he looked at Tang Woolen. Second profession? Tang Woolen immediately realized that Teacher Wu was talking about his forging. Woolen chose forging. He chose his second profession very early, and I believe he should have special talents in this area. Forging is also a second profession I suggest you consider. Because all mechas above purple level cannot do without forging. No matter which second profession you choose, if you can reach 5 stars or above, you will have enough resources for cultivation. Tang Woolen is the most stable one. He has made his choice and will definitely not consider changing. He is now a 3-star forging master and is highly valued by the Forging Master Association. Moreover, the more he studies forging, the more he feels the breadth and depth of this industry. His father taught him since he was a child that no matter what he does, he must concentrate on doing it and not be distracted. The other 5 people did not say anything. Obviously, it is not easy to choose a second career. They are still young and cannot decide what they like now. Fortunately, there are more than 2 years to think about it. Finally, there is enough time. Chapter 41 Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. Wu Chongkong said lightly, okay, that's all the knowledge about mecha today. You only need to remember the core. There are 2 points in mind. First, the truly powerful mecha is called a battle armor. The weapons that truly powerful soul masters rely on are all in the form of battle armor. Second, you need to determine a second career related to mecha for yourself within 3 years. It is easy to remember, and it is what Nanfusion and others are most interested in. This class is very simple. At this time, Tang Woolen suddenly said, Teacher Wu, when can we see the real battle armor? He had been listening very carefully before, and only now did he say what he wanted to know most in his heart. Wu Chongkong glanced at him and said, wait until you complete the first stage of practical exercises, you can let the sister Chiang Kui Feng. Whoever completes it first can see it first. You are not qualified now. Practical exercises? Practical exercises between soul masters? Before the students asked, Wu Chongkong continued, the next course today is practical exercises. It's right here. Nanfusion, Tang Woolen, you two help them push the desks far away and clear the central area of the classroom. Here? Wouldn't it be easy to destroy the soul master's ability when it is used? Nanfusion and the other 6 people all had the same doubts in their hearts, but they still did what Wu Chongkong said. Tang Woolen, come to me. Wu Chongkong nodded to Tang Woolen. Yes. Tang Woolen stepped forward quickly. What do you think of your game yesterday? Wu Chongkong said coldly. Tang Woolen thought for a moment and said, we are all too eager for quick success. After all, we are classmates and should not hurt each other. We should stop at the right time. Wu Chongkong waved his hand. I'm not asking you these, I'm asking you how you feel during the battle. How do you think you played during the game? Tang Woolen said, the process was a bit chaotic. It was the first time for us to see each other's abilities. In the process of dealing with it, it was a bit chaotic and the cooperation was a bit insufficient. I mean the four of us. They cooperated at the time, but it didn't seem to be particularly tacit. Wu Chongkong said coldly, chaotic? It's more than just a mess, it's simply a mess. When these words came out, except for Fanfiction, the other five were stunned. As the best of the freshmen, the students of the special class 0 approved by the academy, except Tang Woolen, the others were very confident in their abilities. How could this word chaos come from? Wu Chongkong looked into Tang Woolen's eyes and said, to be honest, I'm very disappointed. The four of you have been studying with me for 3 months. The cooperation between you can barely be considered skilled. However, from the beginning of the game, you gave up your advantage. Xie's arm deserved to be broken. Xie's expression froze. He didn't expect that the teacher would actually evaluate him like this. Then Wu Chongkong attacked the 6 people, pointing out all the shortcomings of the 6 in the promotion match, and belittled the 6 people, but they couldn't refute it. Wu Chongkong's criticisms were very sharp. Finally, Wu Chongkong said coldly, you 6 have a common problem, which is also the problem that will be solved in the next practical class. That is, you are seriously lacking in practical experience and practical skills. I'm not talking about your combat experience using martial spirits and soul skills. You are also lacking in that aspect, but it's not too great. What you lack more is the basic combat ability when you don't use martial spirits. Basic combat ability? Does a soul master need this kind of thing? Don't soul masters only need to release soul skills to achieve combat goals? Do you think that the basic combat ability I mentioned is meaningless? Guyu said, yes, Teacher Wu. My ability is element control. During the battle, I only need to constantly suppress the opponent through elements. Whether it is a single enemy or a group of enemies, as long as the elements I control are strong enough, the battle can be ended. Wu Chongkong nodded. If you think so, then let's do a test. Guyu, you come out too. You and Tang Woolen attack me together. I don't use any soul skills, and I suppress my soul power to the same level as you, about level 13. See if you can defeat me. Well, the martial spirit is also activated. While talking, Wu Chongkong turned around and picked up a teaching stick from the podium. Then he returned to the center. Guyu had already stepped forward and came to Tang Woolen. At the same level, soul skills are not applicable? Even the martial spirit is not used? Isn't this too much of an underestimation? After 3 months of training, Guyu and Tang Woolen have established a certain tacit understanding. The two joined forces, one focusing on close combat and the other on long-range attacks. Unfortunately, no matter how well they understood each other, they could not make any waves in the face of Wu Chongkong. Instead, they were taught a lesson by Wu Chongkong's exquisite swordsmanship and Tang Sek's unique skills. When the battle was over, the other 4 looked at each other in surprise. This. So strong. The classroom suddenly became quiet, and Wu Chongkong reappeared in front of Tang Woolen. His eyes were looking at the gradually fading golden scales on Tang Woolen's right arm, revealing a thoughtful look. Teacher, what you used just now were all basic skills. Xie stared at Wu Chongkong with his eyes wide open. Wu Chongkong nodded. Do you still think that basic skills are useless? Basic skills are the root of everything. Martial spirits and soul skills can certainly make soul masters powerful, but how to use them is the root that can determine how powerful you are. Basic skills are the way to apply them. This also applies to battle armor or ordinary mechas. Therefore, starting from today, for a long time in the future, practicing basic practical skills will be an important subject for you. Of course, Wu Chongkong did this more to kill the chicken to scare the monkey and dispel the arrogance of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi who were watching the game. After all, these two people were geniuses in their original class and had basically no opponents. If they were not beaten first, they might become thorns in the subsequent training. As for why Tang Wulin was chosen? Of course, it was because he beat Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi the hardest in the promotion game, and both of them had a little psychological trauma. Gu Yu was incidental, because she stood up to refute his point of view. In order to better lead Class 0 in the future and let Gu Yu realize her shortcomings, Wu Chongkong asked her to go together. After all, in the previous promotion game, Gu Yu also forced Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi to use her own strength. The martial soul fusion technique can defeat both of them at the same time, and it can also make others more convinced of his words. However, he did not choose Nanfusion. The reason is very simple. If the scene of almost disfigurement happened again, it would not be conducive to his establishment of teacher's dignity. He wanted an absolutely overwhelming victory. Besides, because Nanfusion was lazy before, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi did not have a deep impression of Nanfusion. In fact, he also privately discussed this matter with Nanfusion, under the influence of the time worm, asking if there was any problem. But later, the other party seemed to explain it to him, and he accepted the other party's explanation. But what did Nanfusion explain? Why didn't he remember it now? No matter, since there is no problem, don't ask again, it will damage his dignity as a teacher. And the result was also very successful. Now Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi are sitting there, listening carefully to Wu Changkong's words. Chapter 42 Test Mental Strength. Next, Tang Wulin was miserable. I don't know if it was to retaliate for Tang Wulin's lateness yesterday. As one of the 3 uninjured students, and a male, he became Wu Changkong's teaching case. Wu Changkong constantly used actual combat to explain the skills and precautions in actual combat to other students. And Tang Wulin was knocked to the ground again and again. He endured the attack of the teaching whip again and again. As for why Nanfusion was not chosen, it can only be said that Tang Wulin is too tough. In the previous contest with Tang Wulin, Wu Changkong found that Tang Wulin's defense is very strong. It is amazing, and has strong enough defense against attacks of the same level. Although Nanfusion has a good physique, he is obviously better at resisting beatings than Tang Wulin, and in terms of killing a chicken to scare the monkey, it is more cost-effective to beat Tang Wulin. The news of the establishment of Class 0 quickly spread throughout the academy, and Nanfusion and the other 6 naturally became celebrities. But they were all required not to spread the teaching methods of Class 0, so after a few days of curiosity, the academy returned to peace. Wu Chongkong is just one of their teaching teachers, and more guidance has begun to appear. Unlike ordinary classes with more theoretical teaching, Class 0 is more inclined to practical teaching. Just as Dean Yuzhen said, the academy gave the greatest support to Class 0, whether it is teaching methods or high nutrition food, teacher configuration, hardware facilities configuration, all are the best. On the second day, Tang Wulin finally didn't have to bear Wu Changkong's teaching whip alone, because Wu Changkong also added Nanfusion. When Nanfusion saw Tang Wulin being beaten by Wu Changkong, he had some thoughts of fun, but when the teaching whip really worked on him, he understood what it meant to be heartbroken. However, in this kind of teaching, his growth is also obvious. It can be said that he was in pain and happy. 10 days later, Nanfusion got 3 new teammates. Xie, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi recovered from their injuries and began to join the actual combat. So, the 0 class began to scream. Wu Chongkong never knew what it meant to show mercy. The teaching whip was really painful. But it didn't really hurt anyone. In Wu Changkong's words, only pain can deepen people's memory. The only lucky one was Guyu. Perhaps because she was a girl, Wu Chongkong always showed some mercy in teaching her, and occasionally the teaching stick fell on her. It just made her feel numb. Today, we will conduct a series of physical tests on you. The practical training will be suspended for one class. Wu Chongkong walked into the classroom early in the morning and brought very good news for Class 0. Now everyone is a little afraid of practical classes, and the pain is really too deep. Wu Chongkong brought the 6 people to a room full of technology. The entire room was covered with a layer of silver metal plates. When you walk in here, the first feeling you get is that you have entered a silver world. One by one, unprecedented instruments were placed in this space. Let's do the mental power test first. Xie, you're the first one. Wu Chongkong held a form in his hand and prepared to record it. Xie's mental power grew normally. Compared with the last test, it grew by 2 points and reached 31. Then it was Wang Jingxi. Wang Jingxi's spiritual power is a bit weak, only 18 points. Wang Jingxi, you must work hard to improve your spiritual power, otherwise you will not be able to merge more souls in the future. Wu Chongkong said lightly. Wang Jingxi is usually very taciturn, and after hearing what he said, he just nodded. It was Zhang Yang's turn. Spiritual power 41, not bad, work hard to break through the high level of Ling Yuan realm in 1 or 2 years. Zhang Yang's eyes have been staring at him. In his eyes, among the 4 people of Tang Wulin, the one he hates the most is the one who broke his legs, and he has always had a comparison in his heart. After getting along with each other for a few days, he also saw that Tang Wulin's ability is mainly reflected in his innate strength, and then there is his strange mutant right arm. As for the martial soul, it is just blue-silver grass, not worth mentioning. Therefore, he feels more and more that he lost that day unjustly. How much spiritual power can such a psychic who is as good at strong attack as Wang Jingxi have? It must not be too high. Tang Wulin walked to the instrument and sat down. The mental tester slowly fell and covered his head. The test began. This mental tester is the most advanced in the academy. The scale showing the strength of mental power is colorful and can change color according to different levels of mental power. The mental power of the Ling Yuan realm is white. Tang Wulin's mental power scale continued to rise and soon exceeded Wang Jingxi's 18 points. It continued to rise, 20 points, 25 points, 30 points. Zhang Yangzi looked at the scale in surprise. No way, he is a strong attack system battle soul master with only 1 ring of cultivation, but he actually has 30 points of mental power? In this regard, Jingxi is much worse than him. 35, 40, 42, 43, surpassing Zhang Yangzi. Moreover, the mental power is still increasing. In the end, Tang Wulin's mental power stayed at 66. Xie on the side was also stunned. It has only been a few months since the last test. Tang Wulin's mental power actually soared by 22 points. 66 points of spiritual power, but it has reached the high level of the spiritual realm. The next person to sit on the instrument was Nanfuxian. Zhang Yangzi suddenly thought of a question: is there any special meaning in the ranking of Teacher Wu? Except for the first Xie, the 3 people behind them are from low to high. Nanfuxian, a spiritual soul master, and Guyu, who have the ability to control elements, should need more spiritual power. Could it be that their spiritual power is higher than Tang Wulin? His doubts did not last too long. The instrument started and the scale told him the answer almost instantly. Nanfuxian's spiritual power quickly crossed the white line and directly entered the yellow world. When Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi saw the scale break through 100 and was still rising, they both opened their mouths wide. The spiritual realm, the beginning of the first period, all things are renewed. Everyone has the spiritual power of the spiritual realm from birth, which is also the most basic spiritual power. The spiritual power of the spiritual realm can carry yellow, including souls below yellow. In the Lingtong realm, the mind and spirit are connected, and the mind reaches the mind. When you reach the Lingtong realm, you begin to control your mental power and truly control your mental power for your own use. You can carry 2 yellow souls or 1 purple soul. The span of a large realm, this is a qualitative leap. No wonder the two were so surprised. Reaching the Lingtong realm means that Nanfuxian can already fuse the purple soul. The two stared at Nanfuxian in amazement. This guy didn't perform well in the promotion game, but his mental power is really outstanding. He has never heard of anyone who can break through the first major realm of mental power in the first year of the intermediate college. Even if a graduate of the intermediate department of the Intermediate Soul Master College can break through this realm, he can be regarded as a very outstanding talent. You know, one of the biggest obstacles to graduating from the senior department of the intermediate college is to reach the Lingtong realm of mental power. How many soul masters have been prevented from graduating smoothly? And Nanfuxian has completed this breakthrough in just the first year. This is simply incredible. When the spiritual power exceeds 100, it means entering another level, and the spiritual power has entered the spiritual communication realm from the spiritual realm. 125, this is the final data of Nanfuxian's test, which is only 6 points higher than Guyu's last data. Even Wu Chongkong, who was standing by, looked at this data slightly sideways. Chapter 43 Abnormal Data. Although his behavior is not very low-key now, there is nothing he can do about it. After all, in the previous promotion game and now in the resource-intensive Class 0, his performance is a bit mediocre. If he does not show his own uniqueness next, he may be kicked out, which is unacceptable to Nanfuxian. Moreover, with the example of Tang Wulan's spiritual power surge in front, plus the spiritual power test of Guyu next, his value will be shown without being too eye-catching. Although he has not seen it yet, Nanfuxian believes that the spiritual power that Guyu will show later will definitely exceed his, which can be regarded as his spiritual intuition. The last person to sit on the instrument is naturally Guyu. As expected, Guyu's spiritual power quickly crossed the white line and directly entered the yellow world. 153, this is the final data of Guyu's test. This is against the will of heaven? Not to mention in Donghai Academy, I'm afraid there is no soul master in the whole continent who can reach this level of spiritual power at this age. Human spiritual power will increase with the growth of the body until the age of 40. Before, there was a fixed improvement every year, which was caused by physical development. After the age of 40, ordinary people began to decline. And soul masters can even extend the time for this continuous improvement of mental power to 60 years old. Guyu is only 9 years old, just like them. A 9-year-old little soul master, her mental power has reached more than 150 in the Lingtong realm. If she graduates from the intermediate department, will she break through to the Linghai realm, which measures the strong soul masters and ordinary soul masters? In the Linghai realm, the mind is like the sea, vast and boundless. The mental power truly reaches a high level and becomes the foundation of the strong, whether it is a peak mecha master or a peak soul master. It is necessary for the mental power to reach this level. It can carry up to 5 yellow souls, or 3 purple souls, and 1 black soul. The mental power at the Linghai realm level can even support a soul master to continue to practice to the 6th ring, or even the 7th environment. It is the only way for a strong soul master. Xie was in a state of panic at the moment. After 3 months of training, why did others increase their spiritual power by dozens of points, but I only increased by 2 points? Did everyone learn the same thing? Asterisk, Wu Chongkong seemed not to notice the expressions of the crowd and said, "Next, test the strength." The order of testing strength was also very particular. The first one was Guyu. Compared with the powerful spiritual power, Guyu's strength once again blinded people's eyes. The strength test only tested the direct attack power of the fists. It was not the carrying capacity or stress. Because only the attack power was meaningful to the Soul Master. Bang! Left fist, 115 kilograms. I'm going to. Zhang Yangzi almost fell to the ground. Isn't she an elemental control Soul Master? Isn't she only 9 years old? More than 100 kilograms of strength, what's going on? Xie's reaction was similar to his, and he even shuddered. Guyu turned around. He glanced at Xie coldly, his eyebrows slightly raised. Xie swallowed his saliva and turned his head to look aside. It was also the first time he knew that Guyu's strength was so terrifying. Bang! Right fist, 143 kilograms. Zhang Yangzi and Xie burst into tears almost at the same time. Can you give them a chance to live? Is this a girl? It's simply a female Tyrannosaurus. Wu Changkong's eyes also flashed with surprise. Next, Zhang Yangzi. Bang! Left hand, 61 kilograms. Bang! Right hand, 69 kilograms. As a second ring Soul Master, his physical fitness is naturally much stronger than that of ordinary people, plus the speed bonus, it is considered normal to achieve such data. Xie. Bang! Left hand, 153 kilograms. Bang! Right hand, 164 kilograms. Touching the non-existent sweat on his forehead, Xie breathed a sigh of relief, finally a little taller than Guyu. Although he is a quick attack system Soul Master, don't forget that he has twin martial souls. The increase in the body of twin martial souls is naturally greater than that of one martial soul, so his strength is quite strong. Fanfiction. Bang! Left hand, 950 kilograms. Bang! Right hand, 955 kilograms. The roar echoed, and Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jingxi, Guyu, Xie, and Tang Wulin were all dumbfounded. Damn, is Fanfiction so powerful? Xie couldn't help but swear, and Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi on the side also felt the same way. You are so powerful as a spiritual power system Soul Master, how can we quick attack system and strong attack system Soul Masters make a livings? Wang Jingxi. Bang! Left hand, 423 kilograms. Bang! Right hand, 468 kilograms. The terrifying data, this is a powerful force that exceeds the normal data of a 2-ring strong attack system Soul Master. Enough to be compared with a pure power type combat Soul Master. The combined strength of both arms is close to 1000 kilograms. But Wang Jingxi, who has achieved such excellent data, is a little skeptical about his life. His strength is almost half of that of a 1-ring Soul Master, and that Soul Master is a spiritual master. Although there is the factor of not being able to use martial souls, this is too hurtful. Xie on the side looked at him with some sympathy. He and Zhang Yangzi are both quick attack Soul Masters, and their strength is not as good as it seems, but Wang Jingxi is a strong attack Soul Master, and the blow he received is not a little bit. Tang Wulin. Wu Changkong looked at Tang Wulin. Of course, he had a scale in his heart, and the test order was carried out according to the psychological valuation from low to high. The strength of Guyu and Fanfiction was beyond his expectation. Guyu was okay. Although the strength of more than 100 kilograms was surprising, it was just that. But what about Fanfiction? More than 900 kilograms of strength, this data is not necessarily achieved by most strong attack Soul Masters. During the previous training, he found that Fanfiction had a strong physique, but he only thought that he was about the same as Tang Wulin. After all, during the battle, Fanfiction was in the back most of the time, and basically had no chance to attack directly. I didn't expect that this time he got such a big surprise. Chapter 44 Evil Thoughts. At this moment, Wu Changkong was thinking about whether to ask Fanfiction to equip a weapon like a hammer. After all, with such a strong strength, it would be a pity if he always played as an auxiliary in the back row. And equipping a weapon would also allow his teammates to not have to fight in the front. Too careful about being cut off from the back row. Think about it, when the enemy thinks you are a support-type soul master. When they bypass your teammates and come straight to you, they may be able to overturn the situation in one go if they come from the opposite side. No, why did I think of a hammer first? Wu Chongkong didn't think much and called the next one directly. Tang Wulin. Boom. Left hand, 1,156 kilograms. Boom. Right hand, 1,348 kilograms. Because Nanfuxian had laid the groundwork in the front, and everyone had seen how strong Tang Wulin was before, they were not too surprised by this data. Wu Chongkong did not let Tang Wulin go back, but said to him, "Add scales to your right hand and do it again." Oh! Tang Wulin raised his right arm, a faint golden light shone, and a layer of diamond-shaped light golden scales covered it. Wang Jingxi subconsciously took a step back. The strong golden dragon king aura made his martial soul begin to tremble slightly, and even feel submissive. Boom! 2,700 kilograms. Try the dragon claw. Wu Chongkong said expressionlessly. Oh! Tang Wulin also wanted to try, but he just raised his right hand and put it down again, saying to Wu Chongkong, "Teacher, if it breaks, do you need to pay for it?" Wu Chongkong frowned slightly, "No. This instrument can withstand a force of 10,000 kilograms. If it breaks, you don't need to pay for it." Okay. The more powerful Golden Dragon King aura gushed out, and Wang Jingxi on the other side felt a little suffocated. Nanfuxian saw that Tang Wulin's palm began to become wider, with thick joints, and the dragon claw appeared. The golden dragon claw was covered with more fine scales, and only the tip of the dragon claw was 3 inches smooth as a mirror. Boom, crack. A data flashed by, and then, where the instrument was hit, metal debris flew and a hole was blasted out. Golden dragon claw, crushing effect. The 4 students were shocked by Tang Wulin's smashing of the strength tester, and they didn't see the data that just flashed by clearly. Only Nanfuxian and Wu Chongkong caught it. Wu Chongkong directly wrote down the number of 3,998 kilograms in his record book silently. To everyone's surprise, in the next reaction test, Nanfuxian took the lead. The second place was Xie, and the third place was Tang Wulin, followed by Gu Yu, and then Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi. Zhang Yangzi was suddenly autistic. Who is the agile attack spirit master? The following tests made Zhang Yangzi increasingly question his evaluation of his genius. Except for reaction and speed, all physical ability tests were exchanged between Nanfuxian and Tang Wulin for the first and second place. Then Gu Yu, who should have been at the bottom, also had good results. Are they human? Are they human? Are they human? Are they animals that grew up eating grass? Xie on the side burst into tears. Everyone has experienced the training of Teacher Wu, YMI, a great spirit master of the agility attack system, only ranked first in speed. In the rest of the tests, his physical test was not much different from Gu Yu, but Gu Yu didn't have to fight in close combat, and she was a girl. How could his self-esteem accept this? Will Teacher Wu secretly give them special treatment behind my back, --____. The test is completed. Today's test is mainly based on physical ability. It does not represent everything. Martial spirits are equally important to spirit masters. Therefore, some students do not need to be discouraged. Disband. Tang Wulin, follow me. Wu Chongkong left handsomely, and Tang Wulin followed. Xie and Zhang Yangzi stood there, feeling as if a gust of cold wind blew across their foreheads. Some students, who are you talking about? On the way back to the dormitory, Nanfuxian walked and pondered. It was naturally within his expectations to expose his physical strength. To be honest, when he was training with Wu Chongkong before, he had thought about how to expose his physical fitness inadvertently. Today's test just fulfilled his wish. Unlike mental strength, it is too difficult to hide physical fitness. Not to mention during normal sparring, it is easy to expose it when going to the hospital to check the blood and qi, or when meeting some strong people. Moreover, Fanfiction never thought about hiding his physical fitness, but Tang Wulin's situation still surprised him. Just unlocking a seal, there is such a big improvement. Isn't this a crime? In the early morning, after Fanfiction finished practicing, he looked at the empty dormitory. It feels good to practice alone without being disturbed. After washing, Fanfiction walked out of the dormitory and walked straight to the playground. Sure enough, he saw two familiar figures. One was Tang Wulin, and the other was Ouyang Zixin, the school beauty of the intermediate department. Watching Ouyang Zixin's energetic figure running in front, while Tang Wulin was behind, watching her while running, Fanfiction understood that Tang Wulin was in love, but Ouyang Zixin probably only regarded Tang Wulin as a younger brother. At the same time, a bad idea suddenly emerged in Fanfiction's heart. If he deeply parasitized Ouyang Zixin and made her his clone, and then let Ouyang Zixin attack Tang Wulin, what would happen to Guyu and Naer? Ouyang Zixin could be regarded as Tang Wulin's first love, and she also had the special bonus of being called senior sister. For a man, unless he is a scumbag, first love is always unforgettable. Especially Tang Wulin. If a pure little boy like Lin really turned Ouyang Zixin into his clone, then with the bloody dramas he had seen in his previous life and those green tea tricks, it would be easy for him to control Tang Wulin. Then, he would ask him a difficult question: Wulin, your sister and I fell into the water at the same time, who would you save first? And see how he answered. Pft, 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 why do I have such a weird idea? Fanfiction shook his head and threw away the evil idea that emerged in his heart. Not to mention whether there is any sensory connection between the clone and the original body, just to attack Tang Wulin by himself is outrageous. Isn't this asking for trouble? Parasitizing such a beautiful woman, turning her into his clone, and then sending himself to someone else's arms, what kind of NTR behavior is this? If you have this kind of time, why don't you enjoy yourself first? As the saying goes, good things should not flow to outsiders. Chapter 45 Soul Ascension Platform. After suppressing the evil thoughts deep in his heart, Fanfiction went directly to the cafeteria. Class 0 students are provided with free A-class meals, which has saved him a lot of expenses recently. Eat and go to class. Let's go to the Soul Transmission Tower today. Except when he was giving a lecture. Wu Changkong's words were always so concise. Go to the Soul Transmission Tower? What? They haven't reached the time when they need souls yet? Except for Fanfiction, who knew it in his heart, the other 5 people were a little confused, but Wu Changkong didn't mean to explain, he just announced it. Leaving the academy during class time is a strange and superior feeling for students. The 6 people in Class 0 all felt this way to a greater or lesser extent. Wu Changkong said as he walked, from today on, you will have 1 day a week to enter the Soul Transmission Tower to practice on the Soul Ascension platform. You must cherish this opportunity. This is the special funding the Academy has secured for you. Guyu and Tang Wulin on the side looked puzzled, and Fanfiction on the side explained, among the Soul Transmission Towers in our Douluo continent, only large cities have the possibility of having Soul Ascension platforms. There are a total of 18 Soul Ascension platforms on the continent, which is the best place for our Soul Masters to practice. The Soul Ascension platform was built by the Soul Transmission Tower. It is a place for Soul Masters to practice. It is used to improve the personal strength of Soul Masters. And it is a place where they can feel the charm of the Soul Master world in ancient times. I don't know the principle of the Soul Ascension platform. Anyway, I heard that when it was first built, more than 10 titled Douluo participated. And a large number of top scientific researchers were mobilized. For this, the Soul Transmission Tower paid a considerable price. Finally, the construction of the Soul Ascension platform was completed. When the Soul Ascension platform was first built, the main purpose was for the Soul Transmission Tower to further study artificial souls, hoping the level of artificial souls can be improved through the Soul Ascension platform, so as to have the ability to create more powerful souls. But later, only part of the experiment was successful. Although the Soul Ascension platform was helpful in improving the level of souls, the help was not so obvious and there was a lot of uncertainty. The Soul Transmission Tower has invested so much, of course it cannot be wasted. After a series of developments, the Soul Ascension platform has become a unique place. In short, it is a place where the most top soul guides, soul masters and researchers in the entire continent are concentrated. When a soul master enters the Soul Ascension platform, it is like entering another space. However, he will be protected by the Soul Ascension platform itself, and the degree of danger is not great, but he can fight soul beasts in it and improve his actual combat experience. Some soul masters who are particularly lucky can even improve their souls in the Soul Ascension platform to achieve the effect of soul ascension. I don't know the specific situation. These are all what I heard, and I have never really entered it. How to improve the soul? Tang Wulin asked. Nanfuxian said, it's very simple. Whether it's our souls or the soul rings we directly absorbed from soul beasts in the past, their power and evaluation are all determined by the years of soul beast cultivation. To improve the soul, it means to improve the years of soul cultivation. Speaking of which, our two souls are only at the 10-year level, so the chance of improvement is not small. If we can cultivate in the Soul Ascension platform for a long time, the chance of improvement is still not small. However, I heard that the higher the level of the soul, the less likely it is to be upgraded in the Soul Ascension platform. Nanfuxian was a little excited when he said this. After all, to enter the Soul Ascension platform, not only 500,000 federal coins are needed, but also a certain identity is required. Among them, federal coins are not the most important. There are only 1,000 places for entry to the primary Soul Ascension platform every month, and many places are reserved by large families or major forces. Without a certain amount of energy, you can't grab these places. Xie said, so, the Academy is very generous this time. I guess if Wei Xiaofeng knew that we could enter the Spirit Ascension platform to practice, he would regret it. The Spirit Transmission Tower in Donghai City is far from being comparable to the Ala City where Nanfuxian was originally. As one of the 18 branch towers of the Spirit Transmission Tower organization, these 18 large Spirit Transmission Towers are also called the 18 Heavenly Pillars. The Spirit Transmission Tower can be seen from a long distance. It has hundreds of floors and is more than 400 meters high. Even in the high-rise buildings of Donghai City, it is a landmark building. Just from the outside, you can feel its magnificent momentum. The Academy obviously had arrangements in advance. When they walked along the steps to the front door, the Dean of Teaching, Long Hengxiu, was already waiting there. Seeing Wu Chongkong taking him when they arrived, Long Hengxiu hurriedly greeted them, Teacher Wu. Director Long. Wu Chongkong simply greeted them, but his face was still expressionless. Long Hengxiu said, come with me. When I walked into the first floor of the Spiritual Transmission Tower, I was first shocked by the magnificent interior decoration. The ground was paved with dark golden stone with gorgeous natural textures. Huge stone pillars supported the dome that was tens of meters high. What was even more amazing was the magnificent colorful murals on these stone pillars and the dome. These murals were magnificent, with scenery and characters on them, as if recording a story. Wu Chongkong said, the murals record the story of how Lingbing Douluo, the first master of the Spirit Pagoda, a legendary soul master, and the inventor of soul spirits, led human soul masters to fight against the soul beast tide. The murals here are only a part of it. The 18 branch towers of the Spirit Pagoda are concentrated to complete the story. The strokes of the Spirit Pagoda headquarters record the scene of Lingbing Douluo fighting against the strongest soul beast, the beast god Dityan. It was after that battle that Lingbing Douluo disappeared and never appeared again. However, according to legend, it was Lingbing Douluo who won in the end, because since then, the beast god Golden Eye Black Dragon King Dityan has also not appeared again. Nan Fuxian listened to Wu Changkong's story and looked at the murals. In the beast tide, the huge soul beasts exuded a terrifying aura, and blocking them was a huge city. Above the city, a figure was suspended, his eyes were particularly bright, and around his body, several figures were suspended. There are a stunning woman in white, a woman in green, and a flower like an ice flower on his shoulder, as well as a giant bear and a huge white bug. Under their protection, the young man was surrounded by brilliant and strange soul rings. Spirit Ice Douluo Huo Yuhao. No, he should be called Dai Yuhao now. Nan Fuxian knows his story better than anyone else in this era. After all, he was disgusted when he finished watching Peerless Tang Sect. He was obviously carrying a deep hatred, but in the end he was willing to be a dog of the Tang family because of the so-called love. Although his mother was resurrected in the end. But how to say it? Nan Fuxian personally couldn't accept this ending. I just don't know if Dai Yuhao has successfully gotten rid of his father-in-law's chastity belt. At this time, Nan Fuxian found that Tang Wulin had been staring at another figure next to Dai Yuhao. Dragon Butterfly Douluo Tang Wu Tong, the wife of Spirit Ice Douluo Huo Yuhao? Sister Qiang Chu? The wife of Spirit Ice Douluo is so beautiful. It is said that he is also extremely powerful, and he and Lingbing Douluo have a powerful martial soul fusion skill, which can be integrated into one and become a super powerful existence. In that era, he was the most powerful. Xie looked at the mural with admiration. Tang Wu Tong, the name is very similar to Wulin's. Guyu's voice was a little more strange, and, did you find that Wulin seems to look a bit like that Tang Wu Tong? Especially the eyes. Xie said, don't they look alike? Longdi Douluo's eyes and hair are both pink and blue, while Wulin's are all black. How are they similar? Listening to their conversation, Nan Fuxian had a strange feeling in his heart. If you knew that Tang Wulin was the younger brother of Dragon Butterfly Douluo and the son of sea god Tang San, would Guyu get mad on the spot? After all, the fact that the soul beasts are in such a mess is due to the great contribution of King Tang. Chapter 46 Entering. But if they are discovered by the people of the Holy Spirit Church, Nan Fuxian dares to guarantee that the Demon King of the Holy Spirit Church, the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, whose cultivation is about to break through the god level, will definitely get mad, and may even kill him regardless of everything. But then again, Tang Wulin's identity can indeed be a bargaining chip. Nan Fuxian thought to himself that if he deals with the Holy Spirit Church in the future, he can use this to gain benefits. Okay, let's go. Long Hengxiu's voice awakened the 6 students. He smiled and said, when I first came to the 18 Pillars, I had the same curiosity as you. Later, I came more often, and this feeling faded. However, the murals of each of the 18 pillars are particularly worth appreciating. Wu Changkong said, concentrate your mind and enter the Soul Ascension platform later. You can only rely on yourselves. Tang Wulin said in surprise, teacher, won't you go in with us? Wu Changkong said, it's the primary Soul Ascension platform. Only Soul Masters below the 4th ring can enter it. Long Hengxiu nodded and said, but don't worry, we will watch you outside. If there is any danger, you must evacuate on your own and come back. I will explain the precautions to you later. Led by Long Hengxiu and Wu Changkong, everyone walked into an elevator. The elevator was not going up, but down. The faint feeling of weightlessness told them that they were constantly going deeper into the ground. As for how deep the ground was, there was no way to judge. The spiritual pagoda is worthy of being the first organization on the continent, with the most powerful strength and financial resources. The cost of such a project is definitely an astronomical figure. There was no number on the elevator, but it took 3 minutes to stop. After walking out of the elevator, There was a wide hall outside with more than a dozen staff members. Behind it were metal-structured passages. Long Hengxiu took out a card with a strange style and handed it to one of the staff members. The staff member did not say anything, but just made a gesture of invitation and took them to one of the corridors. The corridor went forward for dozens of meters and entered another elevator. Continue to go down, this time it was only a dozen seconds, and the elevator stopped. Then when they first appeared, they found themselves in a circular room. The room was still made entirely of metal, but a huge soul guide screen was hung on the wall, with various images flashing on the screen. It looked like a green world, like a jungle. The staff turned around and said, "There are 6 places to enter the primary soul-raising platform, with no time limit. When you can't bear the danger, press your distress signal and you will return here. Now I'll tell you about the precautions." The soul-raising platform was built by our soul transmission tower over thousands of years, relying on countless accumulations and backgrounds, and consuming almost all resources. It can be called another world in itself, in which a large number of space technology means are used. So, the first thing you should pay attention to is that the soul-raising platform is not a completely virtual world, but half virtual and half real. Because a lot of virtual data needs to rely on real feedback. The primary soul-raising platform is purely virtual among them. Therefore, your life will not be threatened. In the Soul Ascension platform, you can do anything, but the core thing to do is to survive, and try to survive. The longer you survive, the more benefits you will get in the process. Second, don't think that it is absolutely safe inside, and you don't need to worry about your life. Although it is only your brain waves that are connected, once there is a huge stimulation, it is still possible that the brain waves will be in danger because of the huge impact. So, once you feel that it is beyond your tolerance, immediately press the distress signal and leave the Soul Ascension platform. Do you understand? Understood. Nanfuxian and the other 6 hurriedly said. The staff nodded. More, you will experience it yourself inside. Today is your first time to enter, and it may not take too long. However, it should leave a deep impression on you. Children, be mentally prepared. Remember, don't panic in any situation. Soul beasts are not scary, as long as you deal with them properly. After listening to the staff's story, the 6 boys and girls all felt eager to try. Even Nanfuxian was no exception. After all, he had only heard of the virtual world, even in his previous life, but had never experienced it himself. Brainwave access? What would it feel like? The staff pressed the button, and 6 metal cabinets slowly emerged from the wall next to them. These cabinets were horizontal, with a groove inside, which was in the shape of a human, and looked a bit like a coffin. The 6 people lay down in them as they were told, and the coldness of the metal made them more focused. One by one, the suction cups of the instruments emerged from the surroundings and quickly attached to some parts of their bodies, fitting tightly. It's about to start, you get ready. Just relax your whole body. There will be some discomfort during the scan later. Just bear with it and it will pass. These were the last words that Nanfuxian and the other 6 heard from the staff. The 6 metal cabinets slowly slid into the original wall position, and their eyes turned dark. Nanfuxian felt a tingling sensation coming from all over his body, as if something was constantly passing through his body, stimulating his soul power and blood, and producing fluctuations on his own. The tingling sensation began to become stronger and stronger, making him feel paralyzed. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly felt his body shake violently, and when he subconsciously woke up from a semi-sleeping state, he suddenly found that his surroundings were completely lit up. The metal box was gone, and the original tingling sensation was gone. There was only a metal instrument-like thing on the back of his hand, with a bright red button on it. A distress signal? Where is this? Although he had some preparations before entering. But after really entering it, he deeply understood how shocking the soul-raising platform developed by the spiritual pagoda organization was. Beside him were thick trees, and in front of him were large bushes. There was no road at all. It felt like entering a primeval forest. What was even more bizarre was that he felt himself extremely real. He pinched his cheek gently and felt pain. Everything around him was also completely real to the touch. Is this the so-called virtual world? After a brief moment of surprise, Nanfuxian gradually calmed down. After all, he was just curious about what this virtual world, which he had never experienced in his previous life, looked like. After experiencing it now, his curiosity began to slowly subside. He subconsciously looked at his body. His clothes and pants were still there. That's right. If he didn't wear clothes, this primary soul-raising platform would not be very friendly to girls. Raising his hands, Nanfuxian quietly felt his ability. Very good, the stealing could be used normally, and the source castle could still sense it. He didn't act rashly. He could hear from the words of the staff before that this soul-raising platform was not a safe place and should be very dangerous. He could encounter enemies at any time. Thinking of this, Nanfuxian squatted down first and silently felt everything around him. His mental power had entered the spiritual realm, and his perception of the outside world was much stronger than before. This is a place full of life, this is the real primeval forest. Is there really such a primeval forest in the Federation? With the continuous logging of humans, the primeval forest has become less and less. It is said that the Xingda forest, once the largest forest on the continent, now has less than 1% of its original area. For Nanfuxian, who lived in a small county in his previous life, this kind of primeval forest was at most seen on his mobile phone. Even in this life, this kind of scenery is the first time he has seen it. After returning to his senses, Nanfuxian walked directly to a big tree, and with the help of the trunk of the big tree and the cover of the surrounding bushes, he sat cross-legged and released his martial spirit at the same time. From the outside, Nanfuxian seemed to be practicing, and at this time Nanfuxian used his soul, the perspective of the parasite. On the big tree that Nanfuxian leaned against, a small insect was slowly crawling, and when it climbed to the top of the tree, it stopped there. Chapter 47 Convergence. The sky was clear and the clouds were light, and the green was endless. The huge tree canopy gives people an indescribable sense of life. It seems that there is endless life in this world. This is really too realistic. Nanfuxian couldn't help but sigh again. At this moment, Nanfuxian found a blue bird flying in the sky, and his mind moved, parasitism. The blue bird stagnated, then spread its wings and flew into the sky. On the big bird flying in the sky, Nanfuxian's time bug emitted white light, and with the help of the big bird's sight, it looked down from the air, which made Nanfuxian want to recite a sentence: flying is the highest realm of enjoying freedom. Although a sharp cry came from his mouth. At this moment, the same sharp sound came from not far away. This is a signal for help. This is the first judgment of the big bird Nanfuxian. It seems that after parasitism, I can roughly understand their language. Nanfuxian silently recorded this discovery. At the same time, he let the big bird fly to the source of the sound. As soon as he arrived, Nanfuxian found that Zhang Yangzi had pressed the distress transmitter. It instantly turned into a stream of data and disappeared directly on the spot, while at least hundreds of blue birds were flying around, as if looking for something. Nanfuxian took a look and flew away directly. Although the main body also used mental power to warn, it was better for its clone not to stay too far away. I just don't know how Zhang Yangzi, this unlucky kid, provoked so many soul beasts and hit GG as soon as he came in. Next, we should look for other people. Nanfuxian, who was leaning against the tree trunk, opened his eyes. He was a hide-and-seek mage. How could he go forward to fight to the death? Of course, he had to let reliable teammates go first. Nanfuxian walked directly forward. According to the sight of the big bird, the person in front should be Xie, who seemed to have made quite a noise. Xie's mood was very complicated at this moment. Not long after entering the Soul Ascension platform, he killed a 100-year-old long-tailed rat with his strength, which improved his soul a little. But then, he met a 100-year-old unicorn. Seeing the ferocious soul beast like the bipedal unicorn, Xie's mouth couldn't help but feel dry. All the soul beasts he encountered today were seen in some records, including books and images. He had a good memory, so he clearly remembered that the bipedal unicorn had the blood of a dragon soul beast and was a kind of earth dragon. It had very strong physical strength and was also among the best among earth dragons. It could run quickly in the forest with complex terrain, and was good at jumping and colliding. Although it had no long-range attack ability, this guy had a special character of never giving up. Once the target was determined, it would chase endlessly until the opponent was killed. 100-year-old unicorn, what kind of luck is this? It is said that in ancient times, the most feared soul beast by the Agile Attack System Soul Masters was this kind of soul beast. Not only is it fast, but it also has strong defense and attack, and it also has excellent endurance. I just completed 2 rings, and I was powerless to face it in my prime, let alone now. Moreover, why did this guy come straight to me? Boom! Just when Xie was depressed, the century-old unicorn had already rushed to the big tree where he was, and without even a little hesitation, it directly hit the trunk. With a violent bang, the big tree that required 2 people to hug broke directly. Xie tapped the tip of his toes on the branch, and quickly jumped up and jumped onto another big tree. At the same time, a question came to his mind. This guy only has 2 strong hind legs, and his forelimbs look very weak. He shouldn't be able to climb trees, right? Hope is beautiful, but reality is cruel. After the unicorn broke a big tree, it immediately turned around and rushed towards the place where Xie landed. This time it didn't hit it again. Instead, it jumped up suddenly, and actually jumped directly to the same level as Xie, opened its mouth, and went straight to Xie to bite him. The golden light blade slashed out. A white mark of about 1 centimeter deep was left on the thick scales of the unicorn head, but he failed to cut it off. Xie had no choice but to jump up again and jump to another big tree. The unicorn's huge body was extremely flexible, and its huge hind legs supported the tree trunk. It actually ran straight to Xie. Its speed was no slower than Xie's. It is worthy of being the nemesis of the Agile Attack Spirit Master. Xie did not dare to confront it head-on. He knew that his light dragon storm would probably die if it hit it. The defense of this unicorn was too strong, even comparable to that of the iron-armored dragon. But its body was more flexible. He fled in a hurry, but the unicorn was persistent and kept approaching. Xie's spirit, his strength and physical strength were constantly being consumed. Could it be that he could only press the rescue signal? Xie was filled with reluctance. This was his first time to come to the Spirit Ascension platform. Was it going to end like this? Xie closed his eyes and raised his hand to slap the rescue device. He didn't want to feel the feeling of broken bones and tendons. At this moment, suddenly, his waist tightened, and then his body flew out horizontally. The unicorn made a bang. It broke another tree, but it didn't hit him. Xie was too familiar with this feeling of being pulled. With great joy in his heart, his hand that was slapping the rescue signal stopped in the air. The unicorn persevered and turned around to continue chasing him. Suddenly, the unicorn's body stagnated, and then the running pace stopped directly, but the whole body smashed towards Xie under the powerful momentum. At this moment, a ball of silver light flew out from Xie's side, and a loud shout sounded at the same time. "Get lost!" Then the silver light hit its head hard. Bang! The unicorn, which was over 3 meters long and extremely powerful, was smashed and flew away. At the same time, it fell to the ground and did not stand up again. Tang Wulin took back the blue-silver grass and asked Xie, "Are you okay?" He was not far away. He was awakened by the heavy footsteps of the unicorn. He also climbed up the tree and saw Xie being attacked. "It's okay." Xie panted. It was really a matter of life and death just now. A lot of sweat had already appeared on his back. "Be careful. The unicorn is always persistent. Once it has set its sights on a target, it will not let it go easily." Tang Wulin smiled and said, "You forgot that what I am least afraid of is the dragon soul beast. I will compete with it in strength." As he spoke, golden scales appeared on his right arm, and the dragon's might on his body slowly emanated. Just as the two were ready, the two-legged unicorn that fell to the ground did not stand up again. 1 second, 2 seconds. After 5 seconds, the two-legged unicorn still didn't stand up. Xie couldn't help but say to Tang Wulin, "You can't knock down that two-legged unicorn with one strike." "No, I should have been able to knock it away at most," Tang Wulin said with some doubt. He could clearly feel that his blue-silver grass could only knock the 100-year-old two-legged unicorn away at most, but it didn't break the defense, but the current situation made him a little confused. "I say, you two, if you don't kill that big guy, we're really going to have a hard fight later." A voice came into the ears of the two, and Nan Fuxian walked out of the bushes and said to the two. "Fuxian!" Tang Wulin and Xie exclaimed. Nan Fuxian didn't say anything, but just pointed at the 100-year-old unicorn. Tang Wulin immediately understood and walked over directly. With a golden dragon claw, he pierced the unicorn's head. Puff! The thick scales on the head of the unicorn dragon and the hard skull seemed to be pierced by Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw in this moment. A faint yellow halo emerged, and the little snake's golden light emerged. It opened its mouth and absorbed the halo into its stomach with great enjoyment. Layers of light golden halo rippled on its body, which was very beautiful. Chapter 48 Four People Fighting the Crystal Bear. Tang Wulin looked at the little snake that was absorbing the yellow halo and looked at Nan Fuxian apologetically, "Sorry, I didn't expect that this kind of spiritual power could be directly absorbed by the killer." "It's okay." Nan Fuxian didn't think much of the spiritual power of a 100-year-old soul beast. If he wanted to, he could find this kind of thing in this forest at any time. "I thought your soul skill was very abnormal before, and now that I see it with my own eyes, it is even more abnormal. This soul skill is too unfriendly to our agile attack soul masters," Xie said to Nan Fuxian sourly. Although he was often defeated by Nan Fuxian with this trick before, this time was different. A 100-year-old two-legged unicorn dragon did not resist at all and was directly put down. There was no reaction until it was killed. This made Xie feel numb when he thought about it. "Can we give our agile attack soul masters a way to survive? In fact, my trick is not as powerful as you think. You can think of some other ways to achieve the purpose of breaking my soul skill." "Really? Really? Tell me quickly." Xie looked at Nan Fuxian expectantly, and even Tang Wulin watched curiously. Nan Fuxian suppressed his smile and said, "For example, you can rush towards me directly before I release my soul skills, and don't stop. This way, when I release my soul skills and control you, you can use the momentum of the rush to knock me away directly, just like the two-legged unicorn just now." After listening to Nan Fuxian's words, Xie looked at him with a look of slackness. He felt that he was fooled, but Tang Wulin on the side was thoughtful. To be honest, Nan Fuxian really didn't fool Xie. This is indeed a method, but his method is more suitable for strong attacking soul masters. This world is very big, and Nan Fuxian's ability to steal other people's consciousness is not invincible. For example, replacing the person just now with a flying sword, a flying hammer, a soul guide cannon, etc. can force Nan Fuxian to transfer. Or use a large-scale attack, an indiscriminate attack. Of course, the premise is to use skills before Nan Fuxian. At this moment, suddenly, a cry rang out, "The big guys are here, come and help." A silver light flashed, and a figure appeared not far from the side of Tang Wulin and Nan Fuxian. Green light flashed under her feet, and she ran quickly towards the three people. Behind her, a low roar sounded, and a huge figure appeared. Oh my god, a crystal bear, so big! Xie stared at it. Tang Wulin was also surprised. The 1,000-year-old crystal bear was like a bulldozer. Wherever it passed, the bushes fell to the ground instantly, and the smaller trees were also damaged. Moreover, when it hit the trees, they would be covered with crystals and then broken into powder. It was definitely very imposing. Another silver light flashed, and Guyu was already in front of the three of them. Her pretty face was a little pale, and it was obvious that her soul power was overconsumed. She just dodged and hid behind Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He instinctively felt that the big guy in front of him was much stronger than the previous 100-year-old unicorn. He squatted down suddenly, grabbed the body of the unicorn with both hands, and used his arms to lift the 100-year-old unicorn up. The golden scales on his right arm shone, and Tang Wulin shouted loudly, throwing the huge corpse of the unicorn directly towards the Millennium Crystal Bear. Oh my god, this power! Is he crazy? Long Hengxiu looked at Tang Wulin, who threw the bipedal unicorn on the screen. His eyes were already straight. Roar! Facing the flying unicorn corpse, the Millennium Crystal Bear stretched out a pair of huge bear paws and directly grabbed the unicorn's hind limbs. It can be clearly seen that the dark yellow crystal spread upward from the unicorn's hind limbs. Soon it spread to half of the body. The Millennium Crystal Bear lowered its head fiercely and hit the unicorn corpse in its hand. Bang! The back half of the 100-year-old unicorn corpse was instantly smashed, turning into countless crystal blocks scattered on the ground. Oh my god, so fierce! Guyu, what did you do? How did you provoke this thing? It seems that the strongest soul beast on the primary soul-raising platform is a 1,000-year-old soul beast. As Xie spoke, he flew to the side, holding a double dragon dagger, ready to attack at any time. Guyu panted and said, "Who provoked it?" "It provoked me, okay." While the two of them were talking, Tang Wulin had no time to talk. The two heavy silver hammers in his hands flew out at the same time under the entanglement of blue-silver grass, hitting the crystal bear's head. This big guy is not easy to deal with. It may not be as flexible as the unicorn, nor as fast, but its attack and defense are undoubtedly far beyond the reach of the 100-year-old unicorn. Bang! Bang! The crystal bear was not agile and had no intention of dodging. It raised one arm to block the attack of the two heavy silver hammers. At this time, Fanfiction on the side was not idle either, stealing. The Millennium Crystal Bear lost consciousness, its hands drooped, and was hit on the head by the silver hammer. It fell on its back, and its legs kept twitching. Oh my god, you two are not so fierce that you can kill this Millennium Crystal Bear directly. Xie said excitedly. Guyu, who was hiding behind Tang Wulin, was also surprised to see the fallen crystal bear. Be careful, this Millennium Crystal Bear is not dead yet. Fanfiction looked ahead vigilantly. He could feel that the crystal bear in front of him was only injured. Roar! Sure enough, accompanied by a roar, the Millennium Crystal Bear slowly climbed up, blood kept spraying out of its head, and its eyes had turned red. This crystal bear went crazy. The Millennium Crystal Bear flashed with yellow light, and it had already roared and rushed towards Tang Wulin. The pair of silver hammers were thrown by Tang Wulin before. This bear really holds a grudge. The crystal bear has a strong body and skin. Its weakness is at the back of its neck, where it is more vulnerable. Its central nervous system is also there. Guyu, Xie, you two are responsible for distracting its attention. Wulin, you approach it first and attack its weakness. I will control it from behind. Fanfiction said quickly, while moving away from Tang Wulin. This 1,000-year crystal bear was heading for Tang Wulin, so he would not bump into it stupidly. Okay. Tang Wulin, Xie and Guyu responded. Chapter 49 Hard Fight and Retreat. The 1,000-year crystal bear's body stagnated, but it still rushed towards Tang Woolen with a strong momentum. However, this kind of straight collision was easily seen through. Tang Woolen jumped to the side and easily avoided it. At the same time, blue-silver grass vines swarmed out and entangled the feet of the 1,000-year crystal bear. The 1,000-year crystal bear, which was in a state of unconsciousness, was tripped all of a sudden. Puff! At this moment, an invisible blade of light slashed at its neck. The crystal bear woke up from its unconsciousness with pain, turned its head and roared at Xie who was standing beside it. Xie shouted, "Stupid bear, come if you can." The light dragon dagger in his hand slashed again, and another blade of light flew away. The 1,000-year crystal bear subconsciously exerted force to break the blue-silver grass on its feet. Under normal circumstances, the blue-silver grass should be broken directly. But at this moment, a golden light lit up on Tang Woolen's blue-silver grass. Although it only lasted for a moment, the 1,000-year crystal bear was unable to break it in the first time. This pause was only 1 second. The next moment, the blue-silver grass still broke, but the blue-silver grass still slightly entangled it. As soon as the crystal bear slowed down, Xie had already turned around and ran flexibly. His speed exploded, but it was faster than Guyu, who used the wind element to accelerate. At the same time, a huge fireball exploded on the other side of the crystal bear's head. Guyu also attacked from the other side. The three people attacked from 3 different directions, which made the crystal bear furious. It didn't know who to chase. Xie, attack its belly. Guyu, hit its eyes. Wulin, get ready and kill it at once. Nanfuxian, who was standing far away, said loudly. He was not afraid that the crystal bear would hear his words. After all, most of the 1,000-year soul beasts still had the IQ of wild beasts. As Xie changed his body shape, he swung the light dragon dagger and the shadow dragon dagger at the same time. One visible and one invisible blade of light slashed at the belly of the 1,000-year crystal bear at the same time. With 2 puffs, the crystal bear was furious. It didn't know who to deal with first. This time, it found its target. It immediately strode towards Xie. Just at this moment, a group of dazzling fireballs flew straight to its eyes. The fireballs were smaller than the previous ones, but there were many of them. The crystal bear raised a bare paw to block in front of it, and lowered its head slightly. When its abdomen was attacked before, it had already lowered its head a little, and now it lowered even more. At the same time, Tang Woolen threw out a piece of blue-silver grass, hooked a branch, pulled his body, and swung his body away, and had already circled behind the crystal bear. At this moment, Tang Woolen's left-hand hammer protected his chest, and his right hand surged with golden light, turning into a golden dragon claw, and rushed straight to the back of the 1,000-year crystal bear's neck. Nanfuxian also used the steel skill directly from a distance. Suddenly, the 1,000-year crystal bear's figure fell forward completely, and the back of its neck was completely exposed. Success! Tang Woolen was overjoyed, and his right claw fell down, grabbing the back of the 1,000-year crystal bear's neck without hesitation. The crackling sound was heard almost instantly. Half of the golden dragon claw grabbed into the neck, and the crushing effect took effect at the same time. It directly broke the cervical vertebrae of the 1,000-year crystal bear. It's over? Xie watched the big head of the 1,000-year crystal bear suddenly fall forward, coupled with the sound of fractures from the broken cervical vertebrae. He jumped up excitedly. With the strength of the 4 of them, the strongest was only 2 rings, and being able to kill such a powerful soul beast was definitely worth being proud of. However, at this moment, a strong yellow halo suddenly burst out from the Millennium Crystal Bear. The range covered by this halo was not large, only about 1 meter away from the body, but it just covered Tang Woolen. No, Guyu screamed. Tang Woolen's body covered by yellow light suddenly condensed a layer of dark yellow crystals, and the whole person remained in the previous state. He fell directly to the ground. A flash of silver light, Yu appeared below where he fell, raised her arms to receive his body. After turning into a crystal, Tang Wulin's weight increased greatly, not to mention that he still had the weight of the 1,000-forged silver hammer in his left hand. Yu was knocked to the ground and pressed down, and fainted with a muffled groan. However, she relied on her own body to withstand the force of Tang Wulin's downward smash, so that his body did not break. After being crystallized, as long as the body is not broken in a short period of time, the crystallization will gradually fade away. Therefore, the most terrifying thing about the crystal bear is the direct destruction after crystallization. Wulin, Yu, Xie and Fanfiction from a distance ran over and ran to the two of them. They first worked together to move Tang Wulin away and pulled Yu out from below. Yu's eyes were closed, her face was like gold paper, and her breath was weak. The smash just now obviously caused her great harm. Fanfiction looked around, and after a little hesitation, he slapped the rescue signal device on the back of Yu's hand, and Yu's body turned into a ray of light and disappeared out of thin air. Tang Wulin's body was still in the crystallization state, and they wanted to help him teleport back but couldn't. At this moment, a series of rustling sounds came from the surrounding woods, as if something was approaching here, and there were a lot of them. What should I do? Wulin was crystallized and can't be teleported back now. What should I do? Xie held the light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger tightly in both hands, and subconsciously looked at Fanfiction beside him. Xie, your soul power is almost exhausted, you go first, I'll watch Wu linear. Ha, what a joke! How can I let you be a hero alone in this situation? Let's die together. I'm a real man who stands tall and proud. Xie was a little bit at a loss, but after hearing Fanfiction's words, his eyes gradually became firm. Okay, let's hold on together for this period of time. As long as Wulin's crystallization is lifted, we will retreat immediately. Xie knelt on one knee in front of Tang Wulin without answering. He wanted to save as much energy as possible. At the same time, Fanfiction also used the sight of the blue bird hovering in the sky to see clearly that the attackers were a group of wolves. Soon, dark blue figures slowly appeared from all directions, at least dozens of them, and they were blue wolves. The hair on its back was dark blue, and its yellow eyes were filled with cold and cruel light, slowly approaching this side step by step. They did not attack Fanfiction first. A dozen blue wolves dragged the corpse of half a 100-year-old unicorn into the woods. A dozen of them also surrounded Xie. Blue wolf, a 10-year soul beast. Among the 10-year soul beasts, it is considered to have a strong attack power, a fierce personality, and lives in groups. The powerful blue wolf can cultivate to the level of a 100-year soul beast. They mainly eat carrion. To put it bluntly, they are the ones who pick up leeks in the soul beast forest. Xie held the light dragon dagger and the shadow dragon dagger in both hands to protect himself, looking at the approaching blue wolves, and shouted, "This crystal bear corpse, your sister is strong and you can't leave, but if you dare to attack us, don't blame me for being rude." He didn't care whether the low-level soul beast like the blue wolf could understand him. Anyway, he could delay for a while. As long as they could wait until the crystallization on Tang Wulin faded, they could escape. However, the blue wolves were obviously more interested in the two of them than the 1,000-year crystal bear. Or they just couldn't understand him. The encirclement was getting closer and closer. Looking at those cold eyes, Xie clearly felt his heartbeat speeding up. He couldn't wait any longer. As the saying goes, it's better to strike first. The light dragon dagger in his right hand flashed out like lightning, and a light dragon blade slashed towards a blue wolf in front. At the same time, Xie jumped sideways and pounced on the blue wolf closest to him. Puff! The front blue wolf's neck was cut open by the light dragon blade, and it cried out and fell to the ground with blood splattering. Xie's movements were extremely agile. The blue giant wolf he pounced on saw him coming and immediately opened its mouth to spray out a blue wind blade. As Xie rushed forward, he tilted his body to avoid the wind blade, and bent his upper body backward to avoid the attack of the blue wolf on the side. The light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger in his hands swept past, and the blue wolf that pounced on it had been disemboweled. At the same time, he also went around to the side of the blue wolf in front, and shook his wrist. The sharp shadow dragon dagger passed through the side of its neck and cut the artery. Suddenly, blood spurted from the blue wolf's neck, and it was obvious that it was dead. XXXX. From the attack to the success, 3 blue wolves fell in a flash. But at the same time, the attack of more than a dozen blue wolves in the distance was also completed. I saw more than a dozen blue wolves rushing towards Xie Zihao at the same time, and the wind blades in the mouths of more than a dozen blue wolves in the distance had already formed and were about to be ejected. Large-scale consciousness theft. A strange wave suddenly controlled the more than a dozen blue wolves that were spewing wind blades at a critical moment, causing them to lose consciousness directly when launching wind blades. I saw wind blades flying everywhere, and some even attacked the blue wolves that were about to besiege Xie, and the scene instantly became a mess. And Xie was not idle either. While the wolf pack was in chaos, he immediately flew and shot. As Xie waved the light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger, the number of wolves continued to decrease, which made Xie sigh at the benefits of having Fanfiction as a teammate. Whenever he wanted to kill a blue wolf, the blue wolf he killed would suddenly stop before it wanted to act. When Xie rushed in front of it, he only needed to wave the dagger to easily take the life of a blue wolf. When the blue wolves rushed forward, they would suddenly stop collectively, even if it was only for a short while, but it gave Xie enough reaction time to escape from the encirclement and kill the wolves close to the 3 people. As time went on, Xie's physical strength began to fail, and his figure also began to be stained with blood, most of which was from the wolf pack, and only a small part was his own. Even Fanfiction began to feel a little tired, tired of acting. Although he was still full of energy, this was obviously not in line with the performance of a one-ring soul master, so he was panting. Under the premise that he could only use this one ability, this was already the limit of what he could do. But fortunately, he had noticed that the dark yellow crystals on Tang Wulin's body began to fade. When Tang Wulin's perception began to recover, the first thing he smelled was a strong smell of blood. Then he saw a figure whose whole body had turned blood red and was struggling to support himself. Okay, retreat quickly. Xie, who was panting, pressed the distress signal without hesitation after hearing Fanfiction's words. The next moment, his eyes went dark and he knew nothing. Before Tang Wulin could react, Fanfiction pressed his distress signal. After that, Fanfiction also slapped the rescue signal with his backhand. His eyes went dark as well, and he disappeared into the forest. A series of green wind blades passed by where he was just now, but lost their target. Chapter 50 Harvest. The surrounding light was a bit dazzling, making him squint his eyes subconsciously and turn his head to look around. He saw Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jingxi, whose body was twitching slightly, and Gu Yu, who was sitting there with a pale face. There were also 2 other metal cabinets opened next to him. He saw Tang Wulin ejected from a metal cabinet, almost running over to another cabinet. Xie. Tang Wulin kept calling out in a hurry. I'm fine. It still hurts. Xie's somewhat hoarse voice sounded, and then he opened his eyes, and at the same time, he slowly stood up from the metal cabinet. With Fanfiction's assistance, he was not seriously injured, but he consumed a lot of physical strength in the spirit-raising platform. This information was transmitted to his brain, making him feel as if he had really fought a big battle, and his whole body was a little weak. Seeing him open his eyes, Tang Wulin breathed a sigh of relief. The strong feeling of fatigue and the suffocation brought by the crystallization came again. His feet softened and he sat down on the ground. Long Hengxiu and Wu Chongkong stood aside. Wu Chongkong still had a cold face and no emotion, but Long Hengxiu's eyes were already full of shock. The staff of the Spirit Transmission Tower said sincerely, it is really a promising material. Are you sure these kids are only 9 years old? The staff's eyes were burning, especially when they looked at Nanfuxian, Tang Wulan, Xie and Gu Yu. He saw all the performances of the 4 people just now. The most amazing ones were undoubtedly Nanfuxian and Tang Wulan. Nanfuxian's strange soul skills undoubtedly played a huge role, and he was able to control the century-old bipedal unicorn tightly until it died without any resistance. Even the 1000-year-old crystal bear could be controlled for a long time, creating opportunities for teammates to kill, and finally he made calm judgments under the siege of the wolf pack. There were several times when the wolf pack was about to pounce on him. He was able to remain calm, controlling the distant blue wolf and preventing it from sending out wind blades. This requires a lot of trust in teammates. And Tang Wulan, the golden dragon claw in his right hand, obviously has a strong attack power beyond his own strength. It's fine to kill the 100-year-old bipedal unicorn with one blow, but the defense of the 1000-year-old crystal bear is not comparable to that of the 100-year-old bipedal unicorn. Even if the weakness is known, the defense of its weakness is also good. Even a strong attacking soul master dare not say that he can kill it with one blow, but Tang Wulan did it. Gu Yu's performance is also amazing. She cooperates tacitly with the other 3 people, and every element control is just right, especially when using multiple element abilities at the same time. The most at the last moment, in order to protect Tang Wulan from being hurt, he used his body to bear the weight of nearly 1,000 pounds. The staff of the Spirit Pagoda knew very well that under the circumstances at that time, the human brain had no time to think whether it was an illusion or reality. Gu Yu was able to appear under Tang Wulan at the first time, which meant that even in reality, she would do the same without hesitation. These are just a few children who are only 9 years old. The friendship between them can reach such a level. How can they not cooperate tacitly? No wonder Donghai College spent a lot of money to send them here. They have not been in the Spirit Ascension platform for too long, but this entry has an absolute effect on them. Yes, it is great. The last child is also the same. In order to protect his companions, he never gives up even though he knows he can't win. When facing the siege of the Blue Wolf several times, he can calmly choose a point to break through, completely exposing his back. This is by no means reckless, but he believes that his teammates will definitely create opportunities for him to break through. At least among the Soul Masters who entered the Soul Ascension platform for the first time, the staff of the Soul Transmission Tower has hardly seen such an excellent one. Not to mention, the cultivation of these children is only 1 or 2 rings. Wu Zhongkong walked slowly in front of the 6 people and said lightly, "From today on, the 6 of you are a combat team. Captain, Tang Wulan, Deputy Captain, Nanfuxian. Let's go." After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the elevator. The 6 people looked at each other, their faces were a little surprised. Team? Zhang Yang's face was a little ugly, but more of it was ashamed. If he still had the desire to compete before coming here, after witnessing the scenes in the Soul Ascension platform with his own eyes, his desire to win has now disappeared. Let alone his personal strength, his response in the Soul Ascension platform alone is much worse than others. Whether it is Nanfuxian who can calmly control the overall situation and control the 1000-year soul beast, or Tang Wulan who killed the 1000-year crystal bear with one blow and has a strong attack power. Or is he willing to be Gu Yu who took the blame, or Xie who fought to the death for his friends? Each of their performances was remarkable. Compared with them, Wang Jingxi and I's performance was really too poor. If Jingxi was still excusable, after all, he encountered an extremely powerful soul beast, then what about me? I was completely courting death. On the way back, the 6 people were still immersed in today's journey to the Soul Ascension platform. There were those who regretted like Zhang Yangzi, and there were also those who kept replaying the entire battle process in their minds, thinking about the situation in the Soul Ascension platform like Nanfuxian. But there is no doubt that today's first battle on the Soul Ascension platform was a great excitement for them. Nanfuxian felt it particularly deeply, this just fight with soul beasts. This is what it feels like to fight against soul beasts. Although he is already a sequence 5, he has never experienced actual combat, and Ala City is still very peaceful. Practical combat in such a place is indeed much better than usual practice. After all, he has rarely carried out such a positive battle, and now he can just treat it as accumulating experience in advance. The journey back to the academy was peaceful, but Tang Wulin was in a daze because of the evolution of his soul. Therefore, Wu Chongkong personally sent Tang Wulin back to his own dormitory. Then he didn't explain anything, just let everyone disperse on their own and return to the dormitory to practice. Nan Fuxian, after returning to his dormitory, he immediately began to practice. Frankly speaking, Tang Wulin had the biggest gain today. He not only gained experience in fighting soul beasts, but also upgraded his soul. Nan Fuxian also gained experience in fighting soul beasts, but nothing else. At most, he got the title of deputy captain. Even Xie absorbed the spiritual power of at least 100-year soul beast. However, these are not important to Nan Fuxian. After all, there will be plenty of opportunities to enter the soul-raising platform in the future. The biggest gain for Nan Fuxian today was the parasitism of the time worm on soul beasts. Different from parasitizing humans, Nan Fuxian found that he didn't know if it was because those soul beasts is it a virtual state? Or a soul? In short, Nan Fuxian found that if he wanted to deeply parasitize, if the target was those soul beasts, he only needed to consume one time worm.